That's what I do. That's why I bust my ass. I mean, I know I make dick jokes and I burp into the microphone. What's ligma? Ligma balls. But ultimately, you know, there is a reason for all of this. Socialism, Marxism. I have a lot of money. Blam capitalism. Blammo. Booyah. This is how women make me feel. Oh, I got your nose. Lick mich im Arsch. What about me? Me. I'm manifesting it. I got crystals shoved up my blammo. Yes, mama. I'm doing Scorpio behavior. Awooga. My Virgo is in rising. Honk. Humana. My Mercury is in Gatorade. My mouth opens up all the way to the ground. My tongue rolls out like the red carpet. There's steam coming out of my nose like this. You know what I'm saying? Just be normal. Okay, little bro. Fight. Boop, boop. Wah. Gatekeeper, girl boss, slay queen. I'm an old person in China. Direkt olarak yani. Yok abi zevk alıyorum ben. Dude, once America is destroyed, I mean, the opportunities are endless. That's crazy. I'm losing brain power. Obama! I'm a sheep. Faded in a hoe. You know what I'm saying? That is insane. Oh. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from hazy but clear California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Sunday. Not so fun day today. It's December 8th. Wait, hold on one second. I got to respond to a text message. December 8th, 2024. And I am actually early for Sunday, but on time for other days. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Well, it's Sunday, but there's so much news to cover. So we'll do some fun day stuff as well, but not like... We'll do some fun day stuff as well, but not full-blown Sunday fun day as we normally would, because obviously there's a lot going on. The Hasan lookalike contest happened. Wait, it did? It was sparsely attended. Anyway, hello Hasan, I'm a South Korean citizen. May I explain the seriousness of the situation in Korea? Yeah, in a little bit. We're going to do that. What do we do to get that tasteful nude? We're not doing a tasteful nude. That's not happening. Hold on one second. Let me just set something up. There's a lot going on in my world, and I'm going to tell you all about it in a brief moment because... Hold on. Yeah, okay. It's got to be Wednesday. Distasteful nude instead? No. Folks, personal news. As you can see, I'm in a cozy fit. I'm in a cozy ass fit. And that's because I'm hungover. This is a unique hungover stream, which is not something that you normally get from me because I normally don't drink. But I did drink last night, and I'm going to get into it. I'm going to get all up in that and tell you guys about what happened at the Streamer Awards, the drama, the glitz, the glam, the glory, and the losses. But yeah, personal news wise, oh damn. Thank you so much. I'll be really grateful if you give any chance to explain the serious situation. Korea's in an extremely critical and urgent situation. I know. Is Ray gonna come over to discuss the fits? No, she is not. I hit her up this morning to be like, oh, you know, we have this time-honored tradition where we do the streamer awards fit, unambiguously go through all the fits, but she's doing some secret shit, so she won't be attending, unfortunately. Yeah. I show speed on stream when? I mean, this is the closest we got to an I show speed collab was last night. I'll talk about that in a second too. Anyway. Folks, we got a lot to talk about, okay? So, yesterday we did the fit, we did the dripper drown. Yesterday we did the dripper drown stream after I covered briefly what was going on in Syria, and not really didn't even have time to get to Syria, to be honest. But I covered a little bit of the United Healthcare CEO assassin. Then I was going to talk a little bit about Syria as well, but we you know, there wasn't too much that I had there wasn't too much time that I had because we had the streamer awards. I know I was in a speed vlog. We'll look at that as well. But the streamer awards was happening last night, so we of course needed to go and get some fits, and that's precisely what we did. And then after I ended the stream, we went to the streamer awards, and basically you know, we got dominated. The entire Furan crew got dominated. You know, it is what it is, but at least the fit was good. Drinking story. Yeah, we got Caroline her shoes. We had to go on an extraction mission like that too. It was crazy. But that's neither here nor there. No fear and ad was truly the most fucked up part. I mean, you got to expect that at this point. But did you go on the red carpet or did I miss it? We came too late. I think we were supposed, like, I had a red carpet that was exactly at the end. I got a red carpet time slot exactly at the end, so I missed it, and I wanted to go and pee, but Ronaldo was like, no, come through, let me do the interview with you. And I was like, all right, sure, why not? So we went in and we did that interview, and I thought there was another interview after, like the actual OG interview, but they had shut off the red carpet at that point. We were like literally the last people, I think, that walked in for the red carpet. But yeah, here it is. Here's a clip of it, I guess.
Right now, we got Will Neff coming in and Hasan.
Hold on, let me blast off before we get started on the recap, because there's a lot we got to talk about today. Okay, streamer awards recap. Asad regime toppled. Streamer award recap. Asad regime toppled. SNL Sunday. We got a lot to talk about. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. The Jason basketball thing is like is shelved for the time being. Okay. Streamer Wars recap, Sierra recap, SNL recap. Like, yeah, lots of recaps. Lots of things happening in the world. I might win anti-Semite of the year. Are you doing a streamer outfits tier list or focusing on Siri instead? I want to do a streamer outfits tier list. I want to go through it. Yeah. Red carpet tier list. But yeah, we'll do all of it. Get in now. There's updates on the United Healthcare assassin as well, but there's just so much happening. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Let's blast off. I made a thread of all the streamer awards fits. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. If the CEO assassin gets tracked down, do you think he'll be brought to justice alive? Nandre's fits tier list. You're in S tier. Let's go. Let's freaking go, fam. I think I deserve that. I think I deserved an S tier this year. I'll be honest. I went kind of hard. I went kind of nutty mo with it. And also on top of that, I low-key got destroyed. I destroyed my feet for it. You know what I mean? It's like kind of fucked up. I suffered for it. I suffered for it. You have the same fit as some of the people in C tier? No, I don't. Point to a single person in the C tier that is the same fit. Yeah. Chat, beauty is pain. Okay? You need to understand. Beauty is pain. Foolish had a better fit than you. Not gonna lie, I'm a long time watcher. Okay. If you say so. The GOAT tier is Seer. Sean put you in B, T. I think anyone that raised me under an S is doing criminal work. Okay, is doing straightforward criminal work. All right, we got the Macy's playlist. But yeah, let's get started on the streamer awards. So yesterday, end of the broadcast, went to the streamer awards. You already know how that went. I'm sure you guys watched it. Did you skip the interviews of the awards? No, I did. I did do the red carpet, but I don't know where it was posted. I don't know if it was actually posted on the live stream or not, because I was in a haze. The reason why I was in a haze is because I was drinking. I started drinking before we got to the streamer awards. Me and Will decided, fuck it, let's just go crazy. Okay, let's just go nutty mode. And I had some grogs in my fridge that they had sent me, so we slammed some fucking grogs. I had a couple tequila shots too, and all hell broke loose at that point. I was cracking jokes with the Uber driver about the United Healthcare. Like I was trying to see where he was coming from, like what his opinion was on the United Healthcare CEO hit, and he seemingly loved it. The Uber driver was like so on board with it. It was funny. Yeah, grogs and cold ones grog. Yeah. So then we got in. Piker, were you drunk at the clothes store? No. We got in, but before we do that, here, let me show you the trials and tribulations that I went through in order to get to the fit that I arrived at. I think I like the Emma upload. Oh wait, someone sent me the link of the tier list. Does anyone have the link of the tier list? What kind of tequila is a Patron? Or no, Cuervo? I don't fucking know. It was some. Oh, little super cut of Will and Hassan streamer award shopping.
That's a normal size hat. Dude, that's what you have to say is you have to wear that to streamer awards and just say that it's a normal size hat. Bro, this is so overexposed. It's like we're on the sun right now. He would know our way.
Wait, really? It's
You are literally Duke Leto Atreides.
What is this? This is sick.
It's prototypes. They're based in Switzerland. The designers used to be of the original design team.
Why is he naked?
Dude, this is actually, I feel like rumor.
Wait, can you hold this
You
for
have a
second?
pretty face though. You don't have to cover your shit.
Oh,
up.
shut up. Oh, there's a hat.
You look like a Keebler elf.
Dude, it was
It's
so tight.
It's like hurting my nose. My nose is.
Bro, that looks so tight. It looks like you lost a chromosome. Oh my god.
It was like hurting my ears.
Holy shit.
What's up?
This is like a really crazy.
It was like pulling my eyes back. You can tell.
My tits are gonna fall out.
The way you just flop back.
Wait, I do kind of like that I can be like busty anime girl. You know what I mean?
I have a bunch of pants. I'm not.
This is the most Helga ass shoe I've ever seen. It's like, hello, what are you doing? Oh, it's
bad.
just me wearing my shoes. I love social democracy. Fucking my suitcase.
You look like a JoJo character. The silhouette is unreal. I'll kill you if you don't get that coat. I'll murder you.
I could wear this with straight up a tank top.
I honestly hate you.
Yeah, I ended up getting that jacket. It is so fire. I love this jacket. It's so, the waist is so snatched and the shoulder pads were perfect too. Like, it looked fantastic. So I got it. Everyone ranking you low has only seen the 1/3 of the coat. They did not see it buttoned. It's so good. Yeah, that was my mistake. I should have buttoned it up when I don't even know if there's any photos out there. But I am so bad at taking photos, honestly. But yeah, we rolled up drunk. But yeah, here it is.
Well, Hassan said he's got to pee. Hassan, quickly, come on, real quick. 30 seconds. Fuck out of here. Just get your interview out of the way. I don't care if you piss your pants. What are you dropping?
I'm just dropping my bag. Oh, let's go over in the backdrop. Wait, are we moving?
We got to move for Hassan, actually. Hassan's too big, apparently.
Go over there. Go back there.
Yeah, what?
She said trust her. Hassan, we had someone earlier who's the same height as you who beat you in basketball. I forget his name. I'm a piece of shit.
Apparently it was Ted Nivison, and he didn't say that he beat me in basketball. The Brammer's law. Yeah, so I had no idea that people were saying, like, I woke up this morning to people on TikTok and all over Twitter being like, Hassan couldn't be in front of the sponsors because he's too much of a brand risk. And I don't think that that's what happened. But in any case, I didn't even realize that that was like a thing. And last but not least, why the fuck would I care to be in front of the sponsors? Like, why would I be like, oh my God, I really want to be in front of the sponsored branded, like, the red carpet thing? Like, I don't give a shit. You two look like you're going to hurt that little guy. Yeah. I think you beat it to yourself. You are too much into you. What does that even mean? No, he was doing that with everyone. I saw the stream. Oh, Miz farmed that. That's what it is. It was a Miz clip. He kept getting in trouble for not standing in front of the sponsors enough. Not just you. Miz said it on his stream. Is that why? I assume that's where the clip came from, right? Like that's why people are. You made it to Ron's stream only and missed the main interviews. Y'all had to drive back for Caroline's shoes. Yeah. So we didn't. I guess we didn't get to do like all of the main interviews because we didn't get to do the main interviews
Hassan,
because we were too late. Like the main interviews had stopped at that point.
Real quick. 30 seconds. Fuck out of here. Just get your interview out of the way. I don't care if you piss your pants.
What are you dropping? I'm just dropping my bag. Oh, let's go over in the backdrop.
True, but don't you feel like Cutie discriminates you and makes you look like an outlier? Sorry for being parasocial. No, what? What are you guys talking about? What? Chatters, you guys, every time you come up with like a narrative in your head, you should just take a deep breath and be like, am I personally entirely too invested? Yeah, Austin is such a brand risk. They did the same to him and multiple other people. Yeah, he must be. He must have been considered a brand risk. That's why they moved him as well.
We got to move for Hassan, actually. Hassan's too big, apparently.
Go over there. Go back there.
Yeah,
No, not that far. Stay over here. Stay over here.
Okay.
Stay over here. Trust me.
She said trust her.
Hassan's not allowed to stand in front of the
Hassan, we had
sponsors.
someone earlier who's the same height as you, who beat you in basketball. I forget his name. I'm a piece of shit. Gotta pee.
Wow, dude, I actually feel so bad for him because he was trying to push him to the left and then he got told he has to stay there.
No, I was only pushing him because I thought that's where we were supposed to be filming. Like, I don't give a fuck. First of all, I'm drunk. If you think that while I'm rolling in with a mean piss, locked in the chamber, okay, also drunk, if you think that I had the wherewithal to be like, I have to be in front of the sponsors, it's fucking stupid as shit. Why would I care about being in front of the sponsors? I don't even take on sponsorships myself. He was literally told that he's doing the interviews wrong. Yeah. Also, I don't know if they know this, but like we took photos in front of the step and repeat, like official event photos in front of the step and repeat. And I was one of the people that was up for Just Chatting Streamer of the Year. I feel like if this was that big of a contention, if that was that big of a point of contention, like Cutie would have been like quietly been like, hey, can you not show up? This is a major event. I think this is Misgift just clip farming. And then everyone, this has 194,000 views. I suspect that, you know, Misgift was clip farming and then people went along with it because it, I don't know, coincides with their deranged parasocial fantasies. I think people got confused because the crew themselves said to do it in front of the hedges, which gave the audience the confusion. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why this is such a big point of contention. Like, who gives a fuck? Even if it was literally like, Hassan, you can't be in front of the sponsors. Okay. Like, why would I give a fuck?
That actually sucks.
Pressing buttons and keys.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're doing it their own narrative on the drama supper along with the article that dropped. Wait, there was an article that dropped? What article? Yeah, are you not a little disappointed though? Even if you say you don't care, I don't know. Wait, why would I be disappointed? It must be a little disappointing and alienating even though you're indifferent? No. I don't think it's like that, chat. What are you guys talking about? What is happening? New follow an account, age farming? Yeah, I assume it's just like people being like, dude, aren't you sad? Aren't you sad about this? Why would anyone? Yeah. Why would anyone give a shit about this? Is the real question here? I mean, I don't, but why are people talking like this is your Joker moment? Yeah, I know. But yeah. Once again, excellent W Clip Farm for Misgift, I guess. Is kind of funny that people were just like this bent out of shape over it, but yeah, I don't think it was I don't think it was that serious. Here, let's watch the full clip now.
Wait,
what?
Yeah, he said fuck you. Any words?
I don't know who beat me in basketball. Is it J-Dub?
Question or a statement?
J-Dub is the only person who's beat me in basketball. He's 6'10". So I don't know about that.
They're saying mogged.
Banks is here? Goddamn.
Thank you. I like your jacket. I like your jacket. What kind of shoes you got on today, Hassan? What?
I got the Margiela.
Oh, who?
I got the Margiela tabbies on. If you want to zoom in and show that. Oh, you got the camel toe. What do you know about Margiela tabbies?
Hassan, what you know about this right here?
No, see, that's the problem. See, that's the problem.
You love giving back to the people. I love giving back to my wrist.
They can't even hear. They can't even hear you.
They can't hear me?
They can't hear you. You lost the microphone. Let me tell you something, okay? It's not about expensive shit. This is art. This is wearable art right here.
Fuck out of here. That's all I got to say. 4 words. Fuck out of here.
Nah, he did a big one on you. That's an AP. I don't care. Like, what? I can buy expensive watches if I wanted to. I'm not, this is not my thing. How many drinks were you in this part? 2 tequila shots and a grog. Great.
You look amazing too, and I wish you the best.
Where's your ugly ass hat that you normally wear? What the fuck is that about? What's going on? Why do you wear that hat? Why do you brought back?
Why do you wear that fucking face?
I mean, it looks pretty good, I think. I don't know. Ask this man about his fit.
Because you're taking the fucking microphone.
Ask him about his fit.
Talk to me, Will.
I'm trying to bring Mr. Freeze to the red carpet, a modern Penguin Universe Mr. Freeze. It's very warm, but it's very comfy.
Well, you're probably going to be hot inside. It's fucking really hot, and there's no air conditioning.
Oh, nice.
What are you most excited for? Talk to me.
I'm excited to lose.
I'm excited for Notre Dame, Oregon, happening right now. I'm going to watch it on my cell phone. Shouts out. I hope Notre Dame wins.
All right. Well, have an amazing night. I'll see you in there. Do you think I'm going to win IRL Streamer of the Year?
Fuck no.
You know what? I think you will. I think you will, young.
You deserve it. I don't know who the other competitors are, but I'm going to just go ahead and say this man right here. Hey, Ninja, if you're watching this right now, remember when you talk shit about this man right here? I was on board. Hey, listen, I was on your side from the jump. I saw the vision. Okay, Fortnite is back. Double Pump is back. Are you going to play or what's happening?
I played with Madison Beer yesterday. What the fuck? He's going to take a piss. Enjoy the show, Hassan.
My bad. We're peasants.
W Hassan, W Will. You guys may not, obviously. I know how the chat is, obviously political, but Hassan has always had my back. He's always been super nice to me, so shout out to him. And shout out to Will. He let me have a Rust skin for the Rust server, so that was very nice of them. Appreciate it.
They're glazing you in the comments. Let's go. I don't know who the other competitors are, but I'm going to just go ahead and say this man right here. Hey, Ninja, if you're watching this right now, remember when you talk shit about this man right here? I was on board. Hey, listen, I was on your side from the jump. I saw the vision. Okay, Fortnite is back. Double Pump is back. Are you going to play or what's happening?
I played with Madison Beer yesterday. What the fuck?
You just flex. I like how friendly you are towards everybody. Honestly, fuck people that hate you even though you over-respect them. I don't give a shit. Had to be a Hasanabi head working on that production team.
How do you have sex?
Twitch princess.
I don't know what was going on. I don't know why they put me on the reaction.
I have been sent here on a mission.
I don't know why they had me on the reaction stream.
This is for hair.
No! You're not the. How are you?
the way that we were sitting, the way that we were seated, made it so that I couldn't even watch anything. Like, so I couldn't even see what was going on.
Oh, wait.
Wow.
Oh my. God damn it, dude. Are you still on purpose? Keep watching. Will you marry me?
Yes, of course.
Over $250,000. Thank you. That's f***ing insane.
Oh no! Yo!
All up to you.
What are you doing? What are you?
Oh, big grab!
Too bad, Jeremy.
35 hours.
I'm gonna be honest with you. The moment that I figured out my seating arrangement and I was far away from Cutie and Lud for the first time this year, and my ass was sitting next to Austin, I knew I had lost. I posted about it too. Expensive jewelry is counter-revolutionary bourgeois decadence. I mean, I don't really, there is no morality behind it. I just don't fuck with watches like that. I don't understand the purpose of it. I think people being surprised at you being a chill person says more about this community than your politics. No, I think it says more about the hate farms that exist out there. People love clip farming shit. That's what it is. Why don't you like watches? I just don't care about watches. Like, I have an Apple Watch and I use that. That's my primary watch. Like, it's not fashion at all. I just I don't know. I don't like, I care about the utility of my Apple Watch because I track my macros and I track my calories. So I don't really care about anything else. Like, I don't know. I've just never been like I've never been like a massive jewelry fan. Like, that's why all my jewelry is like pretty basic shit. People will say it's like crazy or whatever, but like I never wear anything like super crazy. I just wear like very normal. I wear very normal jewelry. Most of it is thrifted or gifted. I've never been like a timepiece perv, yeah. And there are also certain there are certain watches that I think are cool, especially if there's like tradition associated with it. Especially if it's like an old school, like some like old school Rolly or whatever, like, you know, that's one thing. But I, like, for example, I hate the Richard Milles. Like, I hate them. I genuinely despise them. And when I see someone wear one of those like big face Richard Mille watches, like that are the price of a car, I think less of them. I think they look like shit. And it's specifically a Veblen good that is unique because of how expensive it is, and the price of it is determined by its scarcity and how, like, it's like an NFT. It's like a wearable NFT basically. Like, there's nothing cool about it. There's no history behind it. There's no, like, I'm sure there's a lot of engineering associated with it, but like overall, I think you get that from like an Audemars Piguet or a Patek Philippe or a Rolex, right? Whereas the Richard Mille, I feel like, is just, you know, is so like, there's the spicy takes I log into the stream for. I don't know. I've always hated it. I've always hated the fucking ugly ass. It is garish. That's a great word for it. Garish. Or nouveau riche. It's gauche. It's gaudy. You know? If that makes sense. It is kind of Trump coded. Would you wear a cheap watch if it looked good rather than an expensive cock size compensation one? Yeah, I just don't. Brother, what kind of tabbies are those? Do the heels hurt? Yeah, it's not the heels. It's partially because I think I'm too heavy. It's not the heels that hurt with the tabbies, honestly, chat. It's the foot. What is the front, like near your toes? That part of the foot. That's the part that hurts. Cause wearing it for like, and I didn't have the socks either, but they're so beautiful. The ball of your feet, yeah. I love those fucking shoes, man. They are so God, I really, really love those shoes. I get why people fuck with those things so heavy. The ball of your feet hurt and your toes hurt if you don't get the right socks for it. And I didn't have the right socks for it. I just literally fucking shoved it. I just shoved my sock in between my toe. And I just shoved shoved my foot in there. And honestly, it fucked me up. It jammed my toes. I had zero feeling in my feet by the end of the night. Oh. Yeah, they do look like hooves, but they're sick. Like I was trying to explain to Ron, is wearable art, okay? The workmanship, the craftsmanship, the sourcing of the goods in order to put it together. Every fucking aspect of it is perfect. It's so good. I wish it was like easier to wear. I would rock it way more. And I'm sure some people feel that way about the watches too. Is the overcoat custom or off the rack? No, it's off the rack. But right after shitting on watches, bro, you're not selling us? No, you don't understand. That's my point. Is like different strokes for different folks. Do you feel me? That's what it is. Different strokes for different folks. That's what I always try to stress to people is that like there are things that people like. There are everyone has something that they spend a lot of money on. A lot more than they should, right? For me, I really like fashion. And my whole life I've wanted to be able to fit into nice clothes, be able to wear nice clothes. And now that I have the, financial freedom to be able to do so, it's like, I make it work. And I'm lucky because I get a lot of stuff gifted anyway. Like a lot of brands will send me shit to begin with. But like overall, this fit put together, I mean, I'm wearing like a fucking $15 tank top. You know what I mean? And they still look really good. And I think the fit came together pretty well. I was very proud of myself for this one. You did your big one, Unc. You was doing the Bruce Wayne drip. I wonder if there's like a full fit photo. I wonder where the full red carpet photos are, because we took some red carpet photos afterwards, like me and Will. So we'll see. But yeah. Okay, there was another clip that was getting some love apparently. Yeah, I was on iShowSpeed's account as well. On his vlog, I appeared on it twice. You were so zooted. Yeah, I have no idea what happened here. Nate Cock, he said his friend is like a massive fan of mine, and he was like, "Come, can you dance with me for this TikTok?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." Like right as I entered. He don't want that walk you down. Every day I'm with that, but we got the dough gon' blow it down. Bitch, my brother spent 3K up on the coast, feel better now. Thought you was a good girl. Fashion is a hobby. I sell my own clothes. Clothes deserve to cost a lot more than they do. You're honestly probably paying what clothes are actually worth. Yeah, I mean, the irony is the more expensive clothes get, oftentimes the more sustainable they are and the more work is put into it. But where's that quote from? I don't know. I'd have to figure it out. If you look fine anytime you wear it, looks great. Z, expensive clothes won't save you. Unk default dance? Yeah. Was Miz drama farming when he said you couldn't be around the brand logos? Yes, Chad. What do you mean? Was Miz drama farming? The answer is always yes. When has Miz ever been serious? I mean, yeah, there's other streamers that are not in front of the fucking. Here are some other streamers that Ron was interviewing, not in front of the fucking brand logo as well. I think he was just like going in and out. Go to 19 minutes in the VOD. Wait, this VOD?
Yeah, not a good idea. This seems like the line's a little bit packed. I wouldn't get this on camera because there was like 40 people going through security. Oh, hi, how are you?
I think the step and repeat was where they were snapping pics. That's probably why. You look like you were having a great time. Why people be dramatic? I think it's not enough that people just like watch. It's not enough that people just watch, but instead they want to make sure that like there's some additional drama. It's just content. It's people making content for themselves.
Ron, nice to meet you. What are you most excited for tonight?
Just meeting everyone, honestly. Very excited. There were such.
Why weren't you on the red carpet? I want to see the JoJo outfit. I did. I took a photo in the step and repeat. We came in too late. Yeah, like I had a lot of time to do a red carpet interview with Connor. I think just wanted to show other people being interviewed there for the next 20 minutes. It's all this location. Yeah, I think they were just like switching it up depending on whether or not people were using the step and repeat. We'll do the fit checks in a second. We'll do the fit check tier list. But yeah, we came in late because we had to go back and get Caroline's shoes. But also because we were drinking. So if you don't give them content, they just create it for themselves. Yeah. But it proves for these other communities that they're brigading to advertising Twitch somehow work. People believe anything to support their delusions. Yeah, but like I've said already, narrative is more important than the truth. And for a lot of people, they would rather be wrong. I think for a lot of people, they'd rather be wrong, but like keep up the memes and the feeling and the fifis than to know what the truth is. Like they don't give a shit.
The fighting game category is for games like Smash Bros. And Street Fighter and Tekken. I thought that Tekken was a bald streamer that tweeted slurs on the internet, but turns out that's somebody else.
little tech tone memes. Okay. That was a funny joke. I have the Rufio, I have your thread. Don't worry. I got it right here. And we'll tier list it. We'll do the tier list in a second. But yeah, also fun event overall. I think it went as smoothly as it could. There's always gonna be some shit popping off where people are like, oh, this didn't work out the way it was supposed to or whatever. But I think overall pretty smooth event. Very well run. And I can't wait for the drama that comes afterwards where people are like, this sucked or that sucked or whatever. But for me, How was the food? It was all right. It wasn't that great, but it's never that great. The food is never that great. It's event food. Event food is never going to be that good. What is this? Sketch going to be the reason streamer awards lose their sponsors?
Sports, right? I don't know his name. Stuart.
Yes, I was in the movie Stuart Little, and I have a plane.
You have a what?
I have a plane.
A plane?
Yeah, I fly it sometimes, but I lost it in New York City.
Like a big
No,
plane
not like
or
that. That sounds bad. No, I was talking about Stuart Little, bro.
Okay, everybody calm down. Like first of all, you should be able to do 9/11 jokes. Okay, everybody needs to fucking calm down, chill out, dude. God damn, everyone's become such little annoying little woke skulls, and also on top of that, yeah, like Lud made a CEO joke, you know, United Healthcare CEO joke. That's like way more prescient, way more top of mind, honestly. But it's okay, you know. It's gonna be all right. You know what I mean? It's gonna be fine. Everybody calm down. But yeah, I was on the this was one of my favorite moments, honestly, meeting Speed.
All black tight. Oh, I forgot. I didn't put the jewelry on. We're red. We're the red. Ronaldo.
He looks fucking jacked, by the way. Anyway,
What's good? All right, guys, we're here now. We see our boys later. Sometimes I'll be forgetting I'm a streamer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor to welcome you to the 2024 Streamer Awards. Make some noise!
I love that you're a Speed parasocialist.
Look here, we have the legendary Ice Show Speed. Hey, he beat everyone in sports.
Did you talk to Jake Weber at all? Yeah, I did.
10%, and that's actually a fact. Hey, I was there. Okay. I was there. It is a catch. Mr. Speed, you are nominated for Streamer of the World. How are you feeling? And I'm feeling excited, man. Hey, I can't wait to see who about to win. So let's go. Hey, good luck, fella. I think you can do it. Good, G.
Oh my God. Listen, I DM'd you the other day to tell you how much I appreciate you. You are fantastic. I think you're doing a phenomenal job. I love your evolution. Obviously, Free Palestine all the way.
Yes, sir.
The last time I think you were worried about donating to my charity that I was putting together for Syria and Turkey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Growing up a lot in the last couple of years. I'm a big fan. Turkish donator is obviously the best donator.
Hell yeah.
You know that?
Hasan's not here tonight.
W Glaze. I think it's worthwhile. Like a lot of you don't. Look. I have a lot of charity for people who grow and learn from their past mistakes. The thing is, like, this man is, you know, he was like 16 when he first popped off online. You know what I mean? He could have gone a very different direction with both his content, with the way he carries himself, with what he does. By the way, Cutie is not going to be on the Fear and episode today, but for a very good reason. And maybe you'll find out eventually when the episode comes out. But this is perhaps the only valid reason why Cutie won't be on the Fear and episode that we did, the post-streamer award episode. But there's a very valid and very good reason for it. That's it. Not because she's hungover, no. I know you're tall, but try kneeling a bit to the king next time you look like you're about to kick him out. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I'm not saying nothing. You would speed head glazer? Look, all I'm saying is this dude could have gone a very different like kick streamer route, okay? And instead, I think his output overall is very positive. And I'm always going to give people props when I see them doing good shit, specifically because it's good. It's good to give people positive reinforcement, especially when they're doing good. And I think he's doing great. Like, he has a very good nature about him. He goes all around the world, and he has a very good nature about him. He goes all around the world. He does this like very positive content. It's not inappropriate. It ends up in a unique and Zoomer way. He's only like what, 19 years old. He shows all these different parts of the world in a rather positive way, and I like that. I really appreciate what he does. And on top of that, like, you have to remember something. Like, this dude is not only, there's two key politics, like two key political positions that this dude unironically is far more progressive on naturally. Okay, one, free Palestine. Okay, that's number one. Number two, he's, as far as I understand, he's like actually not like insanely transphobic at all. You know what I mean? Which is crazy to me. Like, it is kind of crazy. Like, he went on a date in Thailand with a trans lady, and was like super chill about it too. He wasn't like, he didn't do the classic like immediate meme farming and act like it was gross or anything like that. Like, that's when I was like, shit, this dude is chill as fuck. Yeah, he is. He could have been in a very different position, I think, at this point in his career, especially at a time when, like, it's easy to farm the right. It's so easy. It's so easy to fucking farm right-wing shit. And he doesn't do that. Yeah, he partied with the trans community in Indonesia. Like, stuff like this, I think, matters. I think it's really good. I really love this shit, and I love to see it. Anyway.
Thank you, dog, man. I really like what you've been doing. Going around, showing different cultures, doing a fantastic fucking job.
Hey, dog.
Hey.
That's it, bro. You killed it, brother. Yes, sir.
Said W. Hassan. This is going to sound like a very corny comparison, but he's literally the Monkey D. Luffy is streaming. No, I don't think it's a corny comparison at all. No, he straight up is Monkey D. Luffy. He really is. Like, his vibes are exactly like that. Yeah, I mean, he loves Luffy too, but his vibes are exactly like that. He just likes to fucking go around and eat food, and is like very open-minded in general. Weirdly athletic for no reason. Like, yeah. It's good for his impressionable fans to see you being normal too. Permission structure to say Hasan is chill as fuck. Yeah, I mean, who cares? Who does that make you in the universe if he's Luffy? Oh, Rayleigh. Easy. But I'll take anything. Sean the Black, thank you for the raid. Heard you rated me as a B tier fit. Oh, no, you gave me S tier? Okay, good. Someone said you gave me B tier. I was pissed. I was like, come on, dude. Hung out with the RDC boys quite a bit last night as well. That was a lot of fun. Great seeing them around. Mark Phillips is still ducking me because he's scared, but that's a whole different point. WRDC, they're great. I love them. It's so funny because, like, I've been such a massive fan of their content for years and years and years. Like, I've been watching them for so long. Okay. Calling a black young man monkey, what the fuck? Are you joking? Do you know what Monkey D. Luffy is? You have to be joking, right? Are you okay, chatter? This is the one friend who's too woke. the one friend who is too woke. Or just old as fuck, honestly. Bait used to be, yeah, woke of the day. Woke of the day chatter. I know it's only an hour in, but you have secured it. Congratulations, chatter. You have won the wokest chatter of the day. Someone sent me the clip of Speed's bedroom, his new bedroom. Okay. Another rosebud bloomed. Yeah. Does anyone have his new gaming setup? For the chatters that don't know, Monkey D. Luffy's a very famous anime character from One Piece, one of the most famous animes of all time, and it happens to be one of my favorite animes and Speed's favorite animes as well. He loves it so much that he literally put Monkey D. Luffy all around, plastered it all around his room, his new gaming setup. His literal fucking desk is the Gum pistol arm. And he has Monkey D. Luffy's head right above his bed. Yeah. So, and I think he has a One Piece tattoo as well. Yes, I'm joking. Love you. Yeah. Damn. That's actually sick. All right. Anyway. He has Luffy tagged in his main IG bio too, by the way. Yeah. You should get a full sleeve in Japan. Yeah. Maybe. But that's enough I Show Speed Glaze. But you know, I just wanted people to know. I think it's worthwhile to praise people by judging the industry that they're in. I grade people on a curve all the time. This frustrates a lot of people. They don't understand it, but I judge them not by their past actions, but what they are now and who they become on their own journey. I understand everyone is imperfect. And I think that people coming in, I think that overall, you know, growing up online, being super famous, he could have evolved into something much different. Compilation of Ron's interviews is golden.
Worse if I went like,
oh yeah, fan here.
hi Ron, how you doing? You having a good time?
Okay, get the fuck out of here.
All
Go.
right.
Oh my.
I know it's hard to
Oh my God, that's loud as fuck.
remember the people we used to be.
Hasan, we had someone earlier who's the same height as you who beat you in basketball. I forget his name. I'm a piece of shit.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he said fuck you. Any words? Are you gonna win today? Fuck no, you're not beating Jason. What? You're not beating Jason. The fuck? What you excited for tonight?
I'm just excited to, be here with everyone, honestly.
Nah, come on, give a cool answer. Fuck all that. Fuck yeah.
Answer?
I love Mountain Dew.
I love Mountain Dew. I'll tell you what, when I wake up, crank open a Mountain Dew. I sit down and take a shit, crank open a Mountain Dew. I go to the library, got a Mountain Dew. I go to strip club, Mountain Dew.
Anyways.
Great.
Yeah, I think we're seated next to each other in there.
Oh, we are?
Yeah, I think so.
I can't wait. It'll be awesome.
Yeah, all right, I'll let you through. I'll let them take your pictures. I'll just lie my ass off, Steve. See you soon, guys. See you at the table. Yo, fat ass, keep it moving. I got shit to do.
Yes, I was in the movie Stuart Little, and I have a plane.
You have a what?
I have a plane.
A plane?
Yeah, I fly it sometimes, but I lost it in New York City.
Like a big
No,
plane.
not like that. That sounds bad.
Look at us. Like, we're all celebrating, and that's what's important.
I love that. And
This low key was a fit. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Like, I know it's an ad, but like, what a way. What a way to do a fucking hashtag ad. You know what I mean? That's how you do it right. Come on, wearing a sponsor is crazy. I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you. It's wild that I've never thought that I would see the day where there was like a fucking insane wearable ad like this where I would, you know, give it the props necessary.
And I love that for you. One more thing real quick. Here, let's mute the mic. Can we rig the fucking thing for me so win, please?
Places.
PC Xbox Game Pass.
PC, you know what that stands for?
What?
Population control. They're putting something in the pigeons.
I'll see you in there. Do you think I'm gonna win IRL Streamer of the Year?
Fuck no.
If you could compare me to one celebrity, what would it be? You know what I'm saying.
Danny DeVito?
A lot of people that are coming in that I have no clue who they are. Oh, it's over. Get your GGs ready. Get your GGs ready. Stop saying this is a cuck corner. I'm sure he'll be out here in the next 30 seconds anyway, calling me short, ugly, and whatnot.
Bro, you're not short.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. No. The chat. W-Oz.
What's your opinion on performance-enhancing drugs?
I love, were people skiing at the Streamer Awards? You mean like doing coke? I don't think so. How the fuck would I know that? I'm a boring ass nerd, brother. I'm a boring ass loser.
Is that good, Steve? Sorry about that. He's special. Ignore him.
It's the compliments are flooding in.
Nobody has complimented my outfit.
I know, it's because you went with my grandma just passed away, but I don't know.
Oh, the Hasanabi lookalike contest happened in in Chicago, and I don't know who the winner is here. I don't know what happened there. It was let's just say it was sparsely attended. It seems. Here are the Hassans from the Hasanabi lookalike competition. Congratulations, guys. I feel like this got lost in the sauce a little bit because the United Healthcare assassin lookalike competition kind of took this away. A lot happened when this was originally announced, but I'm glad that there were some Hasanabis out there. Walmart Hassan. Okay, chat, calm down. People are just having fun, okay? Was the Mayan better than the Will turn in your opinion? I don't fucking know. I guess. Sure. I wanted to go out, but it was cold. Come back to Chicago one day. This one banged, by the way. I posted Free Palestine last night with Speed. I forgot to even fucking tag him in the photo. And it got 176,000 likes. It's crazy. I want the real Hassan, not the fake one.
XQC,
Was this you shouting about XQC phase?
where are you at? Hey, XQC, let me ask you a question. Okay, so wait, what are you gonna tell him?
No, don't tell him. Hey, it's official. Newest phase member 2024. XQC, Phase X in the chat.
Look at that. XQC looks.
No, that wasn't me. I didn't even realize. I don't think I was. I think I was busy chowing down at this point. Will ordered galbijim from Sanandang, and I went over to that table and I was just fucking downing it. I was downing that shit. A dude commented on the pic saying he hates how streamers use Palestine as a grift for money. Lamau. Wait, what? I think there's something very funny about saying a person, any person in general is like grifting as a pro-Palestine person, but it's additionally funny and goofy to say that about someone like myself because, you know, I think we all know what happens when you are openly pro-Palestine. It's not exactly a lucrative grift, if you catch my feelings, if you catch what I'm saying. Like, so many people have fucking lost their jobs, get called an anti-Semite, get arrested. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, it's the best grift ever, where it follows you everywhere you go, where they just send emails. They send emails, they blacklist you, they send emails to like every advertiser or every fucking outlet that covers you without calling you a terrorist. It's a lot. It's very lucrative. I highly recommend it. Yeah, it's a grift where the person stays true to their convictions and then loses loses money and job opportunities. It's a super, super fun grift. If it was a very lucrative grift, I think you would see, I don't know, Walmart and SNL and all these other fucking liberal institutions openly doing. It would be like BLM. BLM was like sedated and commodified, and very quickly after that, you know, you had the Walmarts throwing up the black fist and stuff. We have not gotten to that point with the Free Palestine movement yet. It's the same bullshit as saying you can't have money if you're a socialist. Yeah, I know. But can we segue into the fit checks of the merch giveaway? Sure. We'll do the fit checks in a second. In my opinion, anti-Semitic right-wingers like Dan Bilzerian are the only people you can say are pro-Palestine grifters. Yeah, I mean, I think like there are people who are anti-Israel, but damn, everyone is spamming enter. Yes, gifted merch is back. Remember, all the merch is still going to charity. Raíces, Texas, which is a 501c3 that works with undocumented migrants in the state of Texas. You don't have to be American to enter, but you still have to pay, I think, the shipping fees, but you get the merch for free because someone else bought it for you in the community. It's a wonderful opportunity to give back. It's kind of like gifted subs, which is another wonderful opportunity to give back to the other members of this community if you'd like. You can also subscribe on your own to show support for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can get gifted a sub as well. Anyway, Tejo Kuja, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Did you not link up with Buddha? I did. I love Buddha. I love seeing Buddha. Throwing bagels at a wall. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Caked up bot. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Jorosara. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Can I upload edits to Spotify? Sure. Motorface. Thank you for the 5. Leonard's Politics. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Woo. Okay. Let's keep going. We're cooking here. Did you stop doing ad breaks? Yeah. When my contract ended with Twitch, I stopped doing ads. Bo Sung Kwan, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ken DeLu, thank you for the 5 gifted. Did you meet Damon Albarn in London? Yes, I didn't know who he was originally, but I did meet him. I forgot to mention, yeah. I wrote this in the Discord. I forgot to mention, but the Gorillaz lead singer / Blur's daughter is a massive Hasanabi head and made her dad come to the Oxford Union. Yeah, he was there. After my Oxford Union speech, I met him and his daughter. Yeah. How do you forget that? I don't know. It's chill. Oh, wow. There was actually a lot more in the turnout than I thought. Wait, never mind. There were hella people there. That's crazy. What the fuck? Y'all are so jobless. Oh my God. Y'all are so fucking jobless, dude. I thought that like 10 people showed up. Oh my God. You fucking jobless ass motherfuckers. I know it's Sunday. I know. I'm glad that there was a little impromptu fan meetup in the middle of Chicago. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Calm down. This was for the Hasanabi head lookalike competition. Did you do a different speech at Oxford? Yeah, I did. Hasanabi had meetups without Hasan there. Yeah. I'm proud of you guys. What is this? And then they interviewed the winner.
What's up, Hasan?
I won the Hasanabi lookalike contest here in Chicago, and I have the little trophy. And 50
Oh
bucks
my
for
God,
it.
you got a
Yeah,
little
dude, they gave me a
trophy? That's
Yeah.
sick. What are you gonna do with your $50?
Fucking buy breakfast. I think I haven't eaten all day.
Hell yeah, that's
yeah,
sick.
Hell yeah.
What are you guys doing, man? The one time when I was at uni, my parents had my birthday cake without me. Same energy. Yeah. Was he in the Hasanabi lookalike competition too? What's happening here? Did you also meet Tara Yumi? Yeah, I did. I met her. I told her that I had seen her with Quen talk about me, which is probably not the best thing to tell someone, but yeah. Tara Yummy, sorry, not Yumi. Also, Kaisanat just won Kaisanat won just chatting streamer, meaning we won't get a tasteful nude photo shoot of Hasan. Yeah. Yep. It's true. You did this. You did this. Sorry. You guys, did you meet Asian Bunny? Yes. I had met Asian Bunny already. She made a beautiful portrait of me that she gave to me at TwitchCon, one of the TwitchCons that I was at. But yeah, I met her again, and she was like, "Where'd you put the portrait?" Straight up. I don't know where it is. It's here somewhere though. Please, Hasan, just one tasteful nude shoot and my life is yours. Nope. Nope.
I would let this 40-year-old grown man fuck me in my tight ass.
What? Okay, calm down, dude. Chill. Why are you exposing my alt account? Why can't Kai ever show up to the event? Kind of lame. He wins so much but can't be there. I'm not gonna lie. Like, look, no disrespect. I mean, obviously Kai deserves all of his flowers. I've consistently said he is one of the best streamers, and it's obvious. He's one of the best streamers in both providing entertainment value, truly changing and redefining the genre in and of itself. Having said that, however, yeah, I wish he would attend these things because I feel like, I don't know. It's just like, I mean, he basically swept. And like even with my just chatting streamer competition, where I lost to him. He's the most popular streamer. I thought I would have lost to Nick. Like, I didn't think I was going to win, but I really thought Nick would have won. And I really wanted Nick to win because I think he deserves it. Released the count. I want to know if my streamer got second place. I probably didn't even get second place. Nick probably got second place. But, yeah. Kai did not come because he read a magician would be performing during the awards. Yeah. Dark arts. Yeah. I think the fact that Nick got the Streamers Awards is even better, honestly. Yeah. Get Nick Mullen on stream. On the last taps, he talked about it and wanted to do streaming. Really? Anybody know why Keizo doesn't attend? I think Keizo and Jinxie both have like a real valid fear of flying. If I'm not mistaken. But it was cool to see Speed win, but I would like for you to get some recognition at some point. I mean, I think I get enough recognition. I've won I've won an award every single year except for this one. And also beyond that, I've done a lot this year that I think I never really thought I would do. So it's okay. You know what I mean? Plus, I'm about to win Anti-Semite of the Year. So there's that. Best outfit on the carpet? Yeah, they went crazy. They always do it crazy, though. They always do it crazy big. Yeah. I think I'm getting plenty of recognition. I don't know if you guys know this, but I just came back from London where I spoke at both Oxford and also Cambridge Union. So, you know, it's pretty good.
You could also serve steaks. You could be a ventriloquist.
A lot, guys. I needed to sit down. This has been a lot. I do not look homeless. What's wrong with you guys?
Look at you, man.
And then I had to go back to Jason the Weed. Oh, man. God damn, I fucking hate that guy. That guy fucking sucks.
That might be better than Madison Beer.
Get the fuck inside.
Red carpet pics are in? Where? Where are they? You're gonna win Anti-Semite of the Year and then get deported? Okay, let's chill. Let's chill out. Okay, let's not say that. Oh shit! The awards, the Getty red carpet picks are in. Let me see. Wait, my picks are not on it though. What the hell? God damn it. I really wanted to see a full fit. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's just Will. Will with the Jets player. Is Ray coming over for the fit pics later? No, because she's doing something secret. So unfortunately this year we're not going to be able to keep up with the tradition. Brand risk? No, chatters. You guys jokingly say this shit and then people like legitimately believe it. Okay. No. I got flicked up at the red carpet in one of the step and repeats and I want to see it, but I don't know where it is. Maybe it's not on Getty. Yeah, this is what happened as well. Did I spend a whole week covering Syria just for it to fall the day I decide not to stream politics? Yes, that's exactly what happened. What's up with FaZe Clan at the Streamer Awards? What do you mean? I will be covering Syria today. Yes, chat. Yes, chatters. In due time, it's happening. What the fuck? Best boy love kissing scene in 2024. Cutie didn't cook you Will and Austin this year.
Had an amazing year. We've got a lot of great stories to cover. Some good news. Tyler 1 and Michaela have a baby.
Yeah, we didn't get cooked this year. We didn't even make the cut to get cooked this year by Cutie. She doesn't love us. It's okay. She's moved on. She's moved on to bigger and better things. Can you take more breaks from streaming so the history can move forward? Yeah. FaZe Clan looks like those high school bullies, but you can tell they've had bad home lives, so you don't hold a grudge. Why are you guys fantasizing about this stuff? I don't think it's like that at all. I think it... Oh, she did make a joke about me? I didn't even realize that she made a joke about me. I didn't know. She kind of cooked me in the yearly recap. I didn't even hear it. People were screeching about the ad. Yeah, this is like, it's a bit, man. I don't know why people are taking this shit seriously. Like, obviously, this is not real piss, chat. Yeah, they're just doing rage bait. This is somehow gayer than all of them just kissing. Oh. Yeah, they were doing the Kanye thing. I don't know why the fuck they put it in a real urinal though, because that's kind of nasty. Then you gotta... The funny thing about that is that it's a bit of a self-own, because you take your fucking awards and then you put it in a real urinal and then you have to carry it everywhere with you for the rest of the night, which they did. So and yeah, I mean, it's funny that they were trying to do this, but like I said, it's a bit of a self-own, I think, a bit of an own goal. Did you talk Jacksepticeye? I did.
I'm also excited to announce that this stream is being brought to you with limited ads, thanks to all the articles written about Hasan, who's not even in his fucking seat. Where is
I didn't even see. I didn't even know that this was a thing that happened.
he? Oh, he's talking to Speed.
I didn't even realize that was. I didn't even hear it.
I'm also excited to announce that this stream is being brought to you with limited ads, thanks to all the articles written about Hasan.
You can literally hear this in the background, this B vlog. Oh. Bro was drunk. Yeah, I was a little drunk. Fanboy. Emily CC says she was afraid to talk to you. Wait, what? Why? You were talking to Speed during it here? That's so funny.
Oh my God. Listen, I DM'd you the other day to tell you how much I appreciate you. You are fantastic.
Oh my God, you can see it in the teleprompter in the background.
I think you're doing a phenomenal job. I love your evolution. Obviously, Free Palestine all the way.
Yes, sir.
The last time I think you were...
That's so funny. Kismet, dude. What a time. How incredible the timing of that. The coincidence. That's so funny that you can hear it in the background. I had no idea. Oh my God, I'm gonna quote tweet that. I had no idea that Cutie was making a joke about limited as their support. Are you doing a pod today? I already did the pod. I had no idea that Cutie Cinderella was making a joke about me having articles written about my pro Palestine position limiting ads. I was talking to Speed here. Please, sir, Syria takes. Hello, human rights. Take a week off. Were you and Will hungover? Yes. We already recorded. We recorded the podcast.
Worried about like donating to my charity.
When are we getting the Hassan X Duke pod? I don't think so. I don't think it's happening. But please, Hassan, talk about Syria. I must know what to think. You guys are so crazy. All right. Just saw Trump in Paris at my hotel. He's actually orange. I mean, that's not surprising. Have you ever thought about having Bassem Youssef on? Yes. I'm going to have him on most likely in person soon when he's back in LA. Chuckle Sandwich episode is dropping next week, I believe. Was Barron Trump really at the Streamer Awards? Yeah, really. What is this? UAW Local 2179 picketing outside of Strand bookstore for fair wages. Strand is officially on strike. I will share the strike fund once it goes live. I'm also planning on going to LA and hoping to highlight this on a large Turkish man stream. Motherfucker didn't even text me. Honestly thought Hassan the Hun had the best fit last night. Thank you. Thank you, Nandre. I agree. Charlie XEX had a pretty solid fit. I mean, I saw the jiggle physics. I saw the jiggle physics on her red carpet or green carpet, whatever the fuck that is. But you know, it was pretty crazy. All right, we'll do the Streamer Awards fits in a brief moment. Had that. We got some Syria takes coming up as well. Fear not. Is there anything I'm missing? Bella Porch and Iron Mouse's performances were fucking sick. Yeah. Your Rage is back. Here, I'll play this. I'll play this while I go pee.
Nah, did that warm up or no? Like, take it off.
Damn.
This is your last time your hands are gonna be free. Stretch. 10 seconds. 10. Get Chris.
Motto flight, man.
What that mean?
That's my dog.
Really? Wait, why they said that? I think they might be talking about like the chocolate bar or something.
Ooh. That hurt. That hurt bad. Well, let's go. Wait. I ain't finished my other shit yet. All right, where was I? That's way too far back. Hell no.
Broderick Music.
All right, let's go.
Wait, today? He'll still be on Kick, and he's still on Kick per his last Instagram post, but he's gonna be streaming at. As a Menace citizen, I'm confused as fuck about Syria. Don't think Hassan has a clue on what's going on either. No, I'm fully aware of what the fuck's going on in Syria. I've been talking about it for this past week. Now Aiden is coming back. It seems there's actually been some drama in the past few months between the CEO of Kick/Steak and Aiden. I'll be making a full video on why I'm leaving Kick indefinitely. I'm stepping down officially, and I will be going into detail about this week. I will tell you all everything. With that being said, I'm going to fully focus on being reinstated on Twitch. Thank you. I think Aiden has a long way to go if he wants to get, like, I have no say in this process, obviously. But I think Aiden has a long way to go if he is making a good faith effort. But he has done so much over the past fucking year when he was at Kick. Like, his community is so, like, he needs to literally purge his community. He needs to literally purge his community. There's so many fucking vicious, anti-Semitic, like, psychos in his community. Like, it's not even, like, it's not going to be easy, man. That shit takes, it's probably some personal grievance over anything moral. His community, you mean him? No, I'm saying even if he was like taking a good faith effort and like legitimately trying to change his ways, it's a long way to go. Do you think the kickback is drying up? Probably. I don't fucking know. Like, it's just, his community is so fucking vicious. Like, so toxic, so vicious, like, straight up. This is absolutely the type of shit. This is absolutely the type of shit that, like, Twitch cares about in terms of, like, terms of service. Like, they don't play around with that. I know everybody loves like a story, like a comeback story or whatever. What is this? Oh man, he wouldn't be on Kick without me. I built Kick through Bruce, which brought Rage, XT, etc. What's called? You should not be so disrespectful to your daddy, Aiden Ross, like that. You had that bot to beat my Donald Trump stream. They are using you as a stake funnel, my boy. Also, you get paid a month when I make a stream. Respect your father. Yeah. I think it's a weird precedent. I think it's a weird precedent to just be like, look, I love rehabilitation. You guys know this. And I love it to a point where people get very mad at me and say I'm far too charitable to those who are not deserving of charity. Having said that, however, I think, I don't know what the internal drama is with Aiden Ross, and I don't know what the internal drama is with Aiden Ross and Kick and Steak, but like the years that he spent on Kick, he did so much. I mean, he did so much to his own brand. He did so much reputational damage, and also simultaneously, he just like leaned so far into unimaginable far right content, collaborating with like straight up Holocaust deniers and shit. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And it was poison. It was poison from the jump. This is something that I very clearly called out years ahead of time. Okay? This is something that I called out years ahead of time. When it was first forming, when Kick was first forming, I said, when Kick was first forming, I said, not having any sort of terms of service application is going to make this platform a space for pedophiles and neo-Nazis, right? And people yelled at me for it. I said that Kick was a cutout for Stake. I said that Kick was a carve out for Stake so that they could do cryptocurrency gambling sponsorships and use it as a funnel to move a bunch of people into, you know, getting a lifelong crippling gambling addiction. But not only that, not only did that happen, but also on top of that, there were so many like insane like neo-Nazi fucking content creators that popped off. And I would say that Kick in and of itself damaged the entire streaming space because of all of the visibility of the crazy, insane shit that Kick streamers were doing. That literally made people hate streaming even further, which was already, you know, there was already a lot of valid reasons to hate streamers. We're out of touch. We're rich. We're spoiled. You know, all we do is sit in front of a fucking computer and make a shit ton of money. But Kick definitely didn't help. You know what I mean? All the clips that Stake was paying for, the entire clip farming Twitter ecosystem that was created, that also happened to be the fuck Hasan ecosystem on Twitter as well. That serializing, harassing people, having metas like, you know, creating CSAM, like all of this stuff. Yeah, Johnny Somali agitated entire nations. It's just so bad. It's just so bad across the board. And you also used to say that you wanted it to succeed for a competition against Twitch before the insane levels of shit on there. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind having like healthy competition in the streaming space because it's good for streamers and it's good for the watchers as well. I timestamped
On top of
it.
that, I do wish you well on Kick. I really do, because I want a competitor.
This is from March 20th, 2023. Hasanabi debates Trainwrecks TV.
I want a competitor to Twitch because I think that would make the platforms overall better. But make no mistake, ironically, you started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or fucking hot tub streamers and the meta was awful. And now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
Wait. Let me respond to that. First of all, me going on rants about titty streamers 4 years ago or however long ago that was.
Oh, your positions have changed?
Oh, so have H3's positions changed?
Oh, no, I love that. I love that.
Can you change?
Yeah, of course. If your positions on titty streamers have changed, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Okay.
I'm glad.
Okay.
But I don't think your positions have changed so much that you think it's okay to show minors porn, right? I don't think that's the case, right?
Of course not.
Yo!
That's definitely.
Anyway, the classic 2v1, I was there. Yeah, this was fun stuff. Who was the streamer showing content to minors? Oh, it was Aiden Ross. We got the Wikipedia page for socialism up on the side, too.
weird as hell for him to do that. But to
Yeah.
bring it from the
How
point
many
you're
days
bringing
did he
it
get
right
banned
now
for
is
that?
completely
Off of Kick.
disingenuous.
How many days did Aiden Ross get banned off Kick for that?
That's not in my power, but I push for it all the
Wait, what? If we care about anti-Semitism, and I know we do, we need to stay away from Bassem Youssef. Please don't give more ammunition by having a genuinely anti-Semitic person on stream. He parrots conspiracies about Jewish media control and the libel against Leo Frank. Wait, what? Really? Bassem Youssef is like a liberal, dude. I thought Bassem... What? I am completely unaware of this if he's done stuff like that. I didn't personally like how much he was like joking around with Dan Bilzerian, who I do think is like an actual anti-Semite, but I don't think Bassem Youssef is I'd be shocked. Yeah, I think like the shit that he does, the shit that he on Theo Von, he talked about Jews owning the media, and then on Twitter about Leo Frank stuff. Wait, what the fuck? I did not know this at all, chatter. Holy shit. He retweeted one thing that was bad. What is this? After a Leo Frank rant that recycled anti-Semitic tropes and sounded almost like Candace Owens, who's gone deep into the anti-Semitic territory, I hope that Mehdi Hassan is the tail remove Bassem Youssef from a list of affiliated contributors. What is this? Tomorrow marks 109 years since Leo Frank was lynched by a hate-filled mob in Georgia. Wait, what? Wait, I don't know. I don't know enough about this. I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck this is. Isn't this like the inception of the Leo Frank lynch mob story? Judge for yourself.
The American media are running with the lies.
But a lot of American media is.
If you say that, that would be anti-Semitic. So I'm not going to go there. All right?
Oh, is that anti-Semitic?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's playing a little close. He's playing a little fast and loose there for my taste, but I think he's just trying to be a comedian. But I do think this is
they're telling me everything that I say now is anti-Semitic.
I didn't know that.
But I'm saying that even the Jewish people in Israel telling you these are lies.
Well, my Jewish friends who they say that the media is mostly run by Jewish folks. I don't think that's.
It is.
They told me that.
It is. All of the corporates.
This is this is bullshit. I don't agree with this at all. I don't agree with Theo Von saying that, and I've heard Theo Von say this before, and I have criticized it as well. I think this is like super fucking old school. It's probably one of the most. It's one of the most like insidious forms of it too, and I think this like whether intentionally or unintentionally doesn't matter. Absolutely fucking leans into. Norm Finkelstein said this also. Yeah, well, Norm Finkelstein is literally the son of Holocaust survivors, and he is, a Jewish man. It's also my position. My position on this has always been one: Jews are not fucking monolithic. Okay, like it doesn't matter. This is the idea that like there are Jewish people in fucking media, and that therefore. This somehow feeds into the pro-Israel position is so fucking ridiculous, especially because guess who I have on my fucking show all the time? Jews in media, okay? The fuck? Some of the most like aggressive anti-Zionists out there are the very same Jewish people that work in media that I have on my stream. It's ridiculous. I don't think that this is like appropriate. I don't agree with it. I don't like this at all. Maybe not give Ethan and D-Bag ammunition. No, I'm openly calling this shit out.
All the CEOs are, but that's a different. But I don't want to go into their intention. I'm just giving you a case that it didn't have.
We can't say that though.
Well, according to a bill that was passed by the Congress 2 months ago, there's now an anti-Semitic bill that any criticism to Israel will be counted as anti-Semitic. Any criticism to Jewish people who might have a dual loyalty to Israel and America, if you attack them, that will be called anti-Semitic. If you talk about AIPAC controlling the elections and giving money, that's anti-Semitic. And it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, this is way too fucking close to like. It's way too close to the fucking you know. It's just like he's talking about dual loyalty and shit. Like this is not something that I've ever personally agreed with. I don't give it any fucking room to breathe whatsoever, and I think it's a very dangerous. Yeah, the Jews that occupy leadership positions in media have those jobs because they're right-wing capitalists, not because they're Jewish. Exactly. Let's bring back my favorite anti-Semite destroyer. Okay. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who talks very famously about the enmity caused against Jews in Tsarist Russia. His speech is important to remember because it is prescient even now. It's something that I have brought forward many times over. All of this enmity is a simple distraction. It is hatred that those, which by the way, I did talk about at the Oxford Union speech as well. Enmity towards Jews is an old trick by those in positions of power even before capitalism existed, even before the Industrial Revolution. It is utilized as a simple mechanism of distraction. Okay? Anti-Semitism means spreading enmity towards the Jews. When the accursed Tsarist monarchy was living its last days, it tried to incite ignorant workers and peasants against the Jews. The Tsarist police, in alliance with the landowners and the capitalists, organized pogroms against the Jews. The hate of the workers and the peasants. The landowners and capitalists tried to divert against the Jews. In other countries, too, we often see the capitalists fomenting hatred against the Jews. In order to blind the workers, to divert their attention from the real enemy of the working people, capital. Hatred towards the Jews persists only in those countries where slavery to the landowners and capitalists created abysmal ignorance among the workers and the peasants. Only the most ignorant and downtrodden people can believe the lies and slander that are spread about the Jews. This is survival of ancient feudal times, when the priests burned heretics at the stake, when the peasants lived in slavery, and when the people were crushed and inarticulate. This ancient feudal ignorance is passing away. The eyes of the people are being opened. It is not the Jews who are enemies of the working people. The enemies of the working people are the capitalists of all countries. Among the Jews, there are working people and they form the majority. They are our brothers who, like us, are oppressed by capital. They are our comrades in the struggle for socialism. Among the Jews, there are kulaks, exploiters, and capitalists, just as there are among the Russians and among the people of all nations. The capitalists strive to sow and foment hatred between workers of different faiths, different nations, and different races. Those who do not work are kept in power by the power and strength of capital. Rich Jews, like rich Russians and the rich in all countries, are in alliance to oppress, crush, rob, and disunite the workers. Shame on accursed Tsarism, which tortured and persecuted the Jews. Shame on those who foment hatred towards the Jews, who foment hatred towards other nations. Long live the fraternal trust and fighting alliance of the workers of all nations in the struggle to overthrow capital. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. There is perhaps no more concise and prescient statement on the unnecessary division that is very successfully created. For people who must be united in one cause, that people who have the exact same class positions and the exact same struggles and the exact same wants and needs, it's simply one of the oldest forms of bigotry. And the reality of the matter is, it is a very successful method. I do not agree with it. I think it's untrue, first and foremost. I think that's the simplest way to put it, right? I don't agree when people say, like, nah, you don't understand. This is how Jews are. It's like, no, they're not. There is no singular group that is monolithic, okay? It does not exist. That's not a real concept, okay? That is mystical thinking. That is idealistic thinking. That is good-bad dynamics. I do not traffic in these conspiracies, and I do not believe in these arguments, because that's not how human beings are, okay? It is immaterial and unproductive, and created as a mechanism of distraction. And I think a lot of people fall into these fallacies because of their liberalism, okay? Liberalism causes people to think in good-bad dynamics, okay? Liberalism causes people to think in terms of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And when you think that way, you always have to find an enemy, okay? Someone has to be doing things, pulling the strings, because you refuse to see that those who are openly pulling the strings in broad daylight and engaging in class collaboration are those in positions of power, the capital owners, a consortium, a network of capital owners who are in positions of power all around the globe, regardless of their background. And they do this because they've designed society in a way that suits the profit motive. They do this in a way to ensure that they still end up reinforcing the structures that bind us. Okay? Let's see what Noam Chomsky had to say about this.
A little bit different. For one thing, there's two questions. There's a number of questions to ask about the, the book, I'm sure. Yeah.
Lenin died 25 before Israel. We live in a different world today. It don't matter. If you think Lenin's analysis in that regard is not applicable, when in fact the time when he was alive was infinitely more susceptible to anti-Semitic ways of thinking. He's talking about World War I with respect to capital owners causing division amongst nations. So even if you were to talk about this from the framework of Israel alone, right? Lenin would understand that there are workers who are also united in their class struggle against capitalists, even in a nation state such as Israel. Anyway, Leo Frank was a Jewish man who was lynched because he was wrongfully convicted for the murder of teenager Mary Fagan. Jury believed the black man's testimony to Jim Conley over Frank's. A witness averred on his deathbed that he saw Jim Conley kill Fagan. Leo Frank is used as a dog whistle for Jewish people doing crimes of pedophilia and killing children. Saying Frank is guilty today, he's literally just dog whistling. Yeah, I didn't know that. Sorry. I mean, I don't know the full details of the Leo Frank story. I know that it was like the pivotal reason why the ADL began.
One thing has to do with the quality of their claims. The other is about its reception. Notice that I think it is well received, and I think the reason is it exculpates the U.S. government. It says, look, we're fine. But what can we do? There's this powerful Jewish lobby that's controlling us. So we'd be delighted to be benevolent and,
Dude, banger. Straight up. It abdicates responsibility away from America, American capitalists, the American State Department. It's such a comfortable little narrative. And it is no different. It's a dual narrative that exists when Americans also look at the situation in Israel and go, well, they say they're doing this for Jews, right? And think, okay, maybe fucking this has something to do with Judaism. Like they're saying they're doing this for Judaism, right? When in fact, American Jews have very different opinions and a very different relationship with Israel from one another. They are not in agreement with one another on their relationship with Israel and how it must exist or how it should exist. And this is before we even factor in the very desperate and very deliberate social conditioning that exists and how Zionism has basically reformed itself as a new national religion for a lot of Reform Jews in America. Okay? In their upbringing, in their development. Having said that, however, we always forget to mention something truly important in this process, which is Christian Zionism. Christian Zionism historically has predated Jewish Zionism. It blows my mind that people just simply don't understand this. Like, it was actually Jews in the UK that openly criticized the Balfour Declaration. Lord Balfour was not exactly a fan of Jews. He was, however, a Christian Zionist. We never consider CUFI, Christians United for Israel, and its importance in this subject. We never consider that there are 10 times more rabid evangelical Christian Zionists in this country than there are Jews in total. Anti-Zionist, Zionists, it doesn't matter. The number of Christian Zionists in this country who believe in a Armageddon theological justification for why Israel must exist in the ways that it does as a ethno-state for the chosen sons of God numbers 10 times more than the number of Jews all Jews in general, anti-Zionist Jews, pro-Zionist Jews, ultra-Zionist Jews alike. Yeah, Zionism started with Balfour, clueless. No. Do you think that I am unfamiliar with the inception of Zionism? Do you think I don't know who fucking Theodore Herzl is? Are you stupid? I'm just saying that Theodore Herzl, despite being secular himself, had to make as many different arguments as he possibly could to justify this to an audience of global Jewish community, to an audience of Jews who did not like the argument at all originally. Edwin Montague was the only Jewish minister at the time who was very critical of the Balfour Declaration. He barely justified it. He called it straight up settler colonialism. No, that's a justification, chatter. It was a different time. That was him selling it to other colonialists to say, we will aid in your effort of controlling this region. That is a justification. We just look back at it now. That's the reason why the early JNF, like Jewish National Funds and whatnot, were openly considered colonial funds. Like they knew that what they were doing was settler colonialism, and that's how they were trying to present it to non-Jews who were also involved in this process, who also were like, no, this is great. Theodore Herzl originally went to the Ottoman Empire and was like, give me Palestine. The Ottoman Empire was like, no. No thanks. Yeah. Herzl famously rode the Cecil Rhodes. You are being invited to help make history, Herzl rode the roads. It doesn't involve Africa, but a piece of Asia Minor. Not Englishmen, but Jews. How then do I happen to turn to you, since this is an out-of-the-way matter for you? How indeed? Because it is something colonial. You, Mr. Rhodes, are a visionary politician or a practical visionary. I want you to put the stamp of your authority on the Zionist plan and to make the following declaration to a few people who swear by you. I, Rhodes, have examined this plan and found it correct and practicable. It is a plan full of culture, excellent for the group of people for whom it is directly designed, and quite good for England, for Greater Britain. This man was only invested in the development of a Jewish ethno-state. Okay, Theodor Herzl. And there were, he was far from the most aggressive at the time. I would say Jabotinsky was far worse in his commentary and his rhetoric and his open declarations and allegiances with fascism. But Theodor Herzl, seen as the, godfather of Israel, did not really care. He had one mind. He had one mindset. He would go and make a religious justification to religious Jews. He would go and make a secular justification to secular Jews. He would go and make a colonialist justification to colonialist non-Jews. It didn't matter. Do you understand? It was more so just, I really want this. I really want this bad. But let's get back to Noam Chomsky. Yeah, even a socialist justification. That's the other part. Labor Zionism. Yeah, see? This is what I was talking about. Thank you, Time Without an OO, for coming in hot. I mean, the biggest funds after Weitz's were Weitz's JNF, Jewish National Fund, were literally called Piker and JCA, the Palestine Colonialization Association and the Jewish Colonization Association. It wasn't really hidden. Why wasn't it really hidden? Because back then, this was a way to say, no, this is good. We're doing settler colonialism. They didn't have that same fucking mindset. Funnily enough, Piker was a Rothschild project. Like they didn't look at this term in the same woke ways that we now understand colonialism as a bad thing, okay? It was a good thing being presented. Victims of colonialism were even less, it had even less voice. They barely have a voice now. There was a positive association with the term, not a negative one. Anyway, let's continue.
Helping people are natural instincts, but we're trapped by the Jewish lobby. Well, that's a pretty good reason, I think, why it is accepted. Yeah. The second question is about the thesis. I mean, can it really be that a small ethnic lobby controls U.S. policy? I mean, if anybody believes that thesis, there's a tactical suggestion that follows immediately. Put on your tie and jacket, go to the executive offices of Lockheed Martin, General Electric, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, and explain to them that your interests are being harmed by a little lobby which you can put out of business in 5 minutes. Okay, that's the tactical suggestion that follows. Does anybody pursue it? No, because it's absurd. I mean, the claim, this is actually an interesting, Mearsheimer and Wald are very good scholars. We're called realist IR scholars. According to realist scholarship, states pursue what is called the national interest, which primarily security. It's an anarchic world, and states try to preserve their own security, well-being of their own populations, and the national interest. There's a lot of questions that are open there. First of all, what is the national interest? I mean, is the national interest of the CEO of General Electric the same as the interest of the janitor who cleans his floors? No, their interests are quite different. So what's the national interest?
Where to start?
Well, in practice, it turns out that the interests of state power and concentrated economic power. Take a look at the formation of policy. That's what it defends. Is the national interest in that sense harmed by U.S. policy towards Israel? Well, pretty hard to argue that.
This is why I always say, and I said this in my Oxford speech as well, saying Israel has anything to do with Judaism is like saying ISIS has anything to do with Islam. Okay? ISIS is true Islam. Israel is true Judaism. These are both silly attitudes. These are wrong. Okay? At its base, it's just a fundamentally incorrect position. And it also revolves around the notion that these people have a monolithic understanding and a monolithic approach. Okay? That all Jews believe this or all Muslims believe this. It's wrong. And another thing that I regularly mention that I brought up in my Oxford speech as well, which is that if all Americans tomorrow became card-carrying anti-Zionists, every single American Jew tomorrow became a card-carrying anti-Zionist, it would not change America's dynamic with Israel even a little bit. Okay? It would probably make way for even more support and even more protests in general. But I promise you, the American state would still support Israel. Okay? And there is truth to this reality, as I've often talked about as well. J Street did a poll on American Jews, finding that 70% of American Jews believe in refusing offensive weapons to Israel, denying weapon shipments to Israel in an effort to get them to agree to the ceasefire conditions. 70%. Has that changed Biden's calculation? Since that fucking poll came out, Biden gave another $600 million to Israel. He hugged and kissed Israel Herzog, the president of Israel. Or is his name Israel Herzog? Sorry. What was it? It is, right? Or am I fucking up his name? I forget. What's the name of the president of Israel? Isaac Herzog, not Israel Herzog. Sorry. Thank you. He hugged and kissed him. Okay? Tim Apple. A Tim Apple moment. And, you know, this is important for people to comprehend, I think. At its most basic, simple truth, it's just a falsehood. And I'm never going to fucking tell you a lie. I'm never going to tell you something I don't believe. It's not like, I'm secretly ashamed of like the real truths about anti-Semitism. That's like what anti-Semites always act like. The criticism of Israel must be anti-Semitic in nature. It has to be, right? And that people who criticize Israel are actually secretly anti-Semitic themselves, but are hiding the truth because they're scared, because they don't want people to see the reality. They, they don't want to get canceled or whatever, right? And that's just not the truth. I just don't believe it. And I think it's ridiculous. You know? I think it's fucking ridiculous. The Boston Music clip was clip chimped if you were interested. Yeah, well, I'll look more into it.
You have a responsibility to make a distinction between your opposition to that state and your opposition to that individual person, just like you have a responsibility, no matter how you feel about the People's Republic of China, not to take out your animosity towards the People's Republic of China on a Chinese American person. But the problem, it seems to me, that we have in fighting against people who conflate Israel and Jews and therefore take out their anger against Israel on Jews is that we're trying to ask them to make a distinction between Israel as a state and Jews as a group of people. But the organized American Jewish community is not making that distinction ourselves so often, right? So you find that the Jewish organizations are often saying something along the lines of that being a Zionist or supporting Israel is inherent in being Jewish, right? First of all, just that statement really doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. And not only does it not make sense, this is Peter Beinart, by the way, who also had his own very public evolution in broad daylight, going from a liberal Zionist to an anti-Zionist over the years. And I think he's a very valuable voice in this. But he's now going to basically spell out exactly what I've been saying over and over again, that Israel associating itself with Judaism and using it cynically as a fucking shield whenever there's like worthy criticism against Israel, is unironically making people more anti-Semitic. I guess, like, as a Muslim living in the United States of America whose name is Hasan, regardless of how white I am, I recognize how dangerous of a prospect this is because of the ways that the understanding of Islam has been bastardized. The understanding of Islam has been falsely presented as ISIS. All Muslims are jihadists. All Muslims are religious fundamentalists. Like, I know what that's like when an entire group of people are cast with this violent brush. So seeing Israel do it to itself is strange. And I think it's short-sighted. I think Israel doing this as a cynical mechanism, like a cynical shield to deploy, is so short-sighted because this dangerous conflation causes people to be more anti-Semitic. What are these guys? What is the goal here? Like, you keep spamming the fucking silly ass Israeli flag in the chat. Like, what? Okay, sick. Is it to say like, oh, Hasan is banning the Israeli flag in his chat in a conversation about how dangerous it is to conflate anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, or how dangerous it is to conflate Israel's actions with Judaism? Is that what it is? Oh, you got it, man. And then you got banned. Oh, how anti-Semitic is Hasan's chat? Oh my God, so brave.
Right? Because Judaism existed for a long time before Zionism existed, and there have always been significant numbers of Jews, right, for a variety of reasons, who opposed political Zionism in the state of Israel, right? So, but it's also just very dangerous because you are making exactly the conflation, right, that we want people who oppose Israel and Zionism not to make, right? And so when the chief rabbi of Israel, of the United Kingdom, said a few years ago, he said that Zionism leaps from every page of the Siddur, of the Jewish prayer book, right? Again, it's a very strange statement given that we've had prayer books since long, long before, Herzl and Pinsker came along in the late 19th century. But then why shouldn't someone write Free Palestine on a Jewish prayer book? You've basically just said it's the equivalent of a political pamphlet for the state of Israel, right? And that's a very, very dangerous thing to do.
Yeah. Like, utilizing synagogues and Jewish community centers at the behest of the Zionist project, where you sell West Bank properties that the Israeli state has illegally occupied after purging the indigenous population from those homes, and then utilizing the mechanisms, the dangerous and violent mechanisms of the state to overtake those and the ancestral homelands of the indigenous Palestinian population, and then selling those houses illegally in direct contravention with international law and the local laws of whichever state that they're doing this in, is a very, very dangerous prospect. You are smearing Western Jews with this fascist brush. Scary stuff. It's ridiculous. Using places of faith like that is so gross. So fucking gross. So you want us to believe that a Jewish ethno-state has nothing to do with Judaism and believe that a shadowy rich cult controls everything because they believe Armageddon will happen soon? First of all, if you think that America's allegiances with Israel are simply because of the right-wing, reactionary, evangelical Christian Zionist movement in this country, you are delusional. That is also immaterial. Okay? That is anti-materialist thinking. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm simply stating is, I don't know where you live, chatter. Perhaps you live in the United States of America. Another thing that I mentioned in my Cambridge and Oxford Union speeches was, we have demographic concerns too here in the United States of America. Some politicians very openly mention the demographic concerns that we have. It's called Christian nationalism, and it's been growing, especially in recent years. Now, as a United States of America citizen, whether you are of the Christian faith or not, if you understand that as psychotic fascist politicians here, why can you not make this distinction for Jews, both in Israel and also all around the world? That's it. Nazism is not inherent to the German mentality. Zionism is not inherent. You're not born a Zionist. It's learned behavior, like fascist ideologies of every other sort. That is my analysis on the situation. Okay? You are programmed into believing this. It's learned behavior, just like every other bigotry. You've literally said America supports Israel because the evangelicals do? No, you misunderstood what I said. I said America supports Israel because it is in our material interest. It is in the interest of American capitalists to have a unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region, okay? That is the reason. I'm simply stating that there are more Christian Zionists in this country than there are Jews overall. So even if all Jews in the United States of America were anti-Zionist, our analysis, the American government's analysis wouldn't change. Even if everyone was anti-Zionist, the analysis would not change. But outside of that, the reason why I talk about the evangelical Christian Zionism movement in this country is because they have genuine outsized political power, so much so that they can make the Republican Party, by way of the Federalist Society, undermine the democratic wishes of Americans. We saw this with abortion. So I think it's a way to shift the responsibility away. Whenever people say, nah, it's Jews, it's the Jews, over and over again. It's not to say, no, it's not the Jews, it's actually right-wing evangelical Christians. That would also be anti-materialist thinking. I do not agree with that at all. But on top of the notion, I'm saying it's doubly wrong to just assume that this is a Jewish thing. Okay? And when you start thinking like that, in my opinion, you are serving a dual purpose. On the one hand, you're reaffirming the position that the Israeli government wants. The Israeli government wants every single person to think Israel is a Jewish project. It's a Jewish ethno-state. It must exist. And the other purpose you serve is to reinstill the nascent, underlying, unexamined anti-Semitism that already exists. Zionists in Israel want this. That's precisely the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu will regularly collaborate with openly anti-Semitic people, openly anti-Semitic governors, including but not limited to the guy in Romania that's pro-Putin, and also literally a defender of the people that carried out the Holocaust. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu have a wonderful conversation with him in the first round of the elections? I'll tell you why. Just like the same in Hungary, where Benjamin Netanyahu linked up with Viktor Orban's anti-Semitic propaganda minister. Okay, his campaign, I think it was his campaign manager. Viktor Orban ran on anti-Semitic memes. Okay, in Hungary. Why, one must ask, why is Benjamin Netanyahu so comfortable with anti-Semitic fascists? Well, one, because he's a fascist and also anti-Semitic. But two, anti-Semitism in the West benefits Israel. Anti-Semitism growing in the West plays into the interests of Israel. If Jews feel less safe in the West, then they'll want to defend Israel's ethno-state project. touching on the centuries of domination, pogroms, and the Holocaust, and the real pain that exists in Jewish history, and packaging that up again and saying, see, it's growing. It's growing in the West. That's why you have to either support Israel and fight at the behest of Israel and engage in propaganda war if you're not going to actually come to Israel and live there. But ultimately, you have to live in Israel. This is another reason why I always say the greatest threat to Israel is not Iran. It's not the mullahs. It's not the Ayatollah. It's not Hezbollah. It's not the Ansar Allah movement. The greatest threat to Israel is Sherman Oaks. The greatest threat to Israel is Boca Raton. The greatest threat to Israel is Brooklyn, New York. Because if people do not feel insecure living in the Western world, and they shouldn't, our Jewish brothers and sisters should not feel insecure living in the United States of America, okay? Lamau, come on, man. It's 100% true. This is 100% true. This is why I despise when Joe Biden said that no Jew would be safe in the United States of America or anywhere around the world if Israel didn't exist. To me, that's an abdication of your responsibility as the president of the United States of America, a country that has almost the same number of Jews, Jewish Americans, living in it as Israel. It's a ridiculous statement to say. The fuck do you mean? No Jew would be safe. Is that a threat? What are you talking about? It's a lie. It's a silly lie. It's a silly lie that serves the propaganda purposes of the state of Israel, beefing up the state of Israel. How can you separate Israel from Judaism as a Palestinian? All I see is Jewish ethno state promoting Israel as the safest place for Jews, ethnically cleansing people to bring in Jewish settlers, annexing Jerusalem and West Bank to control the alleged Jewish temple, a government using the Torah to justify their genocide. How can anyone separate that from one another? Yes. I mean, I understand why Palestinians and people that live in the region develop this attitude. Norm Finkelstein talked about this with the Ansar Allah movement. The Ansar Allah movement on its banner has a statement that says, curse the Jews. Okay? It's completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous. Right? It's violent. Violently anti-Semitic. But what does Norm say? In the eyes of everyone in the region, since 1948, this has always been, like Jewishness has always been falsely associated with the state of Israel. And people understandably see it as a violent, expansionist, settler colonial state. So that is the association, the false association that they make. Just because victims, like the Palestinians, make that said false association doesn't mean it is correct. That's it. It's that simple. If you're Palestinian, especially if you're of a Muslim background, you hear these false associations made about Muslims in the Western world with ISIS. Do you agree with those false associations? The only difference in this situation is that anti-Semitism is institutionally protected, right? People, it's not considered appropriate institutionally, right? Whereas Islamophobia serves the interests of the American State Department and the war on terror. So on the one hand, both are false smears, but one actually is seen as a weapon to wield against the entire Muslim population around the globe. The other is seen as a shield to defend the interests of the Israeli state. But they're still untrue. Do you see what I'm saying? The only difference, however, is that both of these are real bigotries. One is seen as a bigotry, the other one is not. Unfortunate reality is that many people do not see Islamophobia is a real bigotry. They see it as like real criticisms of what they perceive is the entirety of the ummah. Okay? Are you going to cover the Oxford Union address other than yours? I saw a couple really good ones on the topic. Yeah. Maybe. Anyway. Let's start with Syria. Syrian rebel forces have seized Damascus as the Assad regime topples. Now, this is a really interesting and, dare I say, complex situation. The morality of Assad is not complex. Assad is a brutal tyrant and also, you know, a dog shit statesman in general. Can't speak for his, acumen in eye surgery. But as far as the rulership over Syria goes, not a good guy. Okay? This is something that I've talked about, especially as of late, quite a bit. Having said that, however, I analyze it in a way that is not dissimilar in many respects to Saddam Hussein, because there are plenty of people. Syria is a very diverse country. There are plenty of people who have been destroyed by the brutality of the Assad regime. This much is true. But the destabilization of Syria still, at the end of the day, benefits the United States of America. Okay? And we will talk in depth about all the parties involved today. I have already covered it. I have given you a little briefer, but it's a situation where it's literally like neither side is good, with the exception, I guess, of the Kurdish groups in the region. But even the Kurdish groups that are good in the region are still directly funded and trained by America. So even good groups can still be used as a weapon by the American State Department. But let's get started.
In his dynastic heartland and putative holdout on the Mediterranean coast, where they ride a statue of his father through the streets. In Hama, seized in the Assad era, or Thursday, where a reporter sheds his protective vest to embody the emergence of a new Syria. But perhaps the most instructive place to look is here, in the former regime's darkest corner. The corridors of Saidnaya prison, north of Damascus, where they killed so many thousands, they built a crematorium outside. A young child comes into view. Look at that boy, poor thing, they say. These women, at the heart of a brutal...
Anyone who thinks Syria is free now is delusional. Israel's already invaded and bombed parts of southern Syria, the Greater Israel Project. Don't worry, we'll talk about it. I'm going to get
industrial oppression, being freed, being told to say God is great, not to worry about possessions, about ID cards, about where to go and how. Another prison, the same story. He says, there's no state anymore, sister. Damn the state, it's fallen. Come down, come on. Russia's foreign ministry left to confirm that Assad was now out of the country, having left instructions to transfer power peacefully. Assad's prime minister saying he will stay in Syria to hand over government functions to a transitional administration. But for now, real power rests with this man, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, leader of the Islamist HTS forces, listed as terrorists by many countries, that spearheaded the regime's collapse. For days...
he got a copy of... Listen, he got a copy of Why Nations Fail from Acemoglu, the Turkish MIT guy, and he got woke. He read one copy of Why Nations Fell and he was like, we got to protect these institutions. Oh.
He's been talking in terms of moderation, of safeguards for minorities. Inside Damascus's Umayyad Mosque, a message of victory for Sunni Islam.
This is a new victory, my brothers, for the entire Islamic nation. Victory, my brothers, marks a new chapter in the region's history. We have avoided the dangers of leaving Syria.
Overall, is this a positive or negative? I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you. Okay. It is a very weird situation, and I don't think it will overall be positive. We'll see. But because Assad is so fucking bad, like, there are a shit ton of people, especially of Sunni background, that are going to be celebrating this, understandably. Okay. There are no, I'll go so far as to say there are no clear winners in this, especially for the Syrian population, other than Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Okay. And it's really interesting to think about because a lot of people falsely have said, I am a neo-Ottomanist, Turkish feudal warlord that wants to restore the glory of the Ottoman Caliphate. And if that was the case, then this would be the number one moment where I'm literally aligned with American State Department interests, and I could just freely talk about how incredible Erdogan is as a statesman. Okay? Because guess what? He did the damn thing. He did. In terms of realpolitik, Recep Tayyip Erdogan came out as the number one winner of this equation, more so than even Israel. Do you understand? Like, he's had a growing, genuinely growing and very volatile anti-Syrian, anti-refugee movement in his country. He basically gets to send a lot of, well, not even send the Syrians back. They voluntarily will go back to their homes. There are millions of Syrians living inside of Turkey, which has created a lot of anger and animosity against the Syrians in the country. He now also gets to have a major say in what happens in this, border nation. There has always been a lot of back and forth between Erdogan and Assad. If Syrians have voluntarily returned to their homes, that was a bad thing. Oh, no, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think it's, look, no one should be forced out of their homes by a brutal regime, okay? That's why I'm saying that just like every other real movement during the Arab Spring, the Syrian revolutionary forces did not start at a incorrect starting point. There was a very valid reason for people to rise up against the Assad regime. But, as is the case globally, very quickly, I think other regional operatives, whether it be Russia that came to defend Syria, whether it be Iran that came to defend the Syrian regime, or whether it be America and America's obviously number one ally in the region, Turkey, and also Israel, that took advantage of the instability and used it to shove their own actors into the equation to suit their own interests. It will, however, never not be funny to me, someone growing up in the United States of America now for the past 10 years, to see a former Al-Qaeda leader get this much positive coverage. In my opinion, this is so close to the Afghan Civil War, like in the ways that the American State Department operated there, and the valid reasons as to why many Muslims in Afghanistan were understandably against the USSR-aligned Afghan government at the time, it is damn near identical. And I think we know what happened in the aftermath of arming and offering logistical support to the brave Mujahideen. It is wild to me that we are once again doing the exact same thing. Now, I have no good solutions to this. I don't. I do not know what the best pathway forward for Syria is. But the only thing I will say is that it is understandable that the Syrians that were victim to the brutalities of the Assad regime are celebrating. Having said that, those who have quote unquote liberated Syria from the throes of Assad's brutal regime are unfortunately not great either. Türkiye is the difference here. Her şey Amerikan gücü dahilinde değil. Kardeşim, NATO ülkesi, yapma etme. Saçmalamayın arkadaşlar. Nükleer füzesi var Amerika'nın. Yapmayın etmeyin ya. İncirlik'te Amerikan nükleer füzeleri var. Saçmalıyorsunuz eğer Amerika'nın Amerika git orada ne yapacaksan yap demeden Türkiye hiçbir bok yapamaz. Yapmayın etmeyin. Allah Allah. Saçmalık yani. Dönüp de diyorsunuz ki bir yandan da Kürtlere veriyorlar ama silah. Tamam. Ondan sonra Türkiye geri gidiyor. Vuruyor Kürtleri. Amerika hiç bakmıyor bile. Neden bakmıyor? Çünkü sikinde değil. Çünkü Türkiye NATO. Türkiye NATO'nun ikinci en büyük ordusu. Saçmalamayın. Yani Erdoğan her gün çıkar der ki İsrail'in amına koyayım, İsrail'in amına koyayım, İsrail orospu çocukları desin. Ne yapıyor ondan sonra? Bakü'den göndermiyorlar mesela yine petrolü. Türkiye üzerinden göndermiyorlar mı petrolü İsrail'e? Gönderiyorlar. Neden? Yıllar boyunca Erdoğan Mavi Marmara'dan sonra anasını sikeyim İsrail'in falan dedi. Ne yaptılar? Bunu dediler. Ondan sonra ne yaptı? İsrail'in pilotları yine gelip NATO üslerinde çalışmadılar mı? Çalıştılar. Eğitimlerini orada aldılar. Anyway. Are you also very concerned about Turkey taking its influence over the victorious rebel factions and turning them against the Kurds? I think either it's going to be a Balkanization that is still pieced up by the Western forces. Israel will also have a say. I don't suspect Turkey like just straightforwardly pummeling the Kurdish groups in the region. And if they do, that will still be at the behest of America. We shall see.
As a playground for Iranian ambitions, spreading sectarianism and corruption.
The Assad family's home, the vast presidential palace, now a site for a sort of revolutionary tourism, an opportunity to reclaim some of the regime's ill-gotten gains.
Victory to Syria. Syria remains and Assad is in hell, in the dustbin of history.
But for millions of Syria's displaced, it's their own homes they're desperate to reclaim. So often these roads have been clogged with those fleeing to safety. Now the polarity has been reversed. Hope embodied in a traffic jam. But still plenty of space for fear of what's to follow. Already there's been fighting between rival rebel groups in the north, the Turkish-backed Syrian National Army taking the town of Manbij from the US-backed.
Remember when they were saying to me in the chat, like, oh, the Turkish-backed Syrian National Army, like, they're not, you're wrong. Turkey is not a player in this. Like, come on, dog. It's about to get, in my opinion, it's about to get more fucked somehow. I'm a Syrian Christian, just hoping whatever it is next for the country, my people won't be persecuted, to be honest. Yeah. See, that's the other side of this. The other side of this is also that, first of all, let me just say one thing. I think that Russia is so busy in Ukraine that they could not offer any sort of material support to Syria, but I don't even know if they wanted to. I think that, I suspect that Putin wanted Erdogan to make inroads with the Assad regime, and Assad refused. Partially because they don't suspect Erdogan to be anything but a person who is operating at the behest of Western interests. But virtually every other group in the region that could offer some kind of support, virtually every other group in the region that could offer any support, like Hezbollah, for example, has been destabilized and is now more focused on rebuilding Lebanon after Israel pummeled southern Lebanon. And all of the axis of resistance against Israel in the region is licking their wounds and trying to reconstruct. And Iran is spread too thin. This created an opportunity for all of the cells that are anti-Assad, that range from secular forces, ethnic Kurdish militias, Marxist-Leninist forces, all the way to the Salafists, former Al-Qaeda and former ISIS operatives, and Turkish-backed Salafists to take advantage of this opportunity and seemingly fucking take over Syria in a matter of a week. That is precisely what happened here. And I am fearful of what will happen to the many different ethnic minorities, ranging from Kurdish people to the Shia population to the Christians, especially under the Assyrians, especially under the rulership of, I mean, straight up Al-Qaeda. Like, these guys are former Al-Qaeda leaders. And if you listen to what they have to say, even the Salafists that are under the training of the Turkish government, like, make no mistake, like, some of the stuff that they're talking about is still very much global jihad. So it's a terrifying prospect. So I don't know what will happen. I hope that, stop being overdramatic. Chatter. It's impossible not to see random people being released from prison and the celebration that creates, that you know, the celebration that invokes. Okay, it's a good thing objectively. I am not of the mindset that, like, every single person that was imprisoned by the Assad government was a fucking ISIS terrorist or whatever. Okay, that's ridiculous. There are so many people who were falsely imprisoned. Having said that, however, the very fact that the major forces here, like major players in the coalition, being former Al-Qaeda leadership, I think it's understandable for me to demonstrate some level of concern, especially for all of the non-Sunni Syrian populations and even the Sunni Syrian populations, as a matter of fact. There is a reason why Hamas originally was in favor of toppling the Assad government, despite the fact that they literally operated in the way that they operate out of Doha right now. They used to operate out of Damascus. Okay? Because there was a valid reason for the uprising against Assad. But if you are to expect me to sit here and be like, this is going to be fantastic for Syrians because the major coalition head, who was a former Al-Qaeda guy, is now saying, oh, that was just a phase. When we were like decapitating Christians, when we were beheading Christians, that was just a phase for me. I'm good with that. When I said global jihad and, you know, rising up in arms against the Christian heretics, like that was just a phase. I'm good now. It's hard for me to believe that. And this is before we even get to Israel in the equation as well. While the Assad regime is not exactly pro-Palestine and hasn't been for quite a while, okay? Syria provided a logistical hub for the axis of resistance in the region, and it was a shaky allegiance that they had, specifically with the Iranian government. But it was still a logistical hub nonetheless. A logistical hub for Hezbollah and a logistical hub for, Iran in general. The Kurdish movement said they're ready to open discussions with all the forces. You are a little bit underestimating the capacity of Syrian people to organize. HTS are less radical than before, even from 2018, and not only after U.S. backup. They did that to get international sympathy for only after Assad order, and they got that. Did you see the Saydana prison? Yeah, I'm gonna cover the Saydana prison as well. That part is really fucking insane. Saydana prison apparently has, it's like a fresh hell. They have, that's the one with the multiple floors that are impossible to reach at this point, right? Look, I question anyone that says like HTS is reformed. I don't think it's, only time will tell. I am very skeptical. We shall see. Having said that, however, yeah, there are literally multiple basement floors of the prison, inside of the prison complex, that are impossible to open up unless you have someone from the Assad regime. Syria, mind-blowing figure circulating about the Saydnaya prison in Damascus. The complex was believed to have up to 20,000 detainees, but the red building itself, photo, is said to have more than double. Some levels still haven't been reached. There are several floors under the Saydnaya prison which couldn't be reached so far due to the special unique security mechanisms. This is the red building. It's the section dedicated to civilians arrested by Assad's regime since 2011. There are motherfuckers who left the prison who thought that the former Assad was still in charge. Like, they just don't know what the fuck is going on. After over 10 hours of work, the doors of the red prison of Saydnaya are finally broken. New waves of detainees are being liberated. The man filming, looking for his family while documenting this. How could we believe this is happening? Yeah, there were prisoners who have been in there for so long they thought they were being liberated by Saddam's army. Like, it's insane. I think it's important to note that the Turkish HTS is different from the Syrian Free Army, which captured Damascus. The latter is directly funded by America, whereas the former is indirectly through Turkey. Bottom line is they are distinct groups, and history suggests infighting may occur when there's a vacuum, so I don't think this spells the end of the Civil War. Yeah, I don't think so either. It's like rarely ever do you have like so much sectarian infighting amongst groups that are also directly being funded on either directly or indirectly through a regional ally like Turkey, still funded by, you know, the American State Department. Bazı tutukların akıllı telefonun ne olduğunu bilmeye belirtiliyor. They're saying that detainees don't even know what a smartphone is. Look, chaotic images from the infamous Sednaya prison with people advancing layer by layer to free the prisoners. Like, it's crazy. Eight years ago, Amnesty reported that prisoners were being left without food for days, sometimes even weeks. People are tortured and beaten for hours without breaks, sometimes every single day. Many die and are left to rot in crowded cells, while others are alive with diseases spreading. I think there's like a child that was born in the prison or some shit too. It was like fucking insane. I mean, I don't know. This is like, some of it is fog of war stuff. But I mean, it is a fresh hell for sure. And it's impossible not to, you know, look at these images and think, you know, this is a bad thing. It is a good thing. Out, you're free, out. Bashar al-Assad has fallen. I need my ID. You don't need ID. The checkpoints are gone. I'm from Homs. He's liberated too. Then on men's level, what about the women? The women are out. Don't worry. The son of a bitch is gone. Yeah, I mean, not to fucking, not to lighten the mood at all, and make this silly, but yeah, it is like impelled down. I mean, it's a fresh hell, literally. We'll look at what Sina Tusi had to say about this. But yeah, I am not an Assadist, and you know, all memes aside about talking about the fucking line of Damascus or whatever. It's silly shit that people. I think being an Assadist is like being someone who's pro Putin, where it's just campish shit overall. Having said that, however, I am still very skeptical over what will happen in Syria, because it's not like I'm pro-America or pro-Turkey either in the region. And I fear that the Syrian people will still continue to suffer, and there will most likely still be a lot of ethnic strife and a lot of infighting.
And Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces. And while Kurds further east celebrate stunning gains over Assad and Iranian-backed forces, fears here about the potential for ISIS to gain ground.
We will also continue to maintain our presence in eastern Syria, which is solely to ensure the enduring defeat of ISIS and has nothing to do with other aspects of this conflict.
And rebel forces have entered Tartus, home to one of Russia's 2 Syrian naval bases. What now for Moscow's foothold on the Mediterranean? What now for the many regime loyalists here fearing reprisals? From the occupied Golan Heights, Israel's prime minister claiming credit for events in Syria. The result, he says, of blows dealt to Hezbollah and Iran. Israel sending forces.
Reddit has gone full pro HTS because of Putin is wild to see, man. Yeah, it's especially wild to see because, like, the guys that, like, HTS represents exactly the type of dudes that the average American thinks is like, you know, the jihadists, like all Muslims are like that. HTS is, you know, originally a global jihad organization, or at least like, you know, the guy is fucking Al Qaeda. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's just, it's so crazy when they like, when they point to Hamas, like Reddit points to Hamas and says like, these are Salafist jihadists, like these are scary guys. And then when there are people who literally have done the, you know, beheadings of Christian people and shit like that, all of a sudden they're like, no, we're with those guys because everybody told us that those guys are good. It's kind of wild how big of a demonstration of the power of manufactured consent is in this story. He was in every Islamist group on earth. What Al-Jilani has done to what Al-Jilani has to do for you to be more charitable to him, brother, I'm sorry. There is no, I don't think there's anything he can do. Just step aside. You know? Like they fucking wokeified Al Qaeda, dude, in real time. It's like, this is it for me. Especially as a, listen, for me, there's a couple things where it's like, if you got this in your resume, it's virtually impossible for me to ever think that you are going to be a good guy. Okay? Like, if you're the emir of the Al-Nusra Front, okay? Like, if you have, like, if you got this in your resume, former Al-Qaeda, Al-Qaeda in Iraq, Mujahideen Shura Council, Islamic State of Iraq, the Al-Nusra Front. Like, what a goddamn resume. I mean, this guy is on the terror watch list for America since, like, in perpetuity. All he had to do was take the fucking headdress off, take a shower, trim the beard a little bit, and put the goddamn fatigues on for everybody to be like, nah, he's woke now. Like, yeah, this guy was this guy was in the terrorist groups like he was collecting infinity stones. You know? It's crazy. It's so funny, chatters in here being like, yo, give him a chance. One must ask the question why I have this attitude towards a very different attitude that I demonstrate towards Hamas as I do towards this guy. And no, it's not because I'm like, fuck America unconditionally. I understand how violent and ruthless the Assad regime was. Okay, I get it. I get why people would be like, yeah, this guy is our salvation. Okay? Especially if you're Sunni, like if you're being oppressed. It's just, you know, it's hard, man. It's hard for me to trust the dude who has spent most of his fucking career in ISIS adjacent groups. Yeah, they put him through the Zelensky beam. All of a sudden, he's wearing fatigues. He's like clean cut, talking about how he's reading Why Nations Fail and shit. And I'm supposed to be like, yeah, no, this guy is good now. I mean, that's crazy. And I know Charles Lister likes or is like talked about them a lot. And I like Charles Lister's commentary on other stuff. But on this issue, I feel like I'm a little bit more skeptical than he is. You know what I mean? Yeah, they Zelenskyfied him. Like, yeah, he's reading Settlers of Catan. Or not Settlers of Catan. Oh, yeah. All right, let's continue with this video.
Into the UN buffer zone. Syrians know all too well the perils of this moment, but across the country, they're choosing to focus on its
he's reading the board game Settlers of Catan by Jay Sakai.
Potential. Nowhere more so than here in Damascus.
Funny how you trust Wikipedia. Oh my lord. No, it is way too complex for you to. Wait, what? I'm sorry that I'm covering the fucking. Yeah, it is over your head. Okay, come in and say hi. There's some historical irony in the IDF entrance into Quneitra. The old city of Quneitra is a thriving cosmopolitan city. Capital of Golan was occupied in 1967 and immediately cleansed. Jumped to 1974's disengagement between Golda and Hafez. And Quneitra was set to return to Syria. What does Israel do? Destroy the city. Blow everything up. Gone. Arab papers called it the Hiroshima of the Middle East. Old Quneitra remains empty to this day. Here we are 50 years later.
I can't believe you would, as a Syrian.
Oh yeah, guys, Austin has revealed himself as a Syrian.
No, basically, my family comes from the part of Lebanon that was Syria.
This motherfucker just wants to be
I'm just
everything.
fucking with you. I'm Lebanese, but they come from the part of Lebanon that was Syria, but it became Lebanon. Anyway, I'm just saying hi and bye. I'm gonna leave because I thought we were gonna do a Sunday fun day, but evidently not.
I mean, we could do the.
I mean, I won't even.
How long are you here?
Like, I'm not gonna be here for that long. It's all good. No, hey, you know what? It's fine. I'll be back next weekend.
You son of a bitch. I mean, if you're.
I mean, look, no, I don't want to disrupt your flow. This is obviously something that everybody wants to.
Well, I was gonna say is like if you want to wait a little bit, we can get back to fit review.
Wait, you were doing fit reviews?
I didn't do it. I'm saying I will though.
No, I have to go like in 30 minutes anyway, so I'm just gonna go now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just popped in. Hey, you know what? It's okay. Sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's okay. I'm going with the flow. I'm off my Prilosec.
You're such a ridiculous person.
We'll see you next weekend.
All right.
All right.
Peace.
Peace.
Okay. Always a tease, yeah. I'm not gonna kiss him goodbye.
Damascus and a young couple experiencing the revolutionary version of a shotgun wedding.
It's the most beautiful moment of our lives, and because we won't experience this joy twice, I decided my wedding would be today, on 8/12/2024, a date we'll remember. It's an unforgettable day we'll teach our...
Okay, this is like totally random and not the main point, but I do hate that people still fucking shoot guns into the air to celebrate. Is so bad. It's such a bad practice that needs to be abolished in its entirety because it's so fucking dangerous. Every time I see that shit, I'm like, dude, those bullets land, dog, and it literally kills people. It's so fucking dangerous. Not the point here at all, but I hate seeing it. I'm like, oh, it's so it's so unimaginably fucking dangerous, dog. It is so dangerous. No, they're not firing blanks, brother. They're firing real bullets. You're being the too woke friend right now. Listen, if that's the one time where I'm the friend who's too woke, then so be it. Okay? Straight up. I think it's one of the worst practices. One of the worst fucking practices. It is so goddamn dangerous, and people get killed all the time, or at least injured all the fucking time. Okay? Sorry, call me fucking woke. It's just, it literally is a thing I cannot stand.
Children about.
Just what will this day come to signify? A question perhaps for Syria's as yet unborn generation.
Harry Fawcett reporting. Well, ruling Syria was a family business for the Asads that began in 1971. Here, Edward Heath was prime minister at the time. First Hafez, the father, and then Bashar, the son, who became the heir apparent after his...
Yeah, this is funny. Dude, every day there's a new Jelani statement. It's so funny. It's fucking awesome. He said, new Ahmad al-Shara Jawlani statement. To all the military forces in the city of Damascus, it is strictly forbidden to approach public institutions, which will remain under the supervision of the former prime minister until they are officially handed over. And it is also forbidden to fire bullets in the air. Interestingly, when it was first written, it said Al-Rais and not Al-Qaid, but then quickly edited. Very interesting. Yeah. Even Even woke ass Jelani's like, bro, we can't do that. We can't be doing that. That shit is not good. He's woke. He's DEI. He's so DEI. They hit him. They hit him with the Zelensky ray. Anyway.
His older brother died in a car accident in 1994. The Assad family survived the Cold War, multiple regional wars, and a civil war. But in the end, they couldn't survive the distraction of Russia in Ukraine and Iran and Hezbollah facing off against Israel.
The President of Syria and Mrs. al-Assad, Your Majesty.
Once upon a time in 2002, Asad, the former eye doctor, and his wife, the doctor's daughter from Acton. The young
Al-Rais means the president, and Al-Qaid means the commander.
president of Syria was someone that many thought they could do business with.
Syria is going to be an important part of building a peaceful and stable future in the Middle East.
I was there. The First Lady of Syria was so
Yeah, Asma is a baddie, straight up. Like,
unlike any other in the region that Vogue called her the Rose of the
no wonder Assad was a wife guy. Like,
desert and put her on the cover. The Assad family became pin-ups of bliss and normality. But family history told a different story. Bashir's father, Hafez, who came from the small Alawite minority, had ruled Syria with an iron fist for over a quarter of a century. He was respected in Moscow and Washington and feared at home. And a decade after the son took power, the Arab Spring came to Syria and the other side of Assad's character came to the fore.
There's a TOS here.
In Deraa in the southwest, the regime shot dozens as ordinary citizens echoed the cries of freedom from Tunisia, Egypt and Libya. The former eye surgeon became blind to the suffering of his own people, inflicted by him and his henchmen. In his prisons, torture, including of children, became the norm, and hundreds of thousands of civilians disappeared. The catalogue of brutality mounted, as did the bodies, almost 500,000. Barrel bombs dropped by planes onto residential neighborhoods and hospitals. And in 2018, a chemical attack in Douma that may have killed over 1,000. It was condemned by President Obama, who ended up ignoring his own red lines and stayed on the sidelines. What kept Assad in power...
Hillary Clinton probably has the same kill count of Jelani, and you still give her a chance and even a vote. Al-Qaeda can also become tepid neoliberals too, can't they? I feel like Hillary Clinton's kill count might be higher overall. I mean, but it's a wild thing to present Hillary Clinton as the, you know, it's a wild thing to present Hillary Clinton here, considering who's backing Jelani. Bashar laughing at Gaddafi, suggesting he might get toppled in 2008. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was...
شو سبب تدمير العراق وغزو العراق وقتل مليون عراقي؟ وخلص بقانا الامريكان يجاوبونا.
I still think you should give Jelani a chance. I'm not gonna lie. I think the nuance here is that he's purged Al-Qaeda members within his own org for quite some time now. He may really be pulling more moderates. Just my 2 cents on what I get from Syrians in my community. Yeah, good luck to everybody involved, okay? I saw this as well. This account is like not great, but this is from the interview that he conducted where she asked him, Jelani, like the killings in Iraq at the base of Al-Qaeda, like, what do you have to say to that? And his response is like, you know, bygones be bygones type shit, that we were young, something along those lines. Is there an interview? Is there an interview with subtitles? I want to watch this interview. It's in the playlist?
There was
Okay.
military help from some powerful
I gotta
friends. First, neighboring Iran. The Shia power helping Assad's Alawite Shiite minority. Here, Iran's pin-up commander Qasem Soleimani addressed the troops fighting the Syrian rebels before he was killed by an airstrike ordered by President Trump. And then there was Moscow, whose planes and helicopter gunships ruled from the Syrian air. Putin and Assad had both taken power in 2000. They believed themselves indispensable to the rule that keeps or kept their country together, and increasingly their end justified some brutal means. Syria's civil war exported its consequences. 7 million ended up on the refugee trail in Turkey and Lebanon, and in 2015 on the long trek to Europe. Many of them heading to Germany, huddled masses triggering unintended consequences inside the EU. The rise of the anti-immigrant far right, breathing life into Germany's AfD. New life into France's Marine Le Pen. More life and power into Hungary's Viktor Orban. And even providing Farage's Brexit campaign with perhaps its most powerful, if misleading, poster. President Assad was kept in power by Iran and Russia, and with one distracted by a standoff with Israel and the other by war in Ukraine, they threw him under the bus this week, leaving his country up for grabs. Whoever ends up ruling Syria, and however, the next few months are bound to show once again that what happens in Syria doesn't stay in Syria. Well, with Assad gone and the country in the hands of different groups...
Putin sold him out. I mean, I think Putin's relationship with Assad was always a strategic one. It wasn't like they were super on board with one another regardless. Plus, he has his hands full with the whole invading and bombing the shit out of Ukraine situation. Oh? What is happening? Can you hear me? I got muted for a second. Assad is a... That's not even true. Assad is in Russia? No, I know, but historically speaking, I don't think that Putin was always on board. And not only that, but also just because he's in Russia right now doesn't change that dynamic at all. Like, Russia utilizes Syria. It has regional interests. It also wants to. Russia is anti-America at every step, and it uses Syrian naval bases as well. I think Russia had too much focus and resources in Ukraine and would have spared stuff if he could have saved his air base and naval base in Tartus and Latakia. Yeah.
Groups of rebels. What now for the future of Syria? A little earlier, I spoke to the Syrian columnist and foreign policy expert, Dr. Hyde. He's a consulting fellow.
Shut the fuck up. This dude's name is not Hyde.
At the think tank Chatham House in London. And I began by asking him if he thought that Assad's downfall was made possible by his allies being distracted with other wars.
So if you look at Russia's position, has moved most of its equipment as well as personnel away from Syria because of the war in Ukraine. And it was difficult for them to then allocate the resources needed for Assad to be able to stop opposition fighters. And I think for the Russians, it was sort of their calculations that we have invested all this money and the regime has not been able to fight back. So why would we just go ahead and then repeat the same mistakes again. For Iran, it was a similar situation, especially since Hezbollah, its main arm, not only in the Middle East, but in Syria, which contributed to the protection of the regime for years, is now completely distracted in its own war with Israel.
And so what happens now? Because there are so many different rebel forces, from Kurdish separatists to, Islamists of different, levels of extremism that have converged on the big cities. Who's going to actually run the place now?
Syrians are celebrating today. I think many are trying to figure out what tomorrow holds. The problem right now is, as you mentioned, you have rebel groups, different ones, not only the ones who started the fight, but then you have local armed groups who then also started their own fights in order to liberate their areas from the regime. This is what complicates the situation. How will then the political opposition that is now entering negotiations with different groups will be able to then establish not only contact but influence over the groups that are controlling the territories on the ground, and who will be able to then determine who will have the biggest say in what the transitioning body would look like.
I mean, given the state of the Middle East at the moment, if Syria implodes or becomes chaotic, or there's another kind of civil war that results from this, what are the consequences going to be for the region?
Big consequences. You have the most obvious one will be the new flow of refugees to neighboring countries and potentially to Europe and elsewhere. Then you have the security element. Then you have clashes maybe not only being contained to Syria, but involving other countries, groups even operating from Syria against other countries or carrying out attacks. Then you have the ISIS sort of threat. The group has been gaining sort of more resources, as well as carrying out more attacks in Syria, and this would create a golden opportunity for the group to be able to just carry out attacks, not only in Syria but elsewhere as well.
Of course, power is changing, including in Washington. Mr. Trump takes over at the end of January. I mean, does he have any impact on this new reality in the Middle East?
I think it does. The most obvious one is that most of the influential policymakers in the Biden administration, they have already moved on. They have secured other jobs or in the process of securing other jobs. So there is no one left to really look at what's happening in Syria and then try to play the leadership role that the U.S. has usually played.
Finally, and very briefly, is Iran one of the principal backers of the Assad regime? Are they the biggest losers in this, and what consequences will that have for them?
I think it's safe to say that Iran will be the biggest loser. It seems that Iran will not be able to secure any of its interest in Syria. If you look at what they have been trying to use Syria for over the past years, is one, to continue to supply Hezbollah with weapons, and no matter who basically rules Damascus, it will be difficult for them to allow that, mainly due to the role that Hezbollah has played in killing Syrians across the country.
Is this from Financial Times? Oh, it is. Okay. Financial Times, consistently the best reporting. Straight up. I would say, especially since October 7th, Financial Times has become, I think, the best in terms of its coverage. Iran was done with Bashar al-Assad. It seems like there isn't any love lost. One Iranian insider accuses the Assad regime of leaking the positions of the Iranian military commanders. The insider said there had been long-standing frustration with Assad in Tehran for more. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think anybody likes Assad. Like, I don't even think Russia likes Assad, even though they're offering him shelter, because there's a use for Assad They can use him as a bargaining chip. For more than a year, it was clear as time had passed, he had become an obstacle, a liability. Some even called him a betrayer. His inaction cost us dearly, and he aligned himself with regional actors who promised him a future that never materialized. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, Iran, Turkey, and Russia issue a joint statement calling for an end to the military combat in Syria and a political solution. I think they're going for a managed transition. We are coordinating and find a political solution to the crisis in Syria. The meeting of ministers stressed the importance of strengthening joint international efforts to increase humanitarian aid to the Syrian people. At long last, the Assad regime has fallen. The fall of this regime is a fundamental act of justice. It is a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria to build a better future for their country. It is also a moment of risk and uncertainty. Is Al-Qaeda good now? According to the West, excuse me, former Al-Qaeda, reformed. Reformed. He's reformed now. He got hit with a DEI ray. She leaked it. Now, who the fuck is ready to trade some friendship bracelets with me at the last Eras tour show? I don't know what you guys are talking about. What did she leak? DE-ISIS. Terrorist modification, the New York Times, citing officials' reports of the U.S. intelligence agencies, the Biden administration are assessing Hayat Tahrir al-Shams and his leadership and potentially taking them off the terror watch list. The one person that I feel bad for in this is Tulsi Gabbard. I wonder what she's going to do. Like, there's anti-interventionists in the American government that were very critical of the Obama administration's dealings with Syria. And then there were people that took it a step further, I would say. And it always felt like Tulsi Gabbard was one of the people that took it a step further. The spirit of Aloha has left Damascus. Yeah, it lives on in Moscow for the time being. Why did Tulsi like him? Yeah, I saw this tweet from Trump, which is definitely not from Trump. Opposition fighters in Syria, in an unprecedented move, have totally taken over numerous cities in a highly coordinated offensive and are now on the outskirts of Damascus, obviously preparing to make a very big move towards taking out Assad. Russia, because they are so tied up in Ukraine and with the loss there of over 600,000 soldiers, seems incapable of stopping this literal march through Syria, a country they have protected for years. This is where former President Obama refused to honor his commitment of protecting the red line in the sand, as all hell broke out with Russia stepping in. But now they are, like possibly Assad himself, being forced out. And it may actually be the best thing that can happen to them. There was never much of a benefit in Syria for Russia, other than that to make Obama look really stupid. In any event, Syria is a mess, but is not our friend. And the United States should have nothing to do with it. This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved. Dog, what are you saying? How? This is such a funny take from Trump. This is not our fight. It's like, okay, I don't know about that.
For decades.
Dr. Hyde, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thousands of Syrians displaced during the civil war after enduring often long and perilous journeys ended up settling right here in the UK. So today, many were out celebrating the fall of the regime that uprooted their lives in gatherings across the country. Some hope to return to Syria one day, but there's anxiety and hope that the news is not too good to be true. Francis Reid reports from one of the rallies in Trafalgar Square.
celebration after so many sleepless nights, watching events unfold from 3,000 miles away. All those here in Trafalgar Square see the events of the last few days.
What is this? Why? You're going to say it's complicated? 36-month subscriber. Libers is complicated. Why? Can't answer. Wait, what? Jesus Christ. Just say who's siding with Israel. Who's supporting Israel and Israel's interest in the region? The rebels or Assad? Well, here's the problem. Okay, I'm going to untime you out. While yes, Assad has provided logistical support to the axis of resistance in the region, something that I openly mentioned, is not exactly, they weren't exactly wonderful allies to the Palestinians in general. Now, there were some personal reasons for why they were not. Historically speaking, they were much more interested in offering not only logistical support, but also directly allowing Hamas to operate inside of Damascus. Having said that, however, two things are still true. Assad was pretty fucking bad at governance and very ruthless, very brutal. And yes, this absolutely benefits Israel. 1,000,000%. Of course it does. We haven't even gotten to that part of the equation yet. Do you think I'm not going to fucking cover the reality that Israel is already has already made its territorial ambitions and its security concerns known? It's kind of a big deal. And yes, Jelani has said that the West is not our enemy, and that Israel is not their enemy either. After all, Israel itself had worked in the past with al-Nusra. So, Senior administration officials briefed reporters on Syria. The SAO called the CENTCOM strike today on ISIS significant, with B-52s, F-15s, and A-10s dropping 140 munitions on 75 different targets in the Badia Desert. Today, there happened to be a broad gathering across a broad area, the official said, describing it as a part of a pattern of strikes against ISIS meetings and training that would continue. Despite rumors to the contrary, the SAO said, "We did not get any serious outreach from Assad, nor would we have considered it." The official would not say whether the administration planned to lift the foreign terrorist designation on HTS and its leader Abu Muhammad al-Jilani, but suggested the designation was not preventing the U.S. from engaging with the group. "We intend to engage with them appropriately," the official said. "We have contact with all Syrian groups." The official said the regime's chemical weapons were something we are very focused on. "We do have good fidelity on this type of thing." And he said, "I would not envision a scenario of U.S. boots on the ground to neutralize the weapons." On Iran, the official described its national security posture in dire terms. "The entire Iranian-backed artifice in the region, the brittleness, the weakness, the hollowing out, has completely changed the equation in the Middle East. It has lost its main proxy group, its entire military capacity destroyed. They have no strategic air defense, and they can't produce missiles." But he acknowledged it wasn't clear whether that would push Iran towards diplomacy or a decision to build a nuclear weapon. "If they were ever to make a fateful decision towards a nuclear weapon, we will not allow it." The ISIS fight moving forward. There are already clashes between Turkish-backed. So this is the other part that is going to make things interesting. The ISIS fight moving forward. There are already clashes between Turkish-backed HDS and US-backed, mostly Kurdish SDF in Manjib in northwest Syria. Remember how I talked about the both sides being US-backed to varying degrees? It's American-backed forces fighting against other American-backed forces by way of Turkey. And I don't even know if it's the HDS that's fighting. I don't know why they're saying it's the HDS that's fighting. This is the Foreign Affairs and Defense correspondent for PBS. I don't think it's HDS that's fighting the Kurdish SDF. I think it is rather the Turkish-backed forces in the region. The Syrian National Army, the SNA. The SAO said that a handful of senior officials have been speaking to their Turkish counterparts to try and deconflict. Additional fronts opening up, not in anyone's interest. Opposition groups need to work together. Some troops fighting ISIS in Badia were Assad's forces. The SAO said that As they peeled out, SDF filled some of that space. And the U.S. also helped coordinate safe passage of tens of thousands of civilians. Hold on. Doors open. Help coordinate safe passage of tens of thousands of civilians from west to east. Yeah, Pentagon-backed groups versus CIA-backed groups versus Turkish-backed groups. Read NATO American-backed groups. Yeah. Yeah, I was right. SDF commander Muslim Abdi says they are in contact with HTS and have not clashed with them. So HTS is Al-Qaeda, former Al-Qaeda. I apologize. And I think this reporter is incorrect when he says Turkish-backed HTS and US-backed, mostly Kurdish SDF are fighting. I don't think that that's correct. I think he made a mistake. He meant Turkish-backed SNA. Because, yes, the Turkish-backed forces, the Turkish-backed coalition forces are definitely, they have additional interests in mind. HDS are Islamo-communists, friends with Marxist-Leninist SDF? Yeah. No. You're insane. Okay, dude. Islamo-communists. Yeah, that's why he's reading Why Nations Fail. Yeah, they say no jihad, but class jihad, famously. True zakat would be unnecessary once true zakat would be unnecessary once communism has been established. No jihad, but class jihad. Congrats on winning the bet. Oh, yeah. It's true.
As the liberation of Syria. A chance for change and maybe the possibility for those who want to return to do so. Mayor al-Bakr.
Oh. Urgent. The Washington Post, citing a senior U.S. administration official, we do not rule out removing Hayat Tahrir al-Sham from the terrorist list.
Is a political activist who fled Aleppo in 2015 after government forces came knocking on his door.
I have a mixed feeling. I didn't sleep for the last 2 days. I was just watching the news every single moment, waiting for this moment. We are in very historical moment. We have so much hope, we hope for better and better future for Syria.
Then there's Abdul Karim, a neurosurgeon whose 2 little girls were born in exile.
We've been really displaced again and again. So my first daughter was born in Turkey, my second daughter was born in London, and I can't believe that at this moment, that we've been waiting for this moment for not only 14 years, I would say for 54 years, Syrians are waiting for this moment. So I really can't describe how I feel, happiness, optimism, definitely, but really a promise that we will go back to build our country.
A new generation hoping to get to know Syria for the first time.
I don't remember anything of my country, so being able to see my country for practically the first time would be absolutely amazing. I'll get to see all my relatives back home. I'll be really happy, really excited.
Some 20,000 Syrian refugees were resettled in the UK between 20...
It's impossible not to feel joyous in this occasion, for sure. I'm just still very worried about what is to come. But yeah, I totally get why people will be fucking excited at the prospect of being able to return to their homes, return to their country.
2014 and 2020. Many of them never wanted to leave their homes and never imagined that they'd be living here now. And that's why across the UK, so many turned out today, including in Manchester. In West London, Syrian and Iraqi Christians came together to worship. For those in the Syrian Orthodox Church, they hope that reassurances that all will be protected will be honoured in the mosaic of faiths that make up Syria. Do you think many Syrians who moved to the UK will now want to return to Syria?
I think our people, they will have to wait to see what will happen. If safe, democratic, yes, I think majority that return, because our country is beautiful. Sunshine, weather, food, everything is our country.
Rula, a primary school teacher, grew up in a neighbourhood where all faiths live side by side.
Mixed emotions, I would say, at the moment. We just want the safety for people, regardless the faith, regardless the religion, regardless the beliefs.
So many have made their lives here in the UK while watching the horrors of war unfold for their families over the last decade. All while conflicts in the wider region and geopolitics of the biggest players buffeted the possibility for peace and fated their futures. There is still anxiety for Syrian communities in the UK, of course, but now also hope that all Syrians' prayers will be answered.
Just want to bring you some breaking news here on Sky News. In the last few moments, we have heard from the Russian state media TASS reporting that President Bashar al-Assad and his family members have arrived in Moscow, and Russia is providing them with asylum. That's according to a source in the Kremlin. It had been the case that Russia had told us that Assad had left Syria, that he had left in an aircraft from Syria, but we didn't know what his destination was, and indeed we didn't know where his family was. There had been speculation that maybe his wife and children had left Syria a few days ago. Russia just saying that all the family were out of the country. Well, now, in the last few moments, as I say, Russians...
97%. The people rejoice for the Lion of Syria. The most popular man in any country.
State media is reporting that Bashar al-Assad and indeed his family have arrived in Moscow, in the Russian capital, and Russia is providing them with asylum. At one stage, it was thought perhaps they had fled to the other Syrian ally, Iran. Maybe they were getting asylum in Tehran. But no, we are now told that the family is in Moscow. Let's bring in our Moscow correspondent, Ivor Bennett. Ivor, we were only speaking a few minutes ago, weren't we?
I'm uneducated on what's to come, but why are we worried about... The question was, I can't find it, but someone asked, I'm really not very educated on the Syrian civil war, but why are we worried about what's next to come? Asking from a place of lack of education and ignorance. A couple different reasons. One, you can point to Libya, you can point to Afghanistan, you can point to many other places where, like, depending on what kind of governance Syria will be subjected to, given its diverse background, given its given the pre-existing ethnic strife and the current power vacuum that exists there, these upcoming months will be very important on who gets to rule Syria and how they rule Syria. If you have, the former Al-Qaeda guys running it, as is being presented as like the senior partner in the coalition forces, I don't think that it's going to be all too positive. Wouldn't Afghanistan be a counterexample in terms of general stability? I don't think Afghanistan is better off being run by the Taliban. Do you? Yeah. It's better off run by the Taliban than being invaded by the American forces. But even then, not by a very wide margin. It's not ethnic strife. Most of us love our non-Muslim neighbors more than our Muslim neighbors. The fucking Islamists that got training and support from Turkey and the USA. No, that's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say ethnic strife. I don't mean like people are going to fucking rise up in arms against their, you know, Christian neighbors or some shit. No, I'm saying that depending on who runs Syria and how they run Syria, there will be quote unquote ethnic strife. And besides that, there's still obviously, you know, Kurdish forces that have never really stopped fighting against Kurdish forces that have never stopped fighting against the Turkish-backed Salafist forces either. Also, Afghanistan doesn't have a powerfully armed minority like the Kurds in northern Syria, and the Taliban have been around far longer than the HTS, so locals know them better. Yeah. Like, it's kind of crazy because the way that they're it's if those guys start implementing like really fucking strict controls and start punishing non-Sunni Muslims, like how the fuck is that any better for the Syrian population?
About the whereabouts of the family, and now we know they are with you in Moscow.
Well, this is only according to one media outlet. This has come from TASS, Russia's state news agency, one of them, and they are quoting a source in the Kremlin, as you say. That is the only report we're getting so far, but it does follow a lot of speculation that Moscow may have offered him refuge this time because...
Yeah, when I say Afghanistan, I'm talking about the post-socialist government period, yes. That's precisely what I'm talking about. Yeah. That's why I said it's almost a direct comparison. Because the USSR-aligned socialist Afghan government was being pretty fucking ruthless to the Muslims in the countryside. They were. They openly were insanely fucking violent. Straight up. So people understandably had a reason to revolt. People had a real reason to fight back against. People had a real reason to fight back against the government. And then Russia, I mean, the USSR moved in and increased the brutality. All the while, America was pumping the forces that were fighting against the Afghan government and also the USSR with weapons, training them, radicalizing them. And those forces would fight against one another as well. So we shall see. Syria is totally different people. I mean, the stakes are different. The involvement is different. But the idea that there aren't like competing militant factions that are competing with one another on ethnic and ideological and religious differences is true. That's the reason why Jelani spends a whole bit of time in Western press talking about how nice he's going to be to the minorities. Do you understand? Because that's the major concern that everybody understandably has.
About 7 to 10 days ago, there were a lot of rumors that he and his family were in Russia following the rebels' offensive in Aleppo. And those rumours were never confirmed, but it did fuel speculation, as I say, that Moscow may have offered him refuge this time following his disappearance and reports that he had fled the country. Russia, in a statement earlier today from the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs here, they said that they don't know where Asad is. They have no information on his location. They said all the information they gave was that he has departed office and that he has left the country following negotiations with a number of participants in the armed conflict. They said that they did not participate in those negotiations, but stressed that they had no idea where he was. But this report from TASS, state news agency here in Russia, does appear to contradict that, and it does, as I say, follow a lot of reports a week ago and rumours a week ago that he was also here, and this was one of the two likely destinations that he was assumed to have gone to, the other one being potentially Iran, Syria's other main ally. But as I say, this is still unconfirmed, but I think it does follow, as I say, a lot of rumours and a lot of speculation, and I think a lot of people would not be surprised if indeed he and his family were in the Russian capital.
Syrian rebel forces have now taken over Hama. That is the second major city they've captured since launching a surprise offensive last week.
You support Hamas, whose main goal and military plans is to put their citizens in danger, but Jelani is too radical for you? You notice how when Israel was doing propaganda against Hamas, they would say Hamas is ISIS? Why do you think they made that comparison to a much more well-known, much more dangerous faction? Yes, there is no comparison between Hamas and fucking Jelani. Like, are you stupid? This guy is literally ISIS. The fuck are you talking about? You're like, oh, I can't believe that, like, I can't believe that you would be more critical. I can't believe you would be more critical of fucking Jelani than Hamas. Yes, of course. I think that one singular nationalist movement under permanent sovereignty by a foreign occupier state is infinitely better than a American-backed terror cell that has beheaded fucking Christians and shit. What the fuck do you mean? Just because he says he's woke now doesn't change that equation for me. I'm gonna be skeptical until proven otherwise, and I hope I'm wrong. But that's an insane fucking thing to say. You, like, a lot of these people that claim that I have no real positions and I'm simply anti-America, unironically are projecting, because they are just pro-America, unconditionally pro-America. Huh? American-backed Hamas throws gay people off ledges, man? You're doing it again. You're doing ISIS propaganda, comparing Hamas to ISIS at the behest of defending an ISIS guy. You're doing it in the chat right now. That's insane. You are literally doing this. You are deploying this at the behest of defending a guy who literally did that. What the fuck? Nah, you know who's the real ISIS? Not the former ISIS guy, but Hamas.
Syria's military says its troops had to withdraw from Hama after rebels entered several parts of the city in another blow to President Bashar al-Assad. Now, rebel fighters also freed hundreds of prisoners, saying they were all wrongfully detained. Some residents in Hama are now celebrating the rebel takeover.
Like, I'm not even saying that the Assad regime is good or that it's infinitely better than what is to come for Syria. I'm just understandably maybe a little critical of you know, the Al Qaeda guy. I don't know. Is that crazy? Am I crazy for this? Yeah, no, Assad is a fucking ruthless despot. Okay, he's a ruthless tyrant. And I still worry about what will happen to the Syrian population. I know that there's a lot who are understandably celebrating. Of course, this warrants celebration. If you can't go back to your country, if your fucking family members were unjustly imprisoned and tortured, yeah, of course you're going to be fucking excited that the torturer is no longer in control. It's just crazy that there are chatters in here who are like, no, you do not. This is like Democrats being like, it's not enough that you vote for our candidate. You have to also be very excited to vote for our candidate. Like, you have to just be like, nah, dude, there's no issues here. Like, don't ever bring up that that there is you know, some cause for concern here.
Thank God, we've been waiting for this day for a long time, and we're all coming out on the street. This is the happiest day for us. We were afraid to go out at night. We've been waiting for this.
Do you think there'll be a government ruled by Jelani? I hope not.
Feelings that can't be described. It's been 50 years we've been suffering injustice and crime and oppression. This is a historic moment, a priceless moment.
Priceless moment. Now, rebels are vowing to push further south to Homs. That is the next major city on the road to the capital, Damascus. CNN's Jemana Karatse sat down for an exclusive interview with the main rebel.
People are saying it's ridiculous that you said Israel is helping ISIS in Iran. Until Hassan learns to be quiet when he doesn't know what he's talking about, he will just keep making these mistakes over and over again. Just take some time off stream and read up on it, or don't open your mouth about other countries and their people at all. Wait, what? What an incredible research process. Uncritically accept the most obvious information from chat, embellish and conclude that HTS is directly in coordination with Israel. Wait, what the fuck? Why do these guys consistently fucking just, I don't know, maybe from a place of their own ignorance, like act as though certain things that have happened in the past are not real, with the full-blown knowledge that other people don't know? Wait, hold on. Oh. I'm going to call it Uber for my dad. 1, HTS is former Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Number 2, the Al-Qaeda and ISIS equivalents in the region have absolutely collaborated with the Israeli government. I understand it's easy to people that dunk on Twitch streamers in these clips. There's actually reason to believe that Israel at least has tenuous partnership with HTS. If you don't believe Hassan, maybe the ex-Mossad head from 8 years ago will convince you.
Okay, you say no.
Why did Al-Qaeda link jihadist groups in Syria fight against Israel as it committed genocide in Gaza and slaughtered thousands in Lebanon? Because Israel armed and supported them. Don't believe it? Here's the former head Mossad Ephraim Halevi admitting it.
There have been reports that Israel has been treating wounded Syrian rebel fighters in its hospitals on the border, including fighters from Nusra Front, which is, of course, the Al-Qaeda proxy in Syria. Do those reports worry you that Israel's helping wounded Al-Qaeda-aligned fighters?
As I said before, in a different context, it's always useful also to deal with your enemies in a humane way. And I think that when you have people who are wounded and you can deal with them in a humane way, the considerations as to whether to take them in are not simply whether it's politically useful or whether it's politically
So it's purely humanitarian, you say. So there's no tactical or political strategic...
Why do people who say do your research don't understand that, like, maybe they should do their own research sometimes? Like, I mean, this is just one guy, but we've covered this extensively. Yeah, Vice did a documentary on it. Syrian fighters rescued by the IDF, the war next door. Thank you, Elint News. Bonerbox literally said he does his research a few days before he talks about the issues. I don't know why these guys like don't read up. I'll say this. Hate on me all you want, okay? But if you're a political commentator and your North Star basically is just shitting on me, you do end up misinforming your audience quite a bit. And I know that like there is a lot of, there's a market for this kind of commentary. But if your goal is to at least like do better propaganda or to a certain degree educate your to educate your followers, you are going to unfortunately end up causing them to be misinformed. Hold on.
I didn't say there's no tactical. I said the main consideration, the immediate consideration is humane.
But the tactical issues involved, I mean, you know better than me the phrase blowback. You don't think there's going to be blowback against Israel if you get into bed with a group like Nusra Front?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's going to be blowback.
Why?
Because I think that, unfortunately, the rules of the game in Syria are such that you can do anything that is not possible to be done anywhere else.
Yeah, I think people said that in Afghanistan too. Would you also treat Hezbollah fighters?
No. I would not treat...
Have you not just contradicted what you told me 60 seconds ago about humanely treating your enemies?
No. I think as far as Hezbollah fighters are concerned, with them we have a different account.
So let me be clear, you're happy to treat Al-Qaeda fighters, but not Hezbollah fighters?
We have a different account with Hezbollah, a totally different account. Because Hezbollah has carried out the type of actions against us which preclude us from going into what the Al-Qaeda has done. Al-Qaeda, to the best of my recollection, has up to now not attacked Israel.
Yeah, I mean, that's like... That to me, I feel like is interesting, right? Wait, what the fuck? How do I... Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend is the attitude here, which is why I think it's like really weird that these guys don't know that and are like openly posturing as though the people, my naysayers in this circumstance, are openly posturing as though they are as though I'm wrong. Like, very weird. He won't respond to this. He's only interested in picking off the worst opinions and trying to dunk on those. So Israel treating 5,000 people, including civilians, some of whom were FSA fighters in a period before HTS was even formed, is supposed to be evidence of Israel coordinating with HTS 10 years later. Come back when you learn that not all Arabs are the same, Lamau. Yeah, I don't think all Arabs are the same. That's precisely why I'm saying groups like Al-Nusra are different. Groups that are directly Salafis, engaged in global jihad, engaged in ethnic cleansing, regardless of their change of attitude against other parts of the movement, like Al-Qaeda, that still doesn't, still doesn't change this outcome. Not sure if this dude is ignorant. I blocked him either way, but outside of Al-Jilani saying Israel is not our enemy, and outside of Israel working with Al-Nusra against Hezbollah, Netanyahu himself claimed responsibility for Jilani's success today. Yeah, that's the other side of this equation, which is that Israel's taking credit for it, and they're saying because we you know, because we destroyed. Hold on, I got to keep running this video real quick and try to figure out my dad's LAX situation.
Leader Abu Muhammad al-Jolani. He says the Assad regime is, in his words, dead, and explains how his forces have been able to sweep through Syria.
Taking Hama, after taking Aleppo, I mean, how significant is this for you right now?
From a military perspective, what comes after Hama will not be the same as what came before. However, I prefer not to be overly optimistic during the battle. I like to remain cautious and vigilant to avoid complacency and ensure we don't suffer losses while believing we are safe.
What comes after this? What's after Hama?
The course of the battle, as for the secrets of the battle, let's leave them to the unfolding events. You will witness them in reality, which is better than discussing them now.
In a matter of days, you have taken major cities. What's changed? How are you able to do this now?
In recent years, there has been a unification of internal opinions and the establishment of institutional structures within the liberated areas of Syria. This institutionalization included the restructuring within military factions. They entered unified training camps and developed a sense of discipline. This discipline allowed them, with God's guidance, to engage in a battle in an organized manner. The progress and execution of plans have been swift, with clear communication and adherence to commands. They stop where they should stop and withdraw where they should withdraw. The revolution has transitioned from chaos and randomness to a state of order, both in civil and institutional matters and in military operations alike.
Some believe this is happening because the allies of the Assad regime, the Russians, Hezbollah, Iran, that they're weakened, they're preoccupied with other wars. And this is why we are seeing this happen right now. And the Syrian regime itself weakened. Is this what is happening right now? Is this why you chose to launch this offensive right now?
As you know, we are still in the midst of the battle, and discussing such details at this time is not wise.
But you faced more of a resistance in Hama than you did in Aleppo. What do you think happened? Why did the regime withdraw like it did?
The seeds of the regime's defeat have always been within it. It has been effectively dead since that time. However, the Iranians attempted to revive the regime.
They hit him with a DEI rate. It's DE-ISIS, okay? Listen, I'm going to be skeptical. While I share the enthusiasm that many Syrians experience, many Syrians feel on this day, understandably, given that the Assad regime has been toppled, you know, it's going to be a little bit harder. A couple CNN appearances where he looks like Zelensky is not going to make me forget, at the very least, that he is a Al-Qaeda guy. You know what I mean? Is anyone angry at CNN for interviewing him like that Yemeni kid? Oh, dude, this is... The funniest thing is all of those people that got mad at me saying that I was interviewing a terrorist for interviewing a 19-year-old Yemeni kid who is not connected to the Ansar Allah movement at all, that they imagined his connections, are literally the very same people that are like, no, this guy is different now. You're fucking stupid. Like this guy literally has a fucking very long career. Like his resume is filled, okay? Filled to the brim. So for me, it's like, it's hard for me not to be worried. It's hard for me not to be skeptical. If that makes sense.
Regime buying it time, and later the Russians also try to prop it up. But the truth remains, this regime is dead.
In the last year, it seemed like Bashar al-Assad survived the war. He was welcomed back into the Arab fold and on the world stage.
The Arab countries' evaluation of the situation was mistaken.
How is he any different from a Hamas leader who seeks the freedom of Gaza? Both are fighting against oppressors, one internal and the other an occupier. Great question. Hamas leadership is almost entirely preoccupied with the end of the Israeli sovereignty over Palestinian lands. Salafists and Al-Qaeda style, ISIS style groupings in the region actually have expansionist interests beyond simply some kind of liberatory reasons. Hamas in and of itself is also, while its inception is, a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was originally like an Islamic charity, the current leadership of Hamas is comprised of many different ideological backgrounds. It's not entirely like conservative Muslims. Many of them are, but their ultimate goal is not to institute, like they're not anti-Christian, for example. Like there are Christian Palestinians, they're not anti-Christian. Whereas I would say that these guys, at least in the way that they operated historically, were very much anti anyone that is not that does not abide by their version of Sunni Islam. Does that make sense? ISIS sees Syria as a base before expanding. Hamas sees Palestine as their home. Very different reasons for fighting. Yeah. Muslim Brotherhood is not remotely comparable to ISIS or Al-Qaeda. No, I'm not saying it's comparable. I'm stating that while the origination of Hamas comes from Islamist fundamentalists, like it's true, these guys are fundamentalists ideologically, okay? Their actions and their goals are entirely different. That is the reason why Jelani had to disavow not only his former acts, but also has had to say over and over again that they are no longer interested in global jihad. They are no longer interested in, fighting the West or fighting against any sort of like non-Sunni Muslim sect, or even Sunni Muslims, really, if they don't abide by the really aggressive, really rigorous mechanisms of control that they want to implement. You have to look at what is changed here. And if you want to understand what has changed here, okay, in his attitude, in the way that he presents himself, in his ideology, you'll probably develop a better understanding of like what my criticisms are, at least. You need to learn about the different varieties of Islamism. It is an extremely diverse set of ideologies as Islam is. Don't be like Jackson Hinkle, you fool. What? I use Salafis or ISIS or Al-Qaeda as a catch-all, for the record. Regardless of the different opinions between like Wahhabists and the like. No, he's not wrong. Like what he's trying to say is that there are ideological differences. And I'm still talking to a Western audience and trying to explain this to the best of my ability to a Western audience that does not understand any of these distinctions. And I'm trying to use comparisons that people, I'm trying to use comparisons that will help people understand. I do not know what they will do. Don't be scolded into someone essentially trying to finger wag at you for confusing Mussolini with Hitler. I mean, the distinction is still important. But yes, that's why I call many fascist movements Nazis, even if they're not like, the National Socialist movement. So it's the same principle there. Islamism is diverse and there are very moderate strands, but these guys come from Al-Qaeda one way or another. Exactly. Like, there's infighting there for sure. There were infighting amongst the Mujahideen factions as well in Afghanistan. So there's infighting within ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, and HTS. But this is hard to ignore. Okay? Ale baba.
Some Arab countries try to separate the regime from Iran's project. This is impossible. Even if the regime wanted this, it can't implement it. It's a subservient relationship. Iran can disengage from the regime, but the regime can't. To describe the regime as victorious is deeply unjust to the many children, people, women subjected to rape in prisons, displaced individuals scattered across the world, those drowning in the seas, and those living in tents on the borders of other countries. What kind of victory are we talking about?
In the past, you have talked about strict Islamic rule. Is that still the plan?
People who fear Islamic governance either have seen incorrect implementations of it or do not understand it properly. We are talking about something that aligns with the traditions and nature of the region. The most important thing is to build institutions. We are not talking about rule by individuals or personal whims. It's about institutional governance. Syria deserves a governing system that is institutional, not one where a single ruler makes arbitrary decisions.
Many Syrians are happy and will be happy to see the end of the Assad regime, but they're also...
Yeah, he read Why Nations Fail, and you can tell. Okay, he is a firm and committed institutional defender. He has become a liberal institutionalist, yes. He's technically not wrong to the Oriental self-righteous r/atheism freaks in the chat, but he's also probably wrong because of his track record. Yeah, that's my only... Guys, there's a couple different things to take note of here. One, the reception overall of a guy like this after his track record, because he suits the purpose of taking down, toppling a guy that America also didn't like in the region, okay? Was he worthy of toppling? Absolutely, okay? I'm not saying that Assad is a good dude at all. Having said that, however, the American media, it's interesting, at least for me, after the months and months, if not a year plus, many months of coverage over Hamas and other emancipatory groups and their broad reception in American media, or even Hezbollah, as a matter of fact, versus a guy like this. When you look at a guy like this and how quickly Western media will present him as a Zelensky-style person, a moderate with a deep, dark past that he has overcome and has changed his attitude on, I think it's important to take note of why Western media is so quick to recognize him as not a guy who was literally a fucking former Al-Qaeda ISIS guy, like a high-ranking Al-Qaeda guy, but instead as a moderate revolutionary figure that is abiding by the wishes of the Syrian population. That's important. I think that's important to understand. The other thing is like, the other thing for me at least is like, I'm going to be always a little bit skeptical of a guy like this. It's just, historically speaking, groups that America's aligned with, and I guess like the only group that I wouldn't say this for is the Syrian Defense Forces. And they are also obviously backed and trained by the American government. And yet I think that they are much more reasonable, much better overall than what this dude is doing or what this dude has done in general. He sounds like a communist. Lamau, Sharia government. Yeah, Sharia governance hasn't been implemented correctly. I like that there was someone said he's the he's not a Sharia Trotskyist. He does not think there should be a permanent global jihad, an international global jihad. He thinks there should be a jihad in one nation only. Yeah, no war, but no jihad, but class jihad. No more global jihad, just jihad in one nation only. You're not wrong about this new guy, but it's witnessed by many people that Assad is a mass murderer and has done horrible shit. Yeah, I know, but you're not going to see any criticisms from me on that front. I'm not going to. I mean, that's correct. You're right. And I have mentioned it time and time again. I'm simply stating that I am, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Worried about what HTS rule would mean, including minorities.
No one has the right to erase another group. These sects have coexisted in this region for hundreds of years, and no one has the right to eliminate them. There must be a legal framework that protects and ensures the rights of all, not a system that serves only one sect, as Assad's regime has done.
Listening to you speaking, you've gone through quite the transformation.
I think you're creating Islamophobic sentiment for having a Western audience. Yes. I am. You're right. I'm deploying Islamophobia. Dude, how is this happening? The people that used to say Hasanabi, the people that literally kept saying Hasanabi, you are in the pocket of Hamas, you are a fucking terrorist, you're a fucking terrorist, are now unironically, without a shred of doubt, with a sense of irony whatsoever, are now turning around and saying I'm doing Islamophobia because I'm saying I'm not immediately ready to trust the fucking former Al-Qaeda guy. Like, that's insane. How does this work? I just don't understand it. Like, I don't. I genuinely can't comprehend how people have no cynicism, no media literacy, no critical thinking skills whatsoever, and they just simply operate on whatever the TV is saying is good. I believe it, and I will just fight for it. I will fight for it over and over again. Like, how the fuck did this happen? It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. I'm Syrian family still living there. They have the same takes. I don't think you're wrong. Yeah, I just like it's still like they no longer are going to be harmed by the Assad government. That much is true. That's good. Okay? That's a good thing. Having said that, when I say I'm a little skeptical, I'm a little worried about the future prospects, not only because of HTS and the former actions of Jelani, but instead also because of like the Turkish-backed militias there that also have a shit ton of Salafis in them too, directly matched up against the Kurdish militias that America also funds and offers training to, is still worrisome in terms of what Syria will look like and what kind of potential civil war can happen in Syria again. Okay? And this is not just my attitude on the matter. This is something that I think a lot of the regional actors are worried about as well. And we haven't even gotten into Israel. Like, we haven't even talked about how Israel benefits from this destabilization regardless.
Once an Al-Qaeda leader, your group has had affiliations with Al-Qaeda, with ISIS, and now you are projecting this image of a moderate leader and a moderate group. What is HTS right now?
Let's stop operating this Marvel-style mindset of heroes versus villain. Asad is a tyrant and a monster. He's good. He's out. Al-Jilani is an Al-Qaeda operative who committed atrocities as a part of the militias for 2 decades. Yeah, I said that, and then people get mad at me, and they say, you're not woke enough. You're doing Islamophobia on Jilani, who is now reformed. Like, how dare you? Like, do you not understand the issue here? Which is why I can't, like, explain. Like, I keep repeating myself over and over again because there's like hella people in the chat going, no, you don't understand. Jelani is good. Like, that's what's crazy about the situation.
ISIS, and now you are projecting this image of a moderate leader and a moderate group. What is HTS right now?
Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is one of the factions in the region, just like all the others. Now we're talking about a larger project. We're talking about building Syria. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is merely one detail of this dialogue, and it may dissolve at any time. It's not an end in itself, but a means to perform a task confronting this regime. Once that task is complete, it will transition to a state of governance, institutions, and so on. I believe that everyone in life goes through phases and experiences, and these experiences naturally increase a person's awareness. A person in their 20s will have a different personality than someone in their 30s or 40s, and certainly someone in their 50s.
That's crazy, man. That's actually wild. He said it was just a phase. You know, my Al-Qaeda. My moment, my Al-Qaeda moment was just a phase. You have the same take as him when it comes to being reformed? I do. It's just that it's hard for me to believe that. For him, at least. At least for the time being. He's not like a fucking YouTuber who used to be edgy. Okay? Like, what are we talking about? You cannot compare a former YouTuber in like the fucking PewDiePie era who said like an anti-Asian slur or something, who has apologized for it many years past, to a motherfucker who was, whose phase was beheading Christians. Like, what are you talking about? Like, the funniest part about this is that, like, there are groups in this region that Americans and Westerners broadly point to as like the most violent forms, and they paint the entirety of Islam with this broad brush. They say, oh, you like Hamas? Oh, you want to behead gay people and then throw them off rooftops. And it's like, and then there are dudes who have done that, and they're like, no, but those dudes have reformed. So what the fuck? It's just whoever is, America's asset, whoever gets like positive coverage in the media, and you're just fine with that. That's it. I guess this is a Gen Z try to cancel Eminem moment. They're trying to cancel the ISIS guy, dude. But yeah, HTS is not even the only group here that is at play, that is a problem. There are obviously going to be a lot of issues between the Kurdish militias and the Turkish-backed militias. So that's a major issue as well. These people used to say I'm a pan-Turanist and also a neo-Ottomanist who wants to restore the Ottoman Caliphate. And when I actually because they haven't paid attention to my criticisms of Turkey's actions in Syria beforehand, okay, specifically against like the Kurdish areas, specifically against the Kurdish territories, they now are unironically taking the pro-Turkey position. If I was a secret Erdogan supporter or a secret neo-Ottomanist, this would be a fantastic opportunity. I'd be like, this is great. Erdogan has shown once again that he is the guy in the region, okay? He is the fucking man in the region after this past week. Straight up. He packed that shit up. He did.
Bugün açıkçası çok büyük bir mutluluk ve sevinç içerisindeyiz. Halep'e tekrar yıllar sonra kavuşmanın mutluluğu içerisindeyiz. Bundan sonra inşallah Halep'te Türkmen varlığının güçlenmesi, tekrardan gerçek noktaya dönmesi noktasında da bizden gelen gayretleri göstereceğiz. Burası bir Türk yurdu. İnşallah bu Türkmen yurduna da, Türk yurduna da hep birlikte sahip çıkacağız. Bizim için önemli bir süreç aslında.
Yeah. Erdogan is like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, no, we want to put the Syrians. He's like, yeah, it's... Türkmen nüfusu var Suriye'de, Irak'ta, yeni mi öğrendin? Onlar oradalardı hep.
Yeniden kurtarılması.
Neyse, bir şey söylemeyeceğim.
Mücadele bugün itibariyle başlıyor. İnşallah en yakın zamanda hep birlikte Halep'te görüşmek üzere. Hoşça kalın sevgiler. Bugün...
Yeah, he just flashes the... For living in that region under U.S., which is worse than Al-Qaeda, he, of course, might follow unknowingly wrong paths. I don't think ISIS would say that. Now they don't believe any of the bad beliefs they say. I say, let's wait and see. He's done... what? I say, let's wait and see if he even be the one to control Syria. Let's just wish for the Syrian good people and fuck Israel and Assad. Yeah, except, you know, I don't think these are the guys who are saying fuck Israel. That's my point. But, you know. Why does Turkey have such a hard bone against Kurds that they won't leave the Syrian ones alone? There are a shit ton of Kurds as an ethnic minority in Turkey, and any sort of nation-state project for the 35 million ethnic Kurds that live in diaspora that don't have a nation-state for themselves is always going to be a significant threat, political threat internally. So for them, I think the Turkish government's interest is a Kurdish nation-state that they have designs for, rather than one that is backed by America, like an American Israel, but for Kurds. So that is, you know, they will consistently continue to dominate all of the areas where Kurds live. And that's it. What? ISIS cannot be compared to HTS or any other group in the region. ISIS has no desire to nation build. This is such a funny thing to say because, like, I mean, ISIS tried to do a fucking nationalized healthcare system too. That doesn't change their brutality. You know what I mean? Like, I remember a time when ISIS literally stole the NHS logo when they were trying to do woke NHS. Like, yes, they are a violent, expansionist militia, incredibly violent. But to say that they have no interest in, like, nation building, you just don't agree with it, and I don't either. But, you know, the name Islamic State, it's literally in the name. The second S is state. That's what the first S comes from. The second letter in ISIS is literally state. Okay?
Are those days behind you?
Sometimes it's essential to adjust to reality, and because someone who rigidly clings to certain ideas and principles without flexibility cannot effectively lead societies or navigate complex conflicts like the one happening in Syria.
People listening to this are going to wonder why they should believe you. You are still a specially designated global terrorist by the United States with a $10 million bounty on your head. Your group is a prescribed terrorist organization by the United States, by the UN, by the EU, and others.
I say to people, don't judge by words, but by actions. I believe the reality speaks for itself. These classifications are primarily political and at the same time wrong. I define a terrorist as someone who intentionally kills civilians, harms innocents, or displaces people.
Like, no follow-up to that. Like, okay, well, what about your actions that was just that? It's crazy. He sounds like me, bro. He said we must preserve these institutions. Like, there's no way that you can operate without good governance. We will cease to exist if necessary. Also, terrorism is a political classification, is a political designation, and that is oftentimes unjustly given to non-state actors that happen to be outside of the periphery of American State Department interests, which is hilarious because now that he is in the American State Department interests, more openly at least, now there's no reason to utilize like a cutout or anything like that, and they can directly just take him off the terrorist list. Yeah, he's like a Hasanabi head. You think he's in chat right now? Yeah, well, we'll see. Islamic governance inherently contains numerous socialist policies, so it's not outlandish for him to have these takes. I mean, wait, Hasanabi, do you disagree with him? No, of course I don't disagree with him. But who's saying this and why they're saying it also matters. Yes, on its face, he's saying all the right shit. Okay, I agree. He is repeating a lot of the things that I have said many, many times over. The problem is, you know, it's important to recognize what he has done.
If we're being honest, many of the wars waged by major powers in Arab, Muslim, and even non-Muslim countries have involved the deliberate killing of thousands, the destruction of homes, and the displacement of millions. Even the regime itself is guilty of such actions.
But the US and others would say is that you were parts of groups that did exactly that.
Personally, I have not done these things. The situation must be understood in its historical context. There was a massive war in Iraq that deeply stirred people's emotions, prompting many to go there. The circumstances of that war led people to various places, and my path led me to one of those locations. Given my level of awareness and my young age at the time, my actions evolved to where I am today. I didn't go to Iraq with those intentions. I went to defend the Iraqi people. When I returned to Syria, I didn't want to bring what happened in Iraq into Syria. That's why there were disagreements between us and ISIS.
People would be wondering why you've agreed to speak with us.
What is happening in Syria is significant for the entire world. This event has positive repercussions globally because under the regime's rule, Syria became a source of concern and trouble for everyone. Stabilizing Syria will bring many people back. Today, in the liberated areas, about 1/3 of the population lives in camps, approximately 1.5 million people. I believe we can soon reach a point where there are no camps. With the rehabilitation of the liberated areas, people will return to their homes. Many refugees in Turkey will likely return, as will a significant number of refugees in Lebanon and Jordan. Even refugees in Europe may return to rebuild their country.
A fascinating interview there. I want to thank Joanna Karatse and her crew for that exclusive.
What happened in the Middle East? After 13 years of...
Just to confirm, you're a profile of Assad, but are wary the current groups at play seizing power just hopped on. Assume you weren't going full tanky. What do you mean going full tanky? Like, I don't know why people just like imagine the positions of other people. No, I'm not pro-Assad. Of course, I'm not pro-Assad. I do recognize that there are obviously going to be a lot of sectarian. There's going to be a lot of sectarian infighting that occurs. Also, I'm very skeptical of the fucking former Al-Qaeda guy. That's it. That's the most like reduced, most condensed take. Chatter wants to clip you? Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. You think he's telling the truth? No, I don't think he's telling the truth.
Civil war in Syria. More than half a century of brutal authoritarian...
I don't think he's telling the truth. No, I've seen this play out so many times in the same fucking region, okay? You offer training and logistical support to these groups. And they're very violent. You use them to your advantage in destabilizing certain countries. Then you turn around. Okay? You then turn around and prop them up. You prop them up, or they basically win the infighting that occurs afterwards in the power vacuum. And then they obviously decide that maybe they weren't going to do like neoliberal implementations of institutional defense. Maybe they were just going to do the shit that they said they were going to do and start doing that shit. Okay? And then maybe America, a decade later, is upset because of, let's say, their resentment towards or their mistreatment of like the Kurdish minorities or the Syrian Christian population. I'm just making it up right now. I'm like saying 10 years in the future, these guys are running the show and they start doing horrible shit back to the Christians in Syria. Okay? There's going to still be economic instability. When there's economic instability, ironically enough, that was like, that played a formative role. Climate change and economic instability played a formative role in the Syrian civil war as well. So those problems are not going to go away. In that period of instability, what do the what would this guy do? Who would he make out to be the enemy? I suspect the earlier villains. Okay? Either the Kurds or the Christians or, I don't know, some other ethnic or religious minority. Then they start attacking that ethnic and religious minority so viciously that America decides to intervene. Okay? Now they're mad. Now they're mad again. Well, that's how 9/11 happened. Last time, at least. Yeah, Alevites, Alawites. With the recent collapse of the Assad regime in Syria, the game changes dramatically. It's a big loss for Russia and Iran, which is good. However, the jihadist forces that have replaced Assad create major problems for Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. As to the U.S. interest in Syria, there are over 50,000 ISIS prisoners primarily being held by the Kurdish forces while President Trump destroyed the caliphate. These ISIS fighters planned and executed plots against the American homeland and our allies. A breakout and reestablishment of ISIS is a major threat to the U.S. and our friends. Obama and Biden got this wrong big time, requiring President Trump to clean up their mess. I like that we're basically setting it up as a potential pretext to, re-invade or to full-blown invade. You oversaw the ethnic hate on groups in the region. Muslims and Christians have always coexisted in the region peacefully, especially in Syria. No reason for that to change. Brother, I don't think you understand. When I talk about these kinds of tensions, it's not real organic, okay? It's not organic. It's those in power, okay? It's like looking at the Assad regime and its prosecution of people unjustly. Do you think that was because neighbor hated neighbor? Or do you think it was the government doing that? We talked about the enmity caused early on, or at least Lenin's takes on the enmity caused towards Jews as a mechanism of destabilization by those in power, a misdirection. It's always the same shit. In the most reductive terms, it's divide and conquer. It does not mean that there's like real hatred, real animosity between, I don't know, like the Christian Syrians and Sunni Syrians and Shia Syrians. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that those in power will engage in such acts. This is crazy. My man.
Ruled by Bashar Assad and his father before him. Rebel forces have forced Assad to resign his office and flee the country. We're not sure where he is, but there's word that he's in Moscow. At long last, the Assad regime has fallen. This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians. The fall of the regime is a fundamental act of justice. It's a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria to build a better future for their proud country. It's also a moment of risk and uncertainty. As we all turn to the question of what comes next, the United States will work with our partners and the stakeholders in Syria to help them seize an opportunity to manage the risks. You know, for years, the main back.
I know this is an ignorant question, but why is the Western media so understanding and willing to platform al-Jilani even though they generally categorize Arabs as less than human, especially Palestinians, as the last year? What is an exception for the West? Isn't there some point when the fundamental disagreements of the West and people like al-Jilani trump their common ground? No. No. Islamophobia doesn't factor into this equation. Like, even people who are still Islamophobic will be like, no, these are the good guys, though. This is why I constantly try to explain how consent is manufactured. Okay? These guys provide utility for American interests. And therefore, the American media has much more understanding, okay? They consider their former actions as shortcomings. That they are actually, they're reformed now. No such attitude exists for those who are against America or America's allies. I'll give you one example. Hamas's founding charter had a whole bunch of anti-Semitic nonsense in it. I believe it was in 1988 when they wrote the original charter. It had a sea of not only anti-Israel, but like anti-Jewish statements involved in it. In 2017, Hamas actually changed this charter because they wanted to get international recognition. They said that it was not reflective of their values in general, and they hadn't really touched their charter from the jump. So they decided we're going to be more reasonable in our governance, and also we are going to change the structure of our charter, change it in its entirety. In 2017, they reformed and wrote a new charter that completely carved out completely cut out all the anti-Semitic shit and basically said, like, this is just about Israel, yada, yada, yada. Okay? Now, you don't have to agree. You don't have to believe that. Okay? You don't have to believe that at all. But the reality of the matter is, if Hamas was not against Israel and an emancipatory movement that is born out of the people's desire to live free of Israeli sovereignty, live free of this apartheid, live free of this occupation, and instead was, I don't know, a militia group that you could use against America's enemies in the region, okay, then American media would reflect that change. Okay, they would talk about it all the time. But they don't. It's just something to pay attention to. And the very same people that will say, like, Hamas are barbaric, rapist, monster, terrorists with an antiquated anti-Semitism, and they're operating on the basis of just like doing anti-Semitic acts and not necessarily like a real emancipatory struggle whatsoever, are the very same people who will turn around and say, no, Golani is actually the GOAT. He's incredible. He's a fantastic fighter. And that, the Assad government was ruthless, which is true. They were brutal. The Assad government was brutal. Okay. And certainly not just to radical Islamist fundamentalists or anything like that. Nobody says that. That's just funny that you said that because someone literally said exactly that. Like, this guy says, Golani is the GOAT. A couple bars later, someone says, nobody says that. So I guess some people are saying that. One must ask the question, why some people are saying that. That's because the media offers a permission structure to say that. That's it. He said, unfortunate. Anyway, I'm simply stating that I am still very much worried. And it's not just Jelani either. My fears are not specifically around Jelani. I think that it's good that many Syrians now feel that they can go back to Syria to be with their families. That's a fucking fantastic thing. That's an incredible thing. It's an incredible moment. It's worthy of celebration. Having said that, however, I don't think the strife is over and the conflict is over.
Backers of Assad have been Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia. But over the last week, their support collapsed, all three of them, because all three of them are far weaker today than they were when I took office. And let's remember why. After Hamas attacked Israel on October the 7th, 2023, when much of the world responded with horror, Iran and its proxies chose to launch a multi-front war against Israel. That was a historic mistake on Iran's part. Today, Iran's main territorial proxy, Hezbollah, is also on its back. Only 12 days ago, I spoke from the Rose Garden about the ceasefire deal in Lebanon, a deal that was only possible because Hezbollah has been badly degraded. Meanwhile, Hamas has been badly degraded as well. Iran's own military capabilities have been weakened. Iran tried 2 times to attack Israel, and the United States and built a coalition of countries to directly defend Israel and help defeat those attacks. All this made possible for Iran and Hezbollah to continue to prop up, impossible, I should say, for them to prop up the Assad regime. Additionally, Russia's support for Assad also failed. And that's because Ukraine, backed by our American allies, has put up a wall of resistance against the invading Russian forces, inflicting massive damage on the Russian forces. And that has left Russia unable to protect its main ally in the Middle East. Excuse my cold. The upshot for all this is, for the first time ever, neither Russia nor Iran nor Hezbollah could defend this abhorrent regime in Syria. And this is a direct result of the blows that Ukraine, Israel, have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States. You know, over the past 4 years, my administration pursued a clear and principled policy towards Syria. First, we made clear from the start sanctions on Assad would remain in place unless he engaged seriously in a political process to end the civil war, as outlined by the UN Security Council resolution passed in 2015. But Assad refused, so we carried out a comprehensive sanction program against him and all those responsible for atrocities against the Syrian people. Second, we maintained our military presence in Syria, our counter-ISIS, to counter the support of local partners as well on the ground, their partners, never ceding an inch of territory, taking out leaders of ISIS, ensuring that ISIS can never establish a safe haven there again. Third, we've supported Israel's freedom of action against Iranian networks in Syria. And against
I did cover the torture prison earlier today, Assad's torture prison. Please, I beg you, cover this Naya freeing of the political prisoners, over 100,000 political prisoners in a nightmare known as a human slaughterhouse. Yeah, I covered it earlier.
Against actors aligned with Iran who transported lethal aid to Lebanon. And when necessary, ordered the use of military force against Iranian networks to protect U.S. forces. Our approach has shifted the balance of power in the Middle East. Through this combination of support for our partners, sanctions, diplomacy, and targeted military force when necessary, we now see new opportunities opening up for the people of Syria and for the entire region. Looking ahead, the United States will do the following. First, we'll support Syria's neighbors, including Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, and Israel, should any threat arise from Syria during this period of transition. I will speak with leaders of the region in the coming days. I had long discussions with all of our people earlier this morning. And I'll send senior...
I can't tell if his liver is failing and that's why he's so yellow, if it's the lighting, or he's been getting some tan. But yeah, that's the foreign policy goat right there, chat. You want to know the real foreign policy goat? There it is.
liderler arasında zaten 2 kişi kaldık.
There are only 2 people left among the leaders in the world.
Şu anda bir ben varım.
Just me.
Bir de Vladimir Putin var.
And Vladimir Putin.
Yani bunu ben olduğum için söylemiyorum. Yani vakayı söylüyorum.
He's saying, I'm not just saying this because it's me. I'm just telling you how it is.
Tabii 22 yıl bu fakirin görev süresi var.
For 22 years, I've been working.
Neredeyse bir o kadar da Sayın Putin'in var. Diğerleri hepsi elemine oldu.
Yeah, Putin has also done that. Everyone else has been either eliminated or they've left.
Şu anda tabii süreç devam ediyor. Temennimiz odur ki bu münasebetleri bu diyalog içerisinde sürdürmeye devam edelim. Tabii Merkel'in Almanya siyasetinde onulmaz bir yeri vardı.
Saying Merkel is irreplaceable in German politics.
Mesela
fakiri niye çevirmedin? As a fake humble. Değil mi? Kendine fakir demesinin sebebi şey. Yani neden kendine fakir diyor bilmiyorum. Neresi fakir amına koyayım? O adam fakirse hepiniz ölüyorsunuz yani.
Merkel gittikten sonra Almanya'da siyaset bitti.
He says after Merkel leaves politics ended in Germany. That's what he said.
Çok ilginçtir. Ama ben Almanya'da mesela çok takdir ettiğim, hatta daha ileri gideceğim, sevdiğim bir lider.
He says there is a leader in Germany that I actually appreciate. Dare I take it one step further? Love.
Schröder'dir.
Schroeder. Who I think is, Gerhard Schroeder, who in Germany does not enjoy his high standing in popularity contests, although it was the economic reforms initiated during his reign, from which the Merkel administration has massively benefited later on. So interesting remark.
Schröder'in bize karşı olan saygısı çok.
He's saying Schroeder has a lot of respect for us. It's kind of funny because, like, for him, everything revolves around respect for Turkey. Is Turkey at the table? Is Turkey the table? And for the record, this past week has shown Turkey is the entire table. Not just at the table. Turkey is literally the fucking table, and they just flipped the table. Bizi kıskanıyorlar abi. Yeah. Yes, Turkey does have free healthcare. Turkey has a nationalized healthcare system alongside a private insurance, if you would like, as well.
Çok farklıydı ve hakikaten iyi bir liderdi.
He's saying Schroeder was different and very good.
Münasebetleri çok farklıydı. Ve Ramazan'da mesela benim oturduğum masada Schröder bira filan içmezdi.
He's saying during Ramadan, Schroeder used to respect him. And wouldn't drink beer at the same table that he was sitting at during Ramadan. Again, everything revolves around his own. Everything here, his entire analysis is conducted on the virtue of, do they respect me or not?
Böyle saygısı olan bir insandı. Farklı bir insandı.
He's a different guy. He had a lot of respect.
Bizim mesela Schröder'le şu anda hala.
Okay, he's just still glazing Schroeder. I don't really care. The important part about it was when he said, it's just me and Vladimir Putin. We're the only two fucking leaders. No one else. And He also pointed to his longevity. Yesterday, one moderate rebel leader gave a nice speech. Oh, this is gray zone, so I don't know. Aleppo's Al Ravda Mosque, promising not to harm any residents, even if they're from any other Muslim sect or Christians or Armenians. Today, they uploaded a new video showing them beating defenseless Kurds. Yeah, I don't know when that video is from. But I do know that they're already fighting. There is already some infighting happening. U.S. forces conducted over 75 precision airstrikes in central Syria, targeting ISIS camps and operatives. CENTCOM vows to prevent ISIS from reconstituting or conducting external operations. Also, Israel has, this is sourced by the New York Times, Israeli ground forces have passed the demilitarized zone and crossed into Syrian territory for the first time since 1973, Israeli officials say, according to the New York Times. Israeli ground forces advanced beyond the demilitarized zone on the Syria-Israel border over the weekend, marking their first overt entry into Syrian territory since the 1973 October War, according to two Israeli officials speaking anonymously to discuss sensitive developments. The Israeli deployment came amid a successful push by rebel groups in Syria to drive President Bashar al-Assad out of power and out of the country, prompting neighboring states to brace for more regional instability created by the southern fall and fight. Now, what I don't understand is Israel has collaborated on that same fucking border with al-Nusra in the past, like directly. Something that Lonerbox and all those other fucking losers don't know about, which is why they were criticizing me. But they have directly considered when that video was of SNA fighters, not HTS, by the way. Oh, thank you for course correcting Elite News. I feel like a lot of people are getting SNA confused with HTS. SNA is the Syrian National Army that is backed by the Turkish. They're still pretty radical themselves. There's plenty of elements within the SNA that are radical, but they are the ones who fucking hate the Kurdish militias. Now, going back to what I was saying about Israel. What was the border scuffle that they had? Or not scuffle, but like Israel al-Nusra collaboration. Let's see. I mean, this is from Al Monitor, but this was are Israel and Jabhat al-Nusra coordinating on attacks in Syria. Israel has arrested a Syrian Druze man who documented contact between Israel and the al-Nusra front. Israel offered medical help to fighters as well. So why am I mentioning this? Why am I mentioning this? They have also given weapons. IDF chief finally acknowledges that Israel supplied weapons to Syrian rebels. Don't believe any mainstream news you read on the internet? Okay, dog. Hasan is not even Muslim anymore. He needs to revert to Islam. If he didn't grow up in Islam, he wouldn't have this opinion on Syria and Erdogan. America has brainwashed him. Wait, what? Okay, man. Anyway, outgoing IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot this weekend acknowledged for the first time that Israel has indeed provided weaponry to Syrian rebel groups in the Golan Heights during the country's 7-year civil war. Until Sunday, Israel would say officially only that it had given humanitarian aid to Syrian opposition groups across the border, while denying or refusing to comment on reports that it had supplied them with arms as well. So what's really interesting about this is, well, they have collaborated with al-Nusra in the past. They have collaborated with, like, HSD style groups. Okay, maybe not directly with HSD, but I would assume, HTS. But what I don't understand is why, if they have collaborated with al-Nusra, and they're saying Israel Prime Minister helped topple Assad, but it wasn't planned. It just happened to be, kismet. Right? And then why are they invading Syria? Why are they going further into Syria? The Israeli deployment came amid a successful push by rebel groups in Syria to drive President Bashar al-Assad out of power. Why are they doing that? If they were so worried about the groups that come after, this is the peak. Groups that Israel has worked with, successfully collaborated with openly, they are now in charge of large swaths of the Syrian lands. So why is it that Israel now has additional security concerns? It's very interesting. One statement, two languages. There's one statement. There's one sentence that's pretty important that Netanyahu says, only in English, not at all in Hebrew, about the presence of IDF in the buffer zone. This is a temporary defense position until a sustainable arrangement is found. Okay, I can't speak Hebrew, so I don't know.
The Syrian army abandoned its positions. We gave the Israeli army the order to take over these positions to ensure that no hostile force embeds itself right next to the border of Israel. This is a temporary defensive position until a suitable arrangement is found. Equally, we send a hand of peace. The Syrian army abandoned.
Interesting.
Israel, which borders Syria, it has deployed additional forces to the occupied Golan.
I just don't personally understand why there would be any additional temporary threats to Israeli sovereignty and security if the guys that they have in the past aligned with are now in control and Assad is gone. I thought Assad was the dangerous threat to Israel's sovereignty and security. And yet, for some reason, Israel's temporary security concerns have once again reared its ugly head. Israel always has temporary security concerns. Israel always has a right to defend itself. This is how Israel basically traffics its own expansionist policies. And that's precisely what's happening here. Anyway, from what I understand, here is obviously our Yemen researcher, Alden Markey. I don't know if he's in the chat right now. He says, now that Assad's government has officially collapsed and he has fled Syria, Yemen can now finally address in public what happened to its Syrian embassy. Assad closed the pro-Ansar Allah embassy in Damascus in October 2023 in exchange for rapprochement with Saudi Arabia. The entire embassy staff was kicked out and the embassy premises and promptly replaced with stooges of the pro-Saudi Yemeni regime in exile. I happened to speak very cordially with both of the two Yemeni ambassadors before Assad turned everything to shit. The October 2023 closure was very embarrassing and bewildering. There was no prior notice, nothing. What? Syrian analyst on Israel's invasion of the north? Okay, that's Syrian girl, and she is not a quote-unquote Syrian analyst. I'm sorry, you have to be a little bit more, there are a lot of people who aren't just Syrian analysts. There are definitely a lot of people who are propagandists, sometimes anti-Semitic, and also pro-Assad at the same time. Okay? I would not go there for analysis. So yeah. It's ridiculous overall. If you care about sources from the Syrian rebels on the ground, let me tell you that their help was a drop in the sea. Your ideas is true that Israel really did want to topple Assad. We would have seen anti-air support and constant PR, but trust me, Israel loves Assad far more than everyone else. So this is also an interesting take as well. And I don't have like a fully fleshed out position on this. I have heard people say this, but I think the reality of the matter is Assad, while incompetent, was still very much a part of the supply chain for Iran, for the axis of resistance in the region. Assad also relied on Hezbollah for defending its position. So I think while he wasn't necessarily pro-Palestinian emancipation, especially the direct issues that the Palestinians had, that Hamas specifically had with the Assad regime, and early on Hamas's support for the revolution, I think caused a lot of disagreements and genuine like a real issue for Assad in general. So while they were still in alignment due to while they were still in alignment due to Iran basically utilizing Syria as a way to bring in weapons into the region. They weren't like a major power player. He compromised for literally all sides just for the sole purpose of staying in power. He made so many promises to Israel as we saw them give intel on Iran. This is what the Iranian government is saying as well. They're saying that like Assad was potentially giving Iranian positions away, intel away to Israel. I mean, I don't know. I get it. I mean, he was a fucking major opportunist and really bad. Yemeni officials articulating frustrations that they have with the Syrian government Assad, the most major one being that they have requested the Syria assist in opening a front in the occupied Golan Heights against Israel, and each time the Syrians refused. Yeah. The wider understanding in the region is that any government in power in the Middle East in some way benefits the American interest and by extension Israel's. Maybe not directly, but some to an extent. And yes, that includes Iran. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, Assad is he doesn't always consistently play ball in the same way that like Gulf states do. And even then, Gulf states don't always consistently play ball in the way that America wants, which is why Israel has to be there. So if you don't consistently play ball with America and Israel, then you will get toppled inevitably, especially if you already are a brutal tyrant. And due to your brutality, there is a very valid reason for people that want to topple you. America will always go in and use that to their advantage. And that's it. It's like Trump. Assad loves Assad and not much more. I mean, I guess. Well, speaking of Trump, Tulsi Gabbard also likes Assad. Yeah, I am not just posting this here for the chatters. Please never go to her for analysis. She's a genocidal maniac. Okay, Elent News, let's be real. There's a lot of fucking genocidal maniacs on OSINT Twitter, okay? Many of them overwhelmingly are genocidal maniacs at the behest of Israel, so it doesn't track in the same way. But I am pretty consistent in my position of not listening to any genocidal maniac, whether they are ostensibly on my side of any sort of political struggle, which she is not, regardless. But let's make no mistake, okay? I know what OSINT Twitter looks like. They fucking comprised entirely of genocidal maniacs of different varieties of things, or of different ideological background.
Golan Heights area, and during the last year is understood to have carried out several airstrikes on groups which support Hamas and Hezbollah as its wars in Gaza and then Lebanon were underway. The Israeli military is also reported to have struck Syrian military compounds near Damascus early today, including weapons depots. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted these comments on the fall of the Assad regime in Syria to his social media accounts.
This is a historic day for the Middle East. The collapse of the Assad regime, the tyranny in Damascus, offers great opportunity, but also is fraught with significant dangers. This collapse is a direct result of our forceful action against Hezbollah in Iran.
I also do hate that he's so happy about this. Like, it does benefit him. Instability in the axis of resistance supply chain, regardless of Assad's like lack of interest in helping Palestinians, instability in the axis of resistance supply chain is good for Israel. So for him, this is fantastic. They've crippled Hezbollah's leadership. They've bombed every fucking Shia village in southern Lebanon. So now the Lebanese economy is already destroyed. And now they have to do a period of reconstruction to make sure that they, to make sure that that people can still survive in that area. And now, the last vector of instability, a massive country in the region that was utilized as a part of the Iranian supply chain, is no longer controlled by a guy who is somewhat unstable from his perspective.
Assad's main supporters It set off a chain reaction of all those who want to free themselves from this tyranny and its oppression. But it also means we have to take action against possible threats. One of them is the collapse of the Separation of Forces Agreement from 1974 between Israel and Syria. This agreement held for 50 years. Last night it collapsed. The Syrian army abandoned its positions. We gave the Israeli army the order to take over these positions to ensure that no hostile force embeds itself right next to the border of Israel. This is a temporary defensive position until a suitable arrangement is found.
Soon before Erdogan's assault in Syria, Netanyahu literally threatened Asad in his speech, saying he's playing with fire. Yeah, because Erdogan and Benjamin Netanyahu are this, bro. This. They are. Recep Tayyip Erdogan is a servant of Western interests. It does not matter that he plays both sides. It does not matter that he has trade relations with Russia. It doesn't matter that he has trade relations with China. Recep Tayyip Erdogan oversees the second largest military in NATO. Recep Tayyip Erdogan oversees America's nuclear arsenal in the Incirlik base. Anyone that tries to tell you that Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Benjamin Netanyahu are not directly aligned only hear what he has to say in public, and he has all the smoke for Israel in public. He always says, like, fuck you, Israel. You are Netanyahu. He says a number of different things. And yet, the oil and gas that Israel needs to power its energy grid, I believe around 30% of it still comes through Azerbaijan, through Turkish ports, directly into Israeli ports, or directly through pipelines. Okay? Israel uses a radar in Turkey to protect the sky. That too. Turkey has also always trained Israeli Air Force fighters. That is incorrect. No, it's not. It is not incorrect at all. You are just oblivious. Okay? This is service level conspiratory thinking. Nothing I said is service level conspiratory thinking. You're coping because you want Erdogan to be this, liberator in the region. You want to fantasize. You want to fantasize that Recep Tayyip Erdogan is going to, I guess, like restore the Ottoman Caliphate to its glory or some shit. Okay, that he cares about the Ummah. Turkey and Israel are at odds? No, they're not. Turkey and Israel have never been at odds, and they will never be at odds. No, Recep Tayyip Erdogan is simply responding to the pressure, the real pressure of the Turkish population. The Turkish population hates Israel, whether they are Islamists themselves, which, are important to Recep Tayyip Erdogan's winning coalition, of voters, or whether they are, people that are interested in the emancipation of Palestinians. This means that there are a shit ton of people in Turkey that want Palestine to be free. Recep Tayyip Erdogan has to respond to these demands because, after all, while he is authoritarian, there is still some semblance of democracy in Turkey. And that's precisely what's happening here. A better statement would be any government is Turkey will always be hand in hand with Israel, even if it wasn't Erdogan. Yes, that is true. No matter what happens, no matter who's in charge, as long as Turkey is a NATO nation, it will always be pro-America. And obviously, America's major interests in the region are to defend Israel unconditionally. But this is very beneficial for Erdogan in general. Not only does he get to enjoy the freedom, he gets to, bully like European allies every now and then. And also simultaneously, he gets to pummel Kurdish forces in northern Syria and maintain control over big parts of Syria. And that benefit is now playing itself out in the way that the Assad regime was toppled by Turkish-backed forces. So there it is. Recep Tayyip Erdogan has played both sides, and he has ultimately come out on top.
Equally, we send a hand of peace to all those beyond our border in Syria, to the Druze, to the Kurds, to the Christians, and to the Muslims who want to live in peace with Israel. We're going to follow events very carefully. If we can establish neighborly relations and a peaceful relations with the new forces emerging in Syria, that's our desire. But if we do not, we'll do whatever it takes to defend the state of Israel and the border.
Well, that was Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, let me go now to Charles Lister, who is in Doha. Sorry, we're going to go to our guest in a moment. First of all, let's hear from John Donaldson, who's got this.
Charles Lister is the guy that's like moderate jihadis guy. I mean, he's his analysis on Palestine is really good, but on Syria, he's a little bit, I don't know. He hates Muslims, dude. This motherfucker's Islamophobic as fuck. I hope karma catches up. Yeah, there's no such thing.
This analysis of Netanyahu's statement from Jerusalem.
Evil always thrives, chatter. There's no karma catching up. It's funny to see cabinet ministers saying this occupied region is a security belt from Syria to the Golan Heights because the whole justification for occupying it, yeah, exactly. The whole justification for occupying and annexing the Golan Heights is that Golan Heights is a security belt for northern Israel. We're doing security belt inception. No, it's the same tactic. It's always the same tactic. You go in, you say we have real security concerns. We have people living there. We have real security concerns. We have to push the boundary. Then you annex that boundary that you pushed, okay? Then you repopulate that area. You repopulate the area with more settlers. Then now you have security concerns. You have to expand further. Okay? In the words of that other guy who wrote the Times of Israel article before they took it down, Lebensraum. That was literally the fucking argument that the dude was making. Yeah. Amid the chaos, the Israeli Air Force carried out numerous strikes in Syria today, taking out weaponry Israel fears could fall in the hands of hostile forces. According to the reports in Syria, strikes earlier targeted ammunition and weapons depots at the Kalkala Air Base in Suwaida, several sites in the Daraa Governorate, and the Mezeh Air Base in Damascus. This afternoon, additional strikes were reported at the Mezeh Air Base, a major security complex in the Kafr Souza suburb of the capital, a branch of the Scientific Studies and Research Center in Damascus, and a central square in the capital that includes intelligence and customs headquarters. This is from Times of Israel military correspondent Manny Fabian. Following the fall of the Assad regime, the IDF has said that it is tracking advanced weapons in Syria and working to prevent them from reaching Hezbollah or any other hostile elements that could threaten Israel. Yeah. So yes, this is absolutely working in favor of Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, look, you know, after the last 14 months, Israel has a lot on its plate, but it is definitely concerned about what's happening in Syria. And I think this, basically, they are saying that they are going to seize this buffer zone that has existed between the Golan Heights and occupied Golan Heights and Syria. They're going to seize those positions. And I think ordinarily that would have been seen as hugely provocative, but certainly from Israel's perspective at the moment, it is understandable. I mean,
someone look up a map of Greater Israel, and you will understand which direction people are heading in. Now, if you were to say this, for the record, if you were to say this like, I don't know, 10 fucking years ago, I think that there was more of a reason to be skeptical of that. If someone were to be like, oh, they want to do Greater Israel, I'd be like, I don't know. Okay? I don't know about that. Nowadays, I feel like, I mean, look, Euphrates to the Nile. Look at that. This guy is not a random dipshit, okay? I mean, he is a dipshit, but he's not a random dipshit. That is the finance minister of Israel, Bezalel Smotrich, describing the aspirations of Greater Israel. Yes. The Nile River, in between the Nile River and the Euphrates. This is the map of Greater Israel. Sometimes you'll see this patch on soldiers' arms on the Israeli occupying force. It happens to feature most of Syria, half of Iraq, all of Jordan, all of Lebanon, parts of Turkey as well. This is what it looks like in terms of the patches. Parts of, obviously, Egypt too. Yeah. I believe it's also in the Likud charter too. Yeah, also Saudi Arabia to a certain Saudi Arabia too. So where does this originate from? I think it originates, I don't know. I mean, it's like the Bible, I think. I don't fucking know. Well, for evangelical Christians, they believe that the greater Israel, like this land between the Euphrates and the Nile River, belongs to only Jews. And when it is only populated by Jews, they will, the Armageddon will happen. Jesus Christ will come back to Megiddo and fight Satan's forces in Megiddo, and all of the evangelical Christians will be sucked into the heavens, and everyone else that is not a good evangelical Christian will burn in eternal hell. This, of course, includes the Jews that are in between that area, but the trigger event is for them to populate this entire area so that this anime supervillain style fight can happen. Yeah. I think they're mostly focusing on their political capital on northern Gaza as far as settlements go at the moment. Some groups do photo shoots in southern Lebanon and left, but northern Gaza and the Netzarim corridor are where our eyes should aim at right now as far as that goes. Yes. I mean, I think like the reasonable thing, well, it's still unreasonable, but what they will be allowed to do is most likely populate North Gaza. As I have said, as they've shown their interest in bringing in settlers and utilizing the occupied or the currently ethnically cleansed parts of North Gaza and repopulate it with settlers. So they're already doing that. Yeah, they're very anti-Semitic. They believe half the Jews will be converted and the other half will be destroyed on Judgment Day. Yeah, I mean, one of the main guys that believes that is Pastor John Hagee, who once famously said that the Holocaust was good because it was a trigger event for Israel, and that Hitler was actually Jewish as well. He was the Antichrist and Jewish. That's what he said, Pastor John Hagee. Now, regardless of those statements, Pastor John Hagee is not considered Anti-Semite of the Year by StopAntisemitism.com. I am. And not only am I the top 3 for most anti-Semitic person in America, John Hagee was actually welcomed at the pro-Israel rally. He spoke next to Van Jones and many other members of both the media, and also Chuck Schumer and numerous other people like from American Congress. So remember when people are like, you know, remember that when people talk about, like when people cynically talk about anti-Semitism in an effort to deflect away from valid criticisms of Israel.
They are very concerned about who these rebels are. They're concerned about...
Oh, yeah. Jay-Z is accused of sexually assaulting a 13-year-old in a 2000 incident along Sean Diddy Combs in an amendment lawsuit. We'll take a look at that in a little bit.
Chemical weapons falling into the wrong hands, and they don't want the rebels operating right on their border. So, you know... Look,
this is bullshit. They didn't have rebels operating right in their border as a concern at all before. They literally welcomed it. Okay, so the notion that they now have an issue with the rebels operating on the border is bullshit. Here is senior editor of 972 magazine, okay, Ben Reif. With Assad gone, Israeli forces are currently seizing the buffer zone between Syria and the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, which has been in place for half a century. The army has also been instructed to occupy control points, while ministers are calling to occupy Mount Hermon. Saudi media is reporting that the Syrian side of Mount Hermon, Jabal Shaikh, is now under Israeli control. And there it is. They got the flag out and everything.
Look, Israel is fighting wars in Gaza. The one in Lebanon has only just finished, but it does seem like it's willing to engage with Syria as well. We've just had a note from the IDF warning people in 5 villages in southern Syria to stay indoors for their own safety because Israel could be preparing to make strikes there. Israel has had a very ambiguous relationship with the Syrian regime up until now, and it's one that really indicates the complex web of networks and political allegiances in the region. So for a long time, after the Arab uprising in Syria back in 2011, 2012, Israel basically wanted the status quo. They're no great friend of Bashar al-Assad, but they calculated that a man who was allied with Hezbollah, a man who was allied with Iran, Israel's two arguably greatest enemies along with Hamas, they calculated that Bashar al-Assad was better than what might come next. Well, now we've got what's come next, and Israel is going to have to make the calculation of what kind of Syria it wants, and if they don't get the Syria they want, how will they respond?
Bombing Damascus, taking a photo with the Israeli flag on Syrian territory is a provocative way to greet the new regime on its first day. I assume the Israeli decision makers have already calculated that they can't have peace with any regime in Syria and are sending a message. I mean, I think they're just flexing. How the fuck does a whole ass country fall in a single week? I mean, it was already held together with ticker tape, if that makes sense. It wasn't, there has always been, at least for the past decade, there's been like a very strong, resilient anti-government movement in the country. There's a shit ton of Western efforts, Western involvement that propped up some of these groups and armed them. There it is. You have a massive country that is a border nation to you, and I'm not even talking about Israel here, that has also consistently utilized its own militia forces inside of your borders. Erdoğan'ın bir zamanlar Büyük Ortadoğu Projesi'nin eş bakanı olduğunu söyledim mi? Baktığında başta söylediği her şeyi eninde sonunda yapmış oldu. Gelecekte Kıbrıs'tan bile bir parça verebilir. Böyle bir şeyin olabileceğini düşünüyor musun? I don't know. All right. Yeah, we're gonna see what the CNN crew said in Syria
Clarissa
after the Assad regime fell.
Spoke to us from inside the Syrian capital of Damascus. Here is some of what she told us.
It's a little bit eerie, certainly, and there's definitely a sense when you talk to people that they're delighted, but they're cautious, they're concerned. What comes next?
Yeah. Why are they cautious and concerned? My American chatters are telling me I should not be cautious nor concerned. It seems like even CNN, Clarissa Ward, is saying that, understandably, the Syrians are cautious and concerned.
Be chaos? Will there be lawlessness? Will we see more looting like we saw today? But if you have that other clip pulled up, I just would love our viewers to be able to see the scene at that border crossing as we pass through it. Again, it was already dark, already past curfew, very, very quiet.
An HTS militant in Damascus says we will declare an Islamic caliphate and pledge allegiance to the Muslim caliph in order to fight the Jews. Yeah, right, dude. Sure. There's got to be someone who's like pro-Assad that's claiming that. And I don't mean that they're not like anti-Semitic or whatever. I'm sure plenty are. But they will never, I don't think they'll fight Israel at all. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that they're going to fight Israel. Once again, Israel has strategically offered support to al-Nusra in the past. That's just not a real thing.
Quiet and just nothing like we've seen it before. The only real evidence we saw, Wolf, of any struggle to finally take Damascus, to finally oust Bashar al-Assad, was a tank in the road below a torn poster of President, or I should say former President, Bashar al-Assad. Take a look at that clip if you can. So we're just crossing now into Syria. It's astonishing to see. It's absolutely empty. The border points before, there would have been soldiers, there would have been border guards. Now there is absolutely nobody from the Syrian regime. just a few friendly people waving us through. And honestly, the last time I came down this road was back in 2011. I was leaving Syria. I had been undercover in Damascus, posing as a tourist, went back into Lebanon, and I never went.
The chief of staff of the Israeli occupation forces, Herzi Halevi, announced that starting Sunday night, the IOF will begin combat operations in Syria. Aldon Markey says Jelani now has a chance to prove the national character of himself and his forces. No. And this would be tremendously beneficial for him. If he wants regional recognition, look at what the Ansar Allah administration got in terms of positive coverage from the entire region. Because of their blockade on the Red Sea and because of their military campaign against Israel. If there is no easier way, well, Kai was barking with my dad. There is no easier way to gain immediate legitimacy other than in the region, other than attacking Israel immediately. The reality of the matter is he will not do that. It just will not. There is no way. Even if it would be beneficial for them, it would ultimately be very harmful for them if their interest is to control Syria. America will never allow a hostile entity to control Syria. Yürütür müsün? Peki. Peki ver. Ne bileyim gönder. Anyway.
Imagine this moment would come when we would be driving through this border with no one from the regime to stop us. And Wolf, my cameraman, Scott McWhinney, just found this on the ground, literally, as we were listening to that clip. This is the old flag of the Syrian regime, which has 2 green stars. The rebels' flag has...
I'm sorry I stopped playing Valorant. Zombie Queen. Said, ew, I'm still following this asshole. No thanks. Down 40K plus viewers. Thank God. I mean, it's pretty good. I'm sorry for no longer playing Valorant. I'll get back one day. You don't have to be this upset.
Has 3 green stars, but this one has now been literally, we just found it on the floor. I guess a real moment where you see how much things have changed just in the past 24 hours. In terms of the security situation on the streets, I would just add, we anticipated that we might see quite a lot of checkpoints as we came into the city. We didn't. We did see a group of men. They did not appear to be armed, but they asked us what we were doing, where we were going. And now that we are sort of ensconced in our place where we're staying for the night, we have seen a couple of patrols. I saw 2 men armed, and I went up to them and asked them where they were from. They told me they were from Idlib, which is in the northern part of the country. And we saw a man on the street go up and wanted to pose for a photograph of them, which I think sort of speaks to the moment. There is obviously jubilation, elation, but also this sense of you can't compute. It was so fast, so breathtaking. It's astonishing. And I think people are taking some time to try to process the magnitude. Keep in mind, Wolf, we're talking about 53 years of Assad rule, 53 years of a brutal police state. And I can't tell you how many Syrians have said to me, Wolf, that, you know, we understand that there are concerns about the rebels and the makeup of the rebels and the fact that some of them are Islamists and some of them are even jihadists or have been affiliated with al-Qaeda or prescribed organizations. But let us have this moment. Let us celebrate the fact that this brutal dictator who has ruthlessly killed hundreds of thousands of people, who has gassed children with lethal nerve agents, who has...
Syrian rebel commander urges Israel to support uprising, strike Iran-backed forces. In an interview with Tal, a fierce Syrian army officer expresses hope for friendly relations with Jewish state, warns of Iranian militias propping up Assad. They will come for Israel too. Yeah, anyone that thinks that these guys are going to fucking attack Israel, at least in the next 4 to 5 years, are crazy, in my opinion. I think, like, at most, this will be like a 9/11 style situation against America, more likely, and maybe even Israel, perhaps. Right? But I do not foresee this. I do not foresee this becoming a immediate, like, oh, we took control over Syria, and now we're going to use that control to, like, attack Israel. Russia said that Assad didn't have the will to fight after all. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Locked people in prisons and tortured and beaten them to death, that he is finally gone. And that whatever may come and whatever the anxiety, this is a new chapter for Syria, Wolf.
All right, Clarissa Ward now having made her way to Damascus, the Syrian capital. Clarissa, thank you very much. I want to bring in CNN's international diplomatic editor, Nick Robertson, right now. He's done a lot of reporting from Syria and the Middle East over the years. Nick, what do we know, first of all, about this transition of power in Syria right now?
Yeah, risk and opportunity is sort of the way that President Biden spoke about it in his speech there. He mentioned being vigilant, and he said that because we've heard, he said, what the rebel leadership who had its roots in al-Qaeda, we've heard what they're saying. It sounds like it's good. They're talking about a non-sectarian society with a new political dispensation. And this is something that President Biden said they need to live up to. We've heard the words, but we need to see more. And what President Biden laid out that he expects is in the future is a Syria that's sovereign and independent, which seems to be a very clear message. Crystal clear. Russia and Iran will no longer have any kind of stake in the future of Syria. So that's part of the political picture going forward. It's made up of the different ethnic groups. It's made up of the different religious groups. It's made up of all the different elements of society inside of Syria. That's President Biden's aspiration. And that's very much what we've been hearing from the rebels. And I've been talking to actually a political grouping way outside of the rebel structure who were central to peace talks back with Assad's regime. And about a decade ago, the United States was playing a role in that. And there was a lot of work laid out back then for what a new government could look like, what a new constitution could look like, who could be involved in it. And this political leader told me that's the direction he believes that the country is headed in again, a period of military security, the military pull back. There's a power-sharing government for a period of time, 6 to 9 months, perhaps, he outlined, and then elections. And this really fits in with what President Biden was saying, that this new Syria will have a new constitution. Some of that's been drafted in the past, and a new government. The plans to get that new government and achieve it have been made there. But President Biden being very clear that ISIS will not be allowed to fill a vacuum. U.S. strikes on ISIS today. The security...
No. The other ISIS will not. If you're reformed ISIS, then you're fine.
Of U.S. forces vitally important, but also making sure that ISIS doesn't get stronger, and remembering that there are hundreds and thousands of ISIS families and supporters in jails inside of Syria today, in the rebel-held areas in the east, that the United States supports and helps and helps keep them controlled, that will be vital to oversee going forward. And that is going to be of strategic importance to the United States. So that's the path that he's setting out. The rebels are setting out a path of change. No.
Haas, would you agree that the smart thing to do is, in fact, not to fight Israel? Do you think the unbelievably broken Syrian people can afford that? I'm curious on your take. Oh my God, dude. Brother, you have not stopped talking about, like, you have not stopped talking about how fucking misunderstood, like, Jelani and his group is. And now you're like, well, you know, it's actually realpolitik. Like, brother, Yemen is the poorest country in the fucking area, okay? Yemen is the poorest country in the region. The Ansarallah administration was literally in the midst of a massive, damaging, deadly civil war backed by UAE cutouts and also the Saudi cutouts that were instituting a blockade using American weapons, killing the entire fucking population. Look at what they did with the limited amount of resources they have. Okay? We are not poor. Stop slandering us as token Yemeni. Dude. You have like one 1957 F-15 in your Air Force. What the fuck are you talking about? They have like a one F5. We are rich in culture and faith, bro. Yeah, no shit. But and I love Yemen. I think Yemen is dope. But you know, shut the fuck up when I say Yemen is poor. You can't be like, no, we're rich in culture. Like, you're going up against a fucking the oil barons in Saudi Arabia and actually putting up a decent fight. And that is something to be, you know, it's understandably something to flex on you if you want to. But it's like ridiculous to say, no, you don't understand. We're rich. Anyway, the difference between Yemen and Syria is huge, dude. Syria is an open field day for Israel. It's literally on the border. It's stupid to tell Syrians to fight Israel. All I'm simply saying is that the real reason why Syria will not participate in this is because they don't want the smoke. Whichever government of Syria that comes into play is not going to play a role in the supply chain against the axis of resistance against America and Israel in the region. That's it. That's the point and purpose of this operation. That's the point and purpose of this destabilization. Assad, playing both sides, playing all sides, at the end of the day, still allowed that to happen because it needed Hezbollah forces to quell the popular uprisings.
No longer brutality, political, religious plurality.
Nick, I want you and our viewers to listen to what the rebel leader who led this revolt against Bashar al-Assad's regime said just a short time ago. Listen to this.
This victory, my brothers, is a victory for the entire Islamic nation. This new triumph, my brothers, marks a new chapter in the history of the region, a history fraught with dangers. Leaving Syria as a playground for Iranian ambitions, spreading sectarianism, stirring corruption, it became the world's leading source of Captagon. But today, Syria is being purified by the grace of God Almighty and through the efforts of the Arogue Mujahideen.
So, Nick, does that speech give us some insight on what could happen next now that these rebel groups are in control?
Yes, it does. You would expect, and this is what we've heard here, in any speech, he's essentially going to thank his supporters, which is the Islamist fighters who've been part of this coalition of rebel groups. And that's what he said. This is, you know, and let's not forget the context of where he was. This is in this mosque, the Umayyad Mosque, is in the heart of Damascus. It's an ancient and frankly very beautiful building in old stone, and it is sort of, if you will, the one place you would expect him to go and give a speech for an Islamist leader in the most venerated mosque in Syria. in that context, he speaks to the people who got him to power and got him to Damascus. But he also speaks about no longer for Iran to have an interest. I think that very clearly sort of talks and speaks to the negative interference that he sees Iran has played in Syria, but also to its Shia faith. He's a Sunni.
It'll never not be funny to me that the media was so quick to be like, Hamas is ISIS. But then when you have literally ISIS guys, they're like, those guys are no longer ISIS. They're rebels. They're moderate rebels, former jihadi rebels. It's like, it's a super simple mechanism. It's like enemy, bad guy. Friend, good guy. It doesn't matter.
There's a difference. But when he speaks about Captagon, that's a message to leaders in the region. Captagon, the drug, has been an absolutely pernicious and deadly impact on the countries in the region, from Jordan to Saudi Arabia. They all want to see an end to that production. It's damaging their societies. The money of it's kept Assad in power. And when he says that, what Giuliani is doing is speaking to the leaders in the region who will help continue to keep him in power. So he's talked to the people that have brought him to a place of power, and he's talking regionally to those who he hopes can help keep him in power, Wolf.
And this new group, this group, HTS, not necessarily a new group, but clearly a very powerful group right now, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, is in charge. They've taken over for Bashar al-Assad's regime. Nick Robertson reporting for us. Thank you very, very much.
Breaking news on Syria, and this time related to Israel. And Israeli airstrikes are being reported by Reuters saying...
This is a real brave Mujahideen moment. It's crazy. All right. I'm not going to do the Trump thing yet. I'll do bits and pieces of it tomorrow. I'm going to move on to the CEO murder suspect. As you guys know, there's more updates on this issue. It's a story that we've been following closely. First, I'm going to start off by covering what Bill Burr had to say. Hold on. Let's close off all these freaking tabs. Okay. Holy shit, we covered so much. Oh my God, I spent the entire day talking about Syria. All right. Let's see what Bill Burr had to say.
About it, that CEO got fucking whacked.
Oh my God, dude.
You know what's funny? I was sitting there reading an article, guy. They go, "Oh my God, he's such a great guy. He had a wife and kids, and he's such a great guy." And then you find out he and the other guys he's working for are getting sued for $121 million for dumping a stock and not letting the other people know.
In the lawsuit, he and multiple other United Health executives are accused of offloading something like 15 million shares of stock.
It's like, there's your motive. Nancy Pelosi just made $9 million on some shit.
Nancy Pelosi's stock trades saw a 65% return last year. This comes as Congress has stalled talks on banning lawmakers from trading stocks.
They're gangsters, dude. Fucking gangsters. And then when one of them gets whacked or something, they're like, "Oh my God, he was such a good guy." It's a dirty game, Paul. Healthcare.
He's right. As you guys remember, he had that famous take about there's a guy at Nestle that's in charge of privatizing water. He said a lot more aggressive things than I have in the past. All right? That's all I'm going to say. But he's right. They are gangsters. All right, let's take a look at what happened.
For the gunman who shot and killed the CEO of United Healthcare continues this morning. The NYPD has been putting out photos of that suspect last night. They are new pictures here. Eyewitness News reporter Morgan Norwood joins us live from Washington Heights with the very latest at this hour. Good morning.
Hi, Pedro. Yes, police have these new photos of the suspect. They also have what they think is his backpack, a bizarre piece of evidence found inside. I'll get to that part in just a second, but I do want the public to see these photos. It's the suspect in a cab moments after the murder, and authorities believe that he was headed here to this bus terminal here in Washington Heights, where he boarded a bus out of the city. He's wearing what appears to be a different jacket than what we've seen.
Bro, this guy has jackets for days, chat. Also, I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like this is 3 separate guys at this point. Because, like, his fucking eyebrows are different in every photo, dude. This is the 3rd photo. This is the 4th photo we've seen of the guy. And I feel like he just has different eyebrows every time. Two jacket bourgeoisie. No, he's got, I think he has like, what, 3 jackets now? 4? I'm saying he packed a lot of fucking jackets. Obviously, he's not constantly going to like Kohl's and like purchasing new jackets every day. This motherfucker came from Georgia, it seems, using a fake ID, a fake New Jersey license, and packed like 8 jackets in the process and changed his eyebrows too.
In the other set of photos that police have released over the past few days. These photos, though, released after police found that backpack near Central Park's boat pond during their search for the murder weapon and the bike. Neither of those turned up, but sources say the bag had a Tommy Hilfiger jacket inside, along with Monopoly money. It's now being processed at a forensic lab.
I saw someone say this is like finding out about Robin Hood in the 1300s. Like every new update that comes from this guy, I'm like, that's so sick. Now, I don't even know if the Monopoly money is real. Like, I don't know if it's like someone else dropped the bag just as a joke, or if it was the shooter himself who actually planned it like this. But like, why is he so whimsical? Why is the shooter also living a life of you know, mystery and whimsy? Why is he doing these like little bits? It is so hard for me to consistently keep condemning this guy, you know? And as you guys know, I condemn. You know this. I am a condemner. Okay? But this is kind of funny. I don't know what he's doing here. He's just doing
Queens
Hawkeye
are trying
shit.
to figure out what all of this means, but more importantly, see if there's any DNA that they can pull from there. Meanwhile, NYPD detectives were learning are in Atlanta. They're chasing down dozens of leads and tips there, and they're focusing in on the bus that the suspect reportedly took from there here to New York, arriving here 10 days before the murder on November 24th. Here's what else authorities had to say.
All evidence that's recovered is just showing how we put so much energy and attention to.
Eric Adams has a hat that says Mayor Adams on it. Why is this man still mayor? Oh my God. Thank God. The most competent cops are in charge, everybody. Yeah. They're going to find him. Any day now, they're going to find him. And then Eric Adams can retire to Golan Heights like he said he would.
To this incident, and really anytime someone is a victim of a crime, we don't want to give the impression that we are doing anything unique here. We would do it for any New Yorker, any visitor to the city.
Are we not past 48 hours? Yeah. I think this is a waste of resources. Look, as you guys know, I have long been a small government fiscal conservative. You know this. I don't think we should be misusing funds like this. The NYPD has very important missions, like playing Candy Crush at subway stations, like not investigating the hate crime murders that took place against people. These guys walked up to them and asked them if they speak English, and then they fucking killed one of them. Those are important things that the NYPD is tasked with not actually investigating. They should focus on doing that instead, rather than trying to find this guy. He's like leaving Monopoly money behind. It's just like, I feel like the statute of limitation is gone, you know? It's been 48 hours, it's been longer than 48 hours, And as a small government conservative, I believe in fiscal responsibility, and this is being fiscally irresponsible. This is why I think the New York Police Department should go back to shooting fare evaders instead, which is the fiscally responsible thing to do.
And the mayor going on to say that he felt pretty confident that authorities are, closing the net on this suspect. The FBI is assisting in this investigation along with Atlanta police. They're offering a $50,000 reward, the FBI that is, for tips leading to an arrest. Live in Washington Heights, I'm Morgan Norwood, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
We should be balancing the budget. Anyway, here are the cops searching Central Park. Where's the audio? Oh, why is there no audio?
I'm in front of the Hilton where one of the CEOs of United Healthcare was gunned down. And there's someone here right now that's actually mourning. They're dropping roses. So let's go talk to them. Was this your family member?
I work for United Healthcare for 26 years. And then Brian Thompson, he's the boss, he's the CEO. I don't think he knows me, but sometimes we had a...
I don't think he can know you anymore. What the fuck? What is this lady doing?
meeting, for the town hall meeting. He's there.
What department do you work in at United Healthcare?
In Connecticut, provider specialist.
What can you say about how corrupt they've been and how much denial of care they've done?
I cannot talk about that because I'm just an employee. It's not my part. I have an insurance too, but all my neighbors, they said United Healthcare is the best.
I would really hate if people started going after all of the CEOs of the healthcare company. What's next? Going after oil company CEOs?
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do. We can talk. We can speak.
You think it's sad? Yeah, I do. Where are you from? UK. Do you have medical bankruptcy in the UK? No. We have medical bankruptcy. That's kind of a time-honored American tradition. How do you feel about it, sir?
I think it's kind of fucked up that somebody got shot in the back. Maybe he has a reason.
Well, he wrote deny, defend, depose on the shell casing.
Is that what he wrote?
Yeah. Who's your healthcare provider?
United Healthcare.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you like them?
I haven't used them yet. I don't go to the doctor that often. I mean, do you know how money works? How reinsurers work? And how that all works?
Our lives shouldn't be a for-profit venture. I think healthcare should be socialized. Everyone should have healthcare.
You got to say that capitalism is done.
I could say that.
Capitalism is over because it's based on greed.
You're cooking right now.
I don't think capitalism's working. Maybe a resource-based economy. You ever see the Venus Project? Jacques Fresco, the guy's name. You know,
resource-based economy. I like that.
Kind of what Thomas Jefferson wanted to do. An agrarian. What did he call it?
Oh, agrarian. I guess when you talk to people at the murder site, you can have more nuanced conversations.
What? Bro, he went from like, yeah, United is my healthcare, it's whatever, it's kind of dog, to like agrarian. We got to do Project Venus or whatever the fuck. It's not what I expected. They were not, I don't know. They were not as class conscious as you would assume. But here's Tim Pool. Yesterday I covered Ben Shapiro trying desperately to present himself as, a guy who knows what's up. Trying desperately to present himself as, or not even necessarily present himself, but like trying desperately to angle himself and prime his audience, his base of support, into developing opinions on the healthcare shooting that are, still defending the interests of CEOs and healthcare healthcare profits by claiming that it's just the left that's going crazy over this assassination. And it turns out it's not just the left that's going crazy over this assassination. This is like a relatively interesting cultural touch point that has spanned across multiple different ideologies, multiple different backgrounds, age groups. seemingly, people of all different ages, are demonstrating bipartisanship in these trying times. These trying times when America is far too divided, it seems like they are very united on this issue. But obviously, this is not great for conservatives who want to still, no matter what you do, not get mad at rich people. You have to get mad at others for marginal, not major differences, like just tiny, minuscule, marginal, immaterial differences. Please, no matter what you do not recognize who the real enemies are. Do not recognize that, like, yeah, these guys might not be good guys. My job revolves around making sure you don't understand who the real enemies are. And Tim Pool is doing that as well. Let's take a look.
This is from Mediaite. Taylor Lorenz defends her celebration of Brian Thompson's murder, saying it's natural.
It's natural if you're a demon.
Let me read this. This is
Sorry.
These people are mind-blowingly evil
What
and
is this?
stupid. Former New York Times and Washington Post journalist Taylor Lorenz defended her celebration of the assassination of Brian Thompson. On Wednesday, in the hours immediately following Thompson being shot, Lorenz expressed her dismay with health industry, saying, and people wonder why we want these executives, if you know what I mean. I'm not going to read her full statement. She wanted to share celebratory graphics that she said were being spammed in her group chats. It's a picture of a star smiling, and it says CEO.
I love when the free speech guys are like, we should find who those group chatters are and kill them. Tim, have you talked with your fans about this today? Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy because, like, Tim will... This story has more coverage than my health insurance. This is the same woman that literally cried on a news interview, people calling her memers on the internet. A rich elite larving is one of the downtrodden. Spare me. Okay, so Tim Pool's audience is still stupid. It seems. Bro, don't replace the culture war with class war by Alice Thompson. Bro, please don't worry about why you pay more in taxes than billionaires. Worry about the war on Christmas and the trans agenda. Please, bro. Stay distracted, bro. It's true. That is exactly what it is. And these guys are tasked with this. This is their job. This is their purpose. This is what they do best. Also, a hit tweet from a moot on Twitter, Tokyo Dilf, with 131,000 likes on this thing. That's what this is. And Ben Shapiro and many others are desperately trying to claw this back. They're desperately trying to recenter your attention away from hating a healthcare CEO or even exhibiting any sort of animosity towards those in positions of power. And their purpose here is to say, don't do that. Please don't do that. Please never do that. It's actually really bad if you do that. Things are really great. Okay? Things are really great. Just hate on the appropriate vectors. Hate on the powerless. Hate on your neighbors. Please.
Down, and she's like, that's just what my group chat's sharing. What group chat are you in, dude? Anyway, unsurprisingly, her joy
your
over
group
the
chat cannot be
extinguishment of
posting
life criticism.
dangerous memes like
After
this.
providing some examples of others dancing
We
on
will throw
Thompson's
you in
grave
jail.
while only mentioning one of her many enthusiastic posts, she addressed the backlash, saying, quote, naturally, the mainstream media began pearl clutching it in outrage after I posted a quote tweet about insurance companies no longer paying for certain anesthesia with the phrase, and people wonder why we want these executives, you know, and then she goes on to mention not being alive anymore. Legacy media outlets, including Fox News, pounced and wrote a slew of articles about my calls for violence. Let me be super clear. My post uses a collective we and is saying explaining the public sentiment. It is not me personally saying I want these executives dead. And I'm not going to read her quote. I'm explaining that thousands of Americans, myself included, are fed up with our barbaric healthcare system and the people at the top who rake in millions while inflicting pain, suffering, and the death on millions of innocent people. So basically, she said, oh, I can't believe that.
Oh, yeah. The image he's talking about is so funny because it's this. Did you guys see the Daily Mail coverage on this? It was really funny. Where they like slow zoom onto the balloon. Please tell me you saw that Daily Mail coverage. Someone has that TikTok, right? It lives in my mind. It's so fucking funny with the sad music. Please, we have to show it. You are not ready for the... Dude, come on, dude. It's got 1 million likes. With the sad music. Okay, let's look at the comments. Maybe his family can file a claim with their insurance. 182,000 likes. I like how every news station that reports about it is trying to paint it as sad and no one's playing along. 172,000 likes. People are fed up with the cost of something we are required to have. 46,000 likes. I didn't realize this was daily news trying to make this sad. The music made this so much funnier. Damn, gone too late. He's looking up at us. Bro, this ain't satire. They tried to truly make this like a sad affair. And it ended up being fucking hilarious, especially the slow zoom after it. We're going to run it again. We got to run it again. Look at this. Look at the zoom. The pause in the zoom. It's Kino. It's perfect. It's cinema. Oh my Lord, dude. This dangerous message was left on the site of the shooting. Anyway, let's get back to Tim, who openly has talked about defending Daniel Penny, who killed a homeless man on a subway station. He choked him to death. Openly has shit on George Floyd, who was assassinated in broad daylight by Derek Chauvin, as multiple other officers looked on as he got choked and killed. Tim Pool has celebrated that Santa Claus looking motherfucker in Latin America that shot the climate change protesters for blocking traffic. So remember, these guys, it's not like they hate political violence. They love political violence. These are the very same people that defend Kyle Rittenhouse. They love political violence as long as it is directed at appropriate targets. Powerless people, helpless people, their ideological opponents. Okay? That's it. When it's someone with, and we've talked about social murder before, but when it's someone who's got a lot of confirmed kills under his belt and they're profiting from it, and they are seen as like a legal citizen because that kind of murder is processed and systematized, so it's normal and good, and it's done at the behest of the profit motive. When someone like that dies, they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You can't do that.
They're mad at me. I wasn't saying I wanted it to happen. I'm saying I, as well as other people, want it to happen.
She was speaking for all of us.
Yeah, it's
not for me.
Thanks, Taylor. Definitely not for me.
Before we move on, there's one thing that I want to point out though.
I like that there's a skateboard back there, or a snowboard. It says step on Sneck and find out. Like right as these like big brolic alpha dog podcast hosts are talking about how dangerous and how scary it is that Taylor Lorenz is reporting on people celebrating the death of the CEO. They're also like, yeah, we're going to do a civil war and we're going to fucking kill all of our neighbors, dude. Hell yeah, dude. I'm a big dog. That's what big dogs do. They're like, civil war now. And then like one CEO gets shot and everyone celebrates it. They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa, not like that. I thought you were going to kill your neighbors. Not like actual people in power, dude. What are you, fucking crazy?
The problems that people face with our healthcare system go way beyond insurance. There's no reason for you to need to have insurance just to go see.
Damn, this motherfucker saying you got to kill more people. That's fucked up. I don't agree with that. Okay. I don't agree with that statement, sir. I do not agree. That's crazy. He said there are way more targets. I don't agree, sir. Please reconsider your position. Wow.
A regular doctor for a checkup. Most of the time, most people should be able to afford that. Like it's not necessary. It's not necessary for things to cost as much as they do. And if it wasn't for the fact that insurance and healthcare is tied to employment, you need insurance for literally anything that you do.
Yeah, he said, don't stop at the CEO. There's no reason to stop at the CEO. He said, chill.
If all these barriers to entry didn't exist, healthcare in the U.S. would be significantly cheaper. So it's easy to point at the big company and say it's their fault, but it's not exclusively the big companies. The big government is in and of itself is directly responsible for a lot of the policies that doctors have to follow that make it necessary to have the big companies and stuff involved in everyday healthcare.
One of the problems I take with the far left,
it's the big government getting in the way of these health insurance companies, even though the health insurance companies are the ones who are writing the legislation. Yeah, that's what we got to do. More deregulation, actually. If they were truly private, it would be even better. They could have a 7% profit margin. That would be, $40 billion instead of a meager $33 billion. Like United Healthcare brought in $33 billion in pure profit this past year. $33 billion.
left is that they implement the government regulations that create the insurance companies' mechanisms.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, it's like, you're so right, dude. The left is always saying like, let's do more insurance. It's a famous leftist position. More private insurance, please.
The insurance companies, of course, have revolving door lobbyists who want to get jobs in the government and then get jobs at these companies. But they're
also leftists. Those are the socialists. Classic case of the socialist lobbyists at big pharma and insurance companies and the socialist CEOs. Except if they were actually socialists, you would be fucking excited at their murder, okay? You would literally be like, oh, this is so sick. Let's kill more socialists, please. So, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
The angry left saying more government regulations, creating the system that they then complain about and then use to justify death.
To that point, back in the 90s, IBM had 0 lobbyists, and they were proud of that. They talked about it all the time. We don't have anyone in D.C. because they did have the opinion that we don't need to go to the government until the government came after them and said, we're going to sue you as a monopoly. Right. And then they're like,
wait, so lobbying is bad? So lobbying is bad, and the government forced IBM's hand to do the bad thing, but somehow IBM is not bad? Also, they don't deserve to be busted as a trust? What the fuck is this guy saying? I don't even believe that the IBM did not have a single lobbyist until the 90s. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. What is this? What ideological framework are these guys operating on? Just like big government equals socialism? Everything that the neoliberal capitalist Western liberal democracy does is actually at the behest of socialism secretly. Huh.
Like, well, what are we going to do? If we're a successful business, we're just doing business. We make computers. It's not like people don't have the option to go somewhere else, because IBM in the 90s isn't IBM today. Bill Gates was rich, but he wasn't as powerful and rich as he is today. And so they're the only option they have.
Bill Gates? Wait, what? What is he talking?
We're a successful business. We're just doing business. We make computers. It's not like people don't have the option to go somewhere else, because IBM in the 90s isn't IBM today. Bill Gates was rich, but he wasn't as powerful and rich as he is today.
Bill Gates? Does this dumb fuck think? Does this guy? What is going on? He's right. IBM wasn't what it is today. It was the Microsoft of today, but without Apple and Microsoft existing. What? I don't understand. Bill Gates did help with IBM, but he didn't found it. Gates licensed software to IBM. Yeah, but Bill Gates is Microsoft.
And so the only option they had was to get lobbyists, to hire lobbyists, so that way the government wouldn't come after them. So
I was looking at old videos from a few years ago about United Health and their issues, and people were referring to them as like an alternate government because of how big they've become. I think that's really interesting. They have more money than JP Morgan. Like it's a huge thing.
That's true, but at the same time, I heard today that their margin is something like 2%. So granted, the dude made,
which is why
it's 6, and that number, that 6% number, first of all, it shouldn't exist. Okay, it shouldn't exist, and also their profit margin is 6%. That happens to be $33 billion. Okay? That's $33 billion. So you could be like, oh, it's just like 2%. Their profit margin is like really fucking slim. Okay, first of all, one, there are a lot of expenses that they bake into that are unnecessary regardless. And two, it's still $33 billion. And not only that, but also it shouldn't exist to begin with. It should not exist. It is a shitty mediator that does not need to exist at all. They provide nothing. Their only service, executive pay is factored into this as well, for the record. But they're a shitty middleman that does not have to exist at all. And it actually ends up driving up costs and offering worse care overall.
They have AI cutting people so they can make money.
You know, the guy that I guess that got killed made like $10 million a year, and it's an exorbitant amount of money.
Yeah.
But because of the margin they work on, again, 2%, like that's spending a lot of money to make the money that big.
And for CEOs of a company,
bro, these guys are so cucked. Oh my God. 6% is great for a company that makes nothing, money from thin air. Yes. Yes. The numbers that they're working with are massive. It's like hundreds of billions of dollars, man. What the fuck are you talking about? You're talking about a company that's overall generating like $500 billion fucking dollars. Okay. What do you mean? 6% profit after executive compensation and numerous other things that they endlessly spend money on is so it's just so much money. They're trying to Trojan horse the info. Their audience is clearly hostile now, and they're trying to shift the narrative. I know that's what they've been trying to do for the past couple of days, and I think it's been unsuccessful. Yeah, it's the fourth largest company revenue in the United States of America, the wealthiest nation on earth.
that big with that much of
yeah, by the way, ironic because that's profit after executive compensation, mergers and acquisitions, mass layoffs as well, in order to keep up in order to remain profitable, I guess. But then besides that, there's also a shit ton of money baked into that. For example, for not only lawsuits, but also corporate lobbyists, which this guy seemingly doesn't like. But I guess the government forced their hand to be corporate lobbyists. Stock buybacks, that too. And even then, 6% profit margin. It's crazy.
revenue, that's actually not $10 million is not that exorbitant, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, if you compare it to other companies of similar size.
I mean, you're never going to tell a leftist that's
yeah, okay, dog. $10 million is not exorbitant in comparison to other healthcare CEOs. Yes, because this guy is only one part of the United Healthcare Group. Okay, yes, there are larger players here. But the notion that it's not that much is so crazy, dude. Holy shit.
Broke. You're never going to tell them that, and they're going to say,
well, they
okay,
blame
yeah,
everybody
right.
else for their problems,
Exactly.
and this is completely unsurprising. I mean, Taylor Lorenz and her ilk are the same kind of people who basically wish death on people who didn't get vaccinated during COVID, and said that it's their fault that she's getting sick and she has to raw dog the air to this day.
Embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
You know, and it's funny that she's kind of getting the brunt of this story, but she is one of the most prominent individuals who has directly engaged in what I would call veiled terrorism.
Yeah.
I say veiled because she didn't literally say.
Taylor Lorenz reporting on people's understandable resentment towards healthcare industry practices and also CEOs is veiled terrorism. Tim Pool gets paid by the Russian government to say Ukraine is the greatest enemy on earth. Tim Pool has openly fantasized about killing his political opposition over and over again, and has had people on his own broadcast so aggressively talked about killing political opposition. Tim Pool himself talked famously about killing people for treason. You know, until Sam Cedar had a conversation with him about how what constitutes for his pay for play scheme with Tenet Media was also akin to treason. So maybe he no longer has that pro death penalty position. Tim Pool famously also had to delete certain parts of his coverage because his guests were getting too crazy about all the death threats they make on his broadcast.
They go do it, but we all kind of got the gist of what.
Yes, Reuters reporting company sees revenue between 450 billion and 455 billion. Yes, that's why it's almost $500 billion in revenue.
She was saying, right?
I mean, you're dealing with like if you're dealing with people that are, you know, on the edge of society, maybe they have borderline mental illness or something like that, and you're like, saying these things, like they're gonna pick up what you're.
Oh yeah, this is the one I was thinking of here.
Fair that I don't take the heat for what you said, Jesse, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm getting people attacking my character now for having had to take the show down because you made 2 allusions to killing people. So I'm not trying to be a dick right now, but like I've got 500 messages of like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you taking the show down? Are you fucking with us? You're trying to make money.
So I thought YouTube took the show down.
No, I had to take the show down.
Okay.
I had to take the show down because you made 2 allusions within like the span of a couple minutes to murdering people.
Okay.
After I explicitly.
Okay, he's braver than you, Tim. At least he doesn't have to hide his shame with a beanie, okay? He's like, fuck it. I'm balding, okay? I don't care. Just like you're too pussy to make the death threats yourself.
He stated in the pre-show, do not make allusions to violence.
Why do you have to be like, hey man, please? It's like me when Felix is showing up. I'm like, Felix, please don't say something that people are gonna clip out of context and say I'm anti-Semitic for having you on. Oh.
Then went on to explain.
I pre-warn him. I'm like, sometimes you get too spicy with your jokes, Felix.
Keep having people come here and saying they want people killed or people should kill people or they can be killed or things like that. 18 minutes into the show, you had made 2 allusions to, one was the helicopter thrown over the Pacific Ocean. That's kind of like a, fuck, we're gonna get hit for that probably, but you know, we'll see what happens. But then you said you can go kill the human smugglers for all I care. And it's just like, that's it. Like, it's not a YouTube thing. It's Rumble would take us down for this. I've had the conversations with Rumble about it. And so it's a question of, for the people who are right now, who are slamming me, claiming that it's a big news day and I intentionally took the show down.
When is Felix coming back? Felix escaped Los Angeles. He was too tired of being called Armenian every day because he's secretly Turkish. So he left the Armenian Oblast of Glendale and went back to New York to get tricked out in the Equinox saunas. He went back to his origin. Yeah. So now I can no longer have him on as a weekly reoccurring guest. I imagine being so fascist that Rumble, the Nazi platform, needs to take you down. Yeah. That's sick.
For fake reasons to make money. No matter what platform we're on, that show would be removed and we would face legal liability. And so the question is, can we have a show if we persist? That show would be deleted and that would be the end of it.
Okay.
So all I can do is say, okay, well, that's it. You know, like I tried.
The transition back to living in New York from LA is insane. I think New York has a lot of benefits, especially if you don't mind the cold. Like New York is kind of sick.
Putting down.
And that's who their base is. Their base, if you look at studies of white liberals, it's something like 2/3 of them have been diagnosed with a mental illness compared.
What? What study, dude? What? Maybe there is one. I don't know. If you look at white liberals, they're all mentally ill. Not us. We're very sane and very normal, okay?
that's white liberals, compared to white conservatives, it's something like 20 to 25%. So they literally are speaking to a collective group of mentally ill people who would be more predisposed to engaging in this kind of behavior.
Yep. They're hopped up on SSRIs, all types of good stuff.
So yeah, one of the things that really irks me about a lot of these people, well, the left in general, the organizers, the activists, people I've met, they are not stupid people.
No.
They know how finance works. They know how much money it takes to run a business. They're intelligent. They're nihilistic. During Occupy Wall Street, they explained it outright to me. They understand everything that's going on. They just don't think anything matters. So why should they care about you or your life? This is like the Hillary Clinton mentality. I'm smart, you're dumb. I should just make you do things for me. And so it results in really stupid people not knowing how money works. And they say things like, the CEO of this major, this Fortune 500 company got paid $12 million last year, and the workers are only getting 15 bucks an hour. And then I'm like, all right, let's stop. How many employees does that company have? And they'll be like, I don't know, 40,000. All right, let's divide 12 million by 40,000. How much money do you want to give to the employees? Now, I'm not saying it's good if CEOs are.
That's how it works, man. Thank you, Tim. Yeah. It's the liberals and the left that are stupid and don't understand how to run a business. Unlike me, if the company has any sort of financial problems, just get $1 million a week from, I don't know, a foreign adversary currently invading another country to cut out some of the silliest propaganda of all time. I don't understand. It's super simple. Yeah, seek Russian investment. Yep, that's exactly what I learned from my 4-year accounting degree. He's 100% right. Yeah.
Ripping off the company and like doing bad things, selling stocks before investigations or whatever may be happening. But it's like, you're not talking about solutions. You're just saying, I'm mad. And then when we say, here's a solution, you burn the solution and say, I don't want a solution. I want to be mad.
Yeah, because the solution that they actually.
It's a largely true stat about mental illness by party breakdown, but it's entirely an artifact due to the people left of center actually getting medical help. Can't be mentally ill if you never get diagnosed. I mean, yeah. Or you can't be mentally ill if you're not getting vaccinated. That's right. That's what it is.
Actually want is, I want the world, I want a communist.
Yeah, dude was literally being investigated for insider trading too, for dumping stocks. But, you know, fuck it.
It's utopia.
Well, but think about what that is, right? The people who want communist utopia are not saying they want a communist utopia. They're saying, I don't want to do any work and I want to be able to live and just chill.
Yeah.
That's really what they're saying. So we had a meeting today with Ian and a couple of video producers, and we're talking about like, how do we...
Dude, why? What? God, I love hearing right wingers talk about what like they assume leftists want. Yeah. Yeah. As opposed to, yeah, people who are on the left just want to do, I guess what CEOs do by definition, don't work a lot and just fucking print money. What do you think CEOs do, man? You think he's in the lab cooking up new ways of doing healthcare? No. He's going to the lab to be like, here, let's use some AI. Let's use some AI to streamline these denials. 90% false claim disapprovals, by the way. 90%. It's great.
How do we make movies and shows, and like, what are the cultural moves we need to make? And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, these guys are motivated and want to get stuff done. You don't need communism if you're a person who just wants to do work, if you have drive and ambition, because the money comes with the ambition that you have. And it may be, maybe you're a working class guy and you're struggling to get by and it's tough, but your motivation is, I got a family and I'm gonna feed my family. I'm gonna work as hard as I have to do it. You don't need communism. You are going to do what you have to do. The communists are the people who are like, but I don't want to wake up.
Yeah, I mean,
what are we? What is, dude? You literally do the same thing I do. You have a podcast mic profession, okay? That all we do is sit on our asses and chirp for a little bit. I do it for a lot longer than he does too. I do it for 8 to 10 hours a day. He does it like what, 1 hour, a couple hours a week with his buddies. Like, what are we talking about? Oh, communists just want to sit on their asses and not work. They don't want to work. First of all, the entire principle behind socialism is specifically to, you know, claw back more autonomy from your labor. Okay? Like, what are we talking about? The notion that the entire political movement that is designed around ownership over your own work, designed around labor in general, both historically and still in contemporary society, designed around labor, is actually about not working at all. Yeah, you only say that if you're a boss, which Tim Pool is, I guess. And even if he wasn't a boss, he's working at the behest of bosses. And that's precisely the reason why he's saying that. It's like, oh, these guys don't want to work. That's not it. They just want more meaningful pay from the work that they're putting in. They want to have a say in the process. They have a say in the creation, and they want to have a say in the process for that reason, which is perfectly valid. Oh my God. Red Scare propaganda is so effective in this country. It's so goddamn effective that you have a century worth of material, art, propaganda, agitated propaganda that exclusively centers itself around work. You have so much academic research and literature dedicated specifically to improving the relations that workers have with the means of production. And all of that is nothing in the mind of dumbass Americans who are just like, yeah, socialism was when you don't want to work no more. That's it. That's it. Communism is when the government makes you work hard, and that's bad. But also simultaneously, communists don't want to work at all, but then the government comes in and makes you work by force, as opposed to capitalism where that doesn't happen. Yeah, the symbol is literally tools, but it doesn't matter.
Like, not for nothing, but like I was doing exactly what I do here on Twitter for like 12 years, 13 years before I came and joined.
What do you do, my man? What do these, the elevated self-importance of these fucking idiots is also always fascinating to watch. Bro, you don't do shit. I mean, at least I recognize I don't do shit, right? These guys, on the other hand, they literally are just like, this is what I've been doing for 12 years. I've been posting on Twitter for 12 years. It's like, oh, sick, man. Such useful labor.
Join the crew here, doing exactly the same thing. And even if I wasn't here, you know, every night of the week, I would still be doing this on Twitter because that's what I did before. You know, it's just, this is recreation to me.
And their idea of getting paid not to work would actually make their mental health issues worse. I mean, I think there's inherent value in work and toil and in being productive. And the idea that you would sit around all day doing literally nothing, like the idea that that would give more purpose to your life or make you better off is so backwards.
That's why isolation was so destructive during lockdowns.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. But this is the crazy thing, that for whatever reason, the liberal worldview is work equals bad.
Right.
And I'm like, work is life.
He's like, work sets you free. Everybody knows that. Even in the traditional German. Work equals life. It's the best. Which is why this thing that comprises most of your adult life should be awful, grueling. You shouldn't see any of the benefits of the work that you put in. The CEO, on the other hand, he should receive all the benefits. And more importantly than the CEO, you know who should receive all the benefits? People that simply had more money than you did at a time so they could have ownership over your work. The shareholders. You know. That's who gets to see your profits, your surplus labor value extracted from you. People who have never touched the factory floor or the assembly line. People who you will never meet. This is a wonderful and fantastic structure. I like it a lot. It's really beneficial.
And it's weird that we develop this culture where they're like, whoa, man, your work is your life. What's wrong with you, dude? And I'm like, a guy 300 years ago who grew up with his dad, who was a blacksmith, was not upset that someone came to him and said, I need a new sword. And he was like, I know how to make them. Check it out. And then makes it. And they're like, this is the finest sword I've ever seen. It's like, thank you, sir. It made you feel good, made you feel a part of society. You were useful. And for some reason, over the past several decades, we've developed this like drugged out hippie mentality of like, life should be just like laying around.
Who are they talking about? Also, he is describing alienation. 300 years ago, when someone was a tool maker, they directly touched the tool, and the tool maker had ownership over its own tools to make other tools. It seems automation. It seems as the productive forces. It seems that the productive forces got a little too good. And it made it so that the blacksmith can no longer even own his own tools or even the tools that he makes. Yeah. He's great. He's talking, he's talking alienation.
Down and looking at the sky.
Yep.
What?
Well, they'll be in the fields when they get their utopia of communism.
Oh, they don't get it.
Yeah.
3-body problem. Have you guys seen it?
Mm-mm.
It went viral a while ago because it's a Netflix show and it opened with the Cultural Revolution in China.
Bro, that shit sucked. The only part of it, the only part that was cool was the Cultural Revolution stuff. I'm not gonna lie, the 3-body problem, the Netflix adaptation was like kind of ass. Everyone says the book is really good. I never read it. You know, I don't read anti-Maoist. I don't read anti-Maoist drivel, but I didn't really like the Netflix show that much. The book is ass too. Okay, well, unsubbing the show is great. First of all, breadsticks. You're not even subscribed. Okay. Broke boy. Secondly, I just didn't like it. I don't know. I thought that it was. I feel like it's a work that's like really hard to properly translate to this medium, especially with the language barrier as well. I don't know. If that makes sense.
And it's epic. And because it's so old, I'm going to spoil a bit of it. But you've got this Red Guard woman beating a guy, a professor, for refusing to give him the answers they want on stage. He's got a dunce cap on.
Mm-hmm.
Later on, this woman has her hand has been amputated and she's breaking rocks in a field. These lefty communists don't realize. Let me ask you. You don't want to work.
Wait, what? Where are you going? These lefty communists want to do cultural revolution? Is that what he's saying? Or is he saying that like oh my God. Remember earlier when I memed that these guys love saying like lefty communists don't want to work, but then in real existing communism, they get forced into the salt mines. He's literally doing that. His argument, I think, is unironically going to be leftist communists don't even know what they want. If they knew what they wanted, they would understand that like inevitably you're going to have to work in the salt mines by force.
Work? What skills do you have? What passions drive you? Nothing? Okay, break rocks. Because the dude who knows how to program computers, the communists are going to be like, okay, program computers. And then you say, but I just want to like read and do poetry. Break rocks, and they're going to put you in a quarry. Yep. They're going to say, do the labor you can do, because to each according to their needs, from each according to what is it? From each according to their means.
Their ability to each according to
there
their
you go.
needs.
And that means what?
Please go ahead. Explain to me why that's bad. Was like, I want to know what he means.
What are you
why
good
this
at?
Is
And
a
what
bad
can you
thing.
do? Okay, well, we'll give you a little bit of food, and the only thing you're capable of doing for the system is going to be menial labor. Yep. Congratulations, you've got everything you've ever wanted.
It's interesting that they don't teach the Cultural Revolution in a lot of colleges or schools. Like you grow up, a lot of people don't just know about what happened with Mao. They don't know what happened with Stalin.
Wait, first of all, They don't teach a lot of shit in American schools. I don't know if they don't teach Cultural Revolution, which is weird because they do in China. Like, I think the official Chinese position is that, yes, there were a lot of mistakes. Like, so I don't know who he's talking about. And I assume they teach it in American education too. But yeah, he's like, why would Tim Pool know what they teach in American schools? He dropped out of like 6th grade. Oh, I don't think Tim knows. Tim, see yourself out of this conversation, bud. Yeah, he did. He dropped out of 5th grade, right?
Oh, for sure it's intentional because they want to implement it. And if you know the consequences, you might be afraid to go down that utopian route, you know?
Thanks for checking out this clip.
Nice, man. Thank you. That was sick. So there's a Johnny Harris video that I want to watch. Oh, fuck. There's so much. There's so much good shit. There's a Johnny Harris video that I want to watch that he deleted. Apparently, in the video, he talks about why people say NATO is the reason why Russia invaded Ukraine. But because people were really pissed at him, he was forced to delete the video. Okay? So we found the video, and I kind of want to watch it. And I don't know why he like shame deleted it, because the last time he shame deleted a video, last time Johnny Harris shame deleted a video, it wasn't even a video at all. It was actually correct. It was like a correct take about, it was a correct take about how he posted about how like settlers are anticipating or trying to go, like Israeli settlers are trying to go into southern Lebanon. And he was like, this is, you know, this is really fucked up. This is not allowed. And everyone was like, that's really messed up. You shouldn't say that. And he apologized for it. But let's see what this one was.
It's the 1990s. The two great empires have been facing off for 5 decades. But after years of propaganda, walls, tanks, coups, and fear, and spies, and nuclear tests, and a lot of close calls, this Cold War finally started to thaw. And quickly. Here's President Ronald Reagan walking out of a building in Iceland with the leader of the Soviet Union. They're talking about peace.
We have an agreement, sir!
Will you meet again?
And they did meet again. Look, here's Ronald Reagan in Moscow, the enemy's capital. After Reagan, George Bush Sr. kept up the momentum towards peace. People were ecstatic.
I will always say this, but I think America eliminating its like enemy in USSR actually caused it to not have any sort of counterbalance on the planet that would rein it in some meaningful ways. And that's why it marked the beginning of the end. The neoliberal era in the post-90s quite literally is the reason why America is on a downtrend.
Walls came down, armies stepped aside, world f***ing peace seemed achievable for the first time in human history. And they called it the end of history, the triumph of liberal democracy, spreading throughout the...
I mean, even he recognizes... Old Francis was like, I was wrong about that.
The triumph of liberal democracy, spreading throughout the globe, that would surely lead to the end of conflict and of empires, prosperity and peace above power and war. Pretty inspirational stuff, right? Yeah, well, it didn't happen like that, unfortunately. What we thought was going to happen didn't happen. Today, countries are once again preparing for war. They're cutting ties with each other, and the world is looking a lot more like those.
Why'd you just randomly start revealing your power level? What are you talking about? What power level? Like, there's nothing. None of my positions are a secret. I'm very annoying and very stubborn in everything that I advocate for.
Old Cold War days. So what happened? Could we have avoided this? And whose fault, if anyone's, was all of this? Here in the political West,
Go outside,
we mostly
chatter.
blame Russia and China for greedily trying to disrupt the US-led, rules-based order that has brought the world so much peace. They are the bad guys. But what if that's wrong? Half of the people watching this video just opened up a new tab and typed, Johnny Harris funded by Russian government, ? But seriously, this
Didn't he delete this video for misinformation? Why not watch it when he re-releases it? I wanted to watch the video first and then watch his apology later and see what he said was misinformation.
This video is going to be controversial because I'm going to...
Chatter talking about how you don't talk about Marxism in a CNN interview or something, which is the normal thing to do. I know. It's called being a normal human being. Like, that's not me hiding my power level. Like, I don't think there's no issue with like tackling these problems in an academic setting. It's just there's a time and place for it. And I don't think when I'm asked a question about like, I don't know, the Democratic Party's failures in the election cycle, that I have to start talking about seizing the means of production. You know what I mean? It's just, what do I always tell you? Read the room, be normal.
Talk about a narrative that we don't talk about much in the West, but I feel like is vital for us to understand and to explore. Today, I'm intentionally going to take off my normal lens of my biases and my versions of history that I'm exposed to most, and intentionally put on a different lens, seeing a version of history where the West isn't necessarily the good guy in recent decades. I'm doing this because I think this kind of thinking is exactly how we better understand each other.
Oh my God, I agree with him. What the fuck? Did this man read like a Mersheimer book or something? What's happening? This is...
how we can better understand how we got ourselves into another Cold War. And I think from this narrative, though I don't agree with every aspect of it, I think there are lessons we can learn. Lessons that hopefully can help us avoid another catastrophic global conflict. As always, the sources for every assertion in this video are in a document that is linked in the description. And with that, let me show you how the West created the new Cold War.
I mean, if he does a 27-minute video entirely dedicated to NATO expansion, not featuring like Operation Gladio, not featuring like all of the other meaningful ways in which NATO has propped up fascist movements in the aftermath of World War II, but instead specifically on NATO encroaching on, Russian territory and threatening Russian territorial sovereignty, I don't even think I would agree with that assessment. Like, I don't think I would agree with the assessment that like it is entirely because of NATO that it's entirely because of NATO that Vladimir Putin said Ukraine is actually just means the border and it's a part of Russia historically, and we must go back to 1,000 years of history when it was firmly in the bosom of Russian Empire. So we'll see.
Okay, so the year is 1991. The Cold War is over, thanks in large part to this guy, who we saw earlier being all lovey-dovey with Reagan and Bush. Mikhail Gorbachev was the last Soviet leader, and he was laser-focused on peace, on de-escalating tensions between the two empires.
Gorbachev said, look guys, this Cold War, we don't need it. We need to move beyond it, especially in the age of nuclear war, which could destroy all of humanity.
That's Richard Sakwa, an expert on the geopolitics of this time, whose book is a rigorous academic argument for the narrative I'm exploring today.
The Cold War ended, the Berlin Wall came down, the Soviet Union is integrated into 15 other states.
The biggest of those countries was Russia, which was the continuation of the Soviet Union's government. The answer was clear for most people. The United States and its allies were the victors in this war. Capitalism and democracy had prevailed, while communism and autocracy had collapsed into itself. But wait a minute, that's not how Russia saw it.
Russia is not a defeated power. It never. Moscow refused to say that it was something like Germany or Japan in 1945. It wanted to be a co-creator of a post-Cold War order.
Russia wanted to proactively join the West, but not as a subordinate, not as a loser, but rather as a partner to rebuild an international system of cooperation based on, quote, the goals and principles in the UN Charter on equitable and partnership relations among states. In other words, they wanted to help build a system that was based off of international laws, where our differences are worked out through institutions instead of the old way, where the most powerful empires would build big military alliances and set the rules for everyone.
It was always a sense of we escape this Cold War together. There are no winners in a Cold War, only losers. But there are only winners in ending a Cold War.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with this statement so far. I mean, remember when Vladimir Putin had a conversation with Tucker Carlson, as Tucker Carlson glazed him when he went on that, definitely not an agent, by the way, when he went on that trip to Russia? And aside from talking about how historically Ukraine is Russia and a number of different like idiotic things that Vladimir Putin stated, there was one part that I thought was really interesting and very revealing, which is when he openly was like, why can't we be your Israel? Like, we are not, he literally was like, we're not socialists, which they're not, is true. He's like, come on, we're a kleptocracy. You guys are an oligarchy. Why can't we get along? I promise we'll do Israel shit with you. Like, look at the way we put down the Chechen uprisings. Like, please. And I think that there is a little bit of honesty there, that especially considering that Vladimir Putin himself is the hand-selected asset and the successor that was in line with American interests at the time. It makes sense that they would want to join the West.
Okay, so we're in the 1990s. Bill Clinton just came into the White House, defeating George H.W. Bush, and Washington, D.C. is descending into this debate on how they're going to treat Russia. Are they the losers of the Cold War who should be punished, or should we embrace them as partners to build a new world order together?
This is a
One
resurfaced
camp
video
of American thinkers argued that Russia had clearly lost the war. They don't deserve a full seat at the table, and in fact, should be treated with skepticism. The U.S. military must keep a big presence in Europe and even expand its influence, because Russia might become aggressive again. And if we do this, says this camp, it'll also have the effect of spreading democracy, which means more peace and stability.
Right from the beginning, Russia was treated very differently from Poland and other countries. Why on earth should we support Russia, our old enemy?
But then there was another side who had a different view, and they were made up of a lot of experts and diplomats, people who really understood the Soviet Union. They said that framing this in terms of winners and losers is maybe rational, but it's dangerous. That's what empires have always done when they come out on top, but it always breeds more war. Most recently, when the winners of World War I punished Germany by making them pay everyone back for the damage they caused, limiting their economy and military, making them sign a treaty admitting that it was all their fault. All of this leading to economic despair and national humiliation.
This isn't going to last. If you're going to impose this sort of thing, make Germany an outcast, then you're going to have just building up resentment. We end up with the Second World War and Adolf Hitler.
Let's not do that, said this camp. Instead, let's take advantage of this momentum towards peace, this appetite that Russia has to actually work together, and invite them in to be co-creators of a new global order, one that they influence and participate in. They warned that if we just expand our military alliance that was meant to oppose the former Soviet Union, all we're going to be doing is punishing Russia, isolating them, forcing them to become our enemy again. Let's not do that again, says this camp.
That was the crucial element, the plan to enlarge a military alliance system, which had been designed against the Soviet Union, now effectively against Russia. You're going to make it an enemy.
Enlarging NATO will erase the artificial line in Europe.
Why are you saying this video deserves to be deleted?
By Stalin at the end of World War II.
But by the mid-90s, Bill Clinton and the men and women he was surrounded with sided more and more with the expansionists camp. He did this for a couple reasons. First off, he was running for president for his second term in 1996, and he needed the Polish-American vote. And so one of the things that he would say at campaign rallies was, we're going to expand NATO to Poland, to like rally Polish Americans to vote for him. But it wasn't just that. It was also because the administration was looking at Eastern Europe and seeing a lot of instability. This place was in chaos in the 90s. It was unstable, it was uncertain, made up of delicate new democracies that were all sitting in the shadow of America's old enemy. So let's lock them in as our allies so they don't descend back into Russia's orbit, says Bill Clinton and his people. But wait, hold on. Russia doesn't have an orbit right now. It's the mid-90s and Russia is in shambles. Their entire system just collapsed and their country is in chaos. Okay, but all these Clinton people were like Cold War people. They'd had deep mistrust towards Russia and the Soviet Union, and they didn't feel certain that Russia wasn't going to become aggressive again someday soon. They needed to lock in the countries of Eastern Europe to their military alliance, just in case. And this is when people on the other side of the debate really start to sound the alarm bells.
So many wise US leaders all said this was a mistake of historic proportions.
And they were very worried. Chief among them, this guy, George Kennan. Who is he and why is he a valid opinion?
He deleted his video because the narrative is straight up Russian propaganda. America didn't expand NATO. Eastern Europe begged or strong-armed to join to protect themselves from Russian imperialism and avoid getting genocided like the Circassians. And all these narratives remove the perspective of Eastern Europeans who were the main architects of NATO expansion and not the United States. Okay. While I believe certainly that Eastern European nations wanted to join NATO, you also still have to understand that it is America that gets to have a say. And I don't even agree with him when he says America was doing this for simple election because they wanted to fucking win elections. And that's why they expanded NATO into Poland. Or that these people were like genuinely maybe a little too concerned with Russia because of Cold War era resentment. Okay. Yeah. Why couldn't Bill Clinton have done the same with Irish Americans by saying we will give the provisional IRA cruise missiles? Yeah. There's a non-zero chance Johnny will DMCA clip channels reactions to this on YouTube. Yeah, don't clip this, chatters who operate fan channels. I just wanted to see this. They picked apart Russia for scraps, the USSR for scraps. They designed, they basically privatized all the state assets in the hands of a select few. They destroyed the entirety of the economy of the USSR. Did chatter just say Poland strong-armed the USA? Yes. That is a Baltic chatter. Don't get too mean. Don't be too upset. But yes, that is 100% a Baltic chatter. That is like a Estonian or a Latvian chatter that said the country of Poland strong-armed the United States of America and forced them into allowing Poland into NATO. Okay. Are you going on Timcast IRL tomorrow? No. Why would I go on Timcast IRL tomorrow?
In this moment in the 90s as a critic of NATO enlargement.
He was one of the most respected US diplomats of our time.
Ambassador George Kennan, he is one of America's most admired analysts of foreign policy.
George Kennan was a US ambassador to the Soviet Union for a very long time. He understood this region better than maybe any other American. He was, quote, one of the great American statesmen of the 20th century. Kennan is 94 years old at this point, and he's freaking out about the idea that Bill Clinton wants to expand NATO into all of these former Soviet countries. Here he is writing a New York Times op-ed saying that expanding NATO would be the most fateful error of American foreign policy of the entire post-Cold War era, and that this expansion would make the founding fathers of this country turn over in their graves. What did he fear would happen if NATO expanded?
It would alienate Russia, and it would bring to power in Russia a government hostile to the West.
And he gets really specific. I mean, this guy really understands Russia. He says that expanding NATO would, quote, inflame the nationalistic, anti-Western, and militaristic tendencies in Russian opinion, to have an adverse effect on the development of Russian democracy. It would restore the atmosphere of the Cold War to East-West relations, and it would impel Russian foreign policy in directions decidedly not to our liking. I mean, let that sink in for a second. This is the mid-90s. This guy's predicting that if we expand NATO, it will inflame the nationalistic, anti-Western, and militaristic tendencies in Russian opinion. I mean, it kind of sounds like this guy has a crystal ball. But Clinton proceeds with this plan. The Soviet leader at the time is angry at this, saying that if NATO expands, he sees, quote, nothing but humiliation for Russia.
We'll have the result what happened with Germany in the interwar years. We have a unique opportunity, NATO. It needs an enemy, it needs an external. And if it doesn't have an enemy, it will generate one.
Now, quick thing here. George Kennan, the diplomat who is freaked out about the fact that NATO is expanding in the 90s, isn't saying this because he's like worried about Russia. He's saying this because he's like, this is going to come back to bite us. This is a bad idea. And look how bummed he is at the end of this article. Quote, this has been my life, and it pains me to see it screwed up in the end. George Kennan lived to be 101 years old, passing away a year after his predictions really started coming true. NATO expanded right up to Russia's border, a military alliance created to deter Russia, aimed right at Russia. The chance to find a real peace was slipping away. Back in Washington, the Washington Post columnist David Ignatius was watching this all happen and lamented, quote, what makes the Russia case so sad is that the Clinton administration may have squandered one of the most precious assets imaginable, which is the idealism and goodwill of the Russian people as they emerged from 70 years of communist rule. The Russian debacle may haunt us for generations, and haunt us it has. Okay, but hold on. Let's just check in really quick because I know some of you are like, whoa, what is this guy saying? Let me make a few points very clear. The US deciding to shape the decisions in post-Cold War Europe so that NATO would expand was the rational thing to do. Any rational big country looking out for its self-interest would probably do the same. This is how powerful countries are expected.
Wait, I don't understand. He spent the first 12 minutes talking about like potentially having reconstruction efforts after the dissolution of the USSR would have been more beneficial for their interests, showing this opinion that is not exactly commonplace in American discourse, only to turn around and be like, no, but it was in our self-interest. It was in our best interest. I mean, there's two ways of going about it. And yes, increased militancy and a protection racket in the form of NATO that offers steady defense contractors a job over and over again, and having like a united enemy is one way to go about it. But I happen to believe that that is the reason why that's the reason why we exist under American military Keynesianism, and that that is the remaining industry that we have in this country. Talking about realism now, you were right. He's literally read a Mearsheimer book. I don't think so. I think he read the book that he's talking about.
Skeptical of their former enemy who they just fought the last 50 years of tense proxy war with. They had a right to do this, and the countries who joined NATO had a right to do it too, and they joined for their own desires, their own free will. No one forced them. What I'm trying to say here is that while they did make a rational strategic decision, what they could have done in this really opportune window of potential peace is make the perhaps less rational, self-serving decision to say, you know what, Russia, old enemy of ours, we don't really trust you, but we see that you are earnest in trying to build a positive peace in Europe and around the world. We see that you have national pride and that you're not going to be subservient to the United States in building that peace. And so come to the table and let's work on this together. Let's roll up our sleeves and do whatever it takes to make sure that we don't end up in another global conflict, because those are really bad. American leaders could have done this in the 90s. And in fact, we already kind of had a great blueprint on where to start.
If we had had this charter a few years ago, and above all, the will to use it, millions now dead would be alive.
After the world almost completely ripped itself apart in the Second World War, we all came together and built a new world order that would ensure that this wouldn't happen again. Peace, the world decided, would only be achieved if we embraced our former enemies and then created a set of laws and agreements, treaties and charters that would set up some common rules for everyone. Governments could run their countries as they...
I feel like this also still loops back around to American imperialism, where it's like, we could have Marshall planned the former USSR nation states, including Russia. And then that way we could have used them better against like other enemies down the line, like China, which is the Vivek Ramaswamy take. Just, you know, a couple decades too late. Like, it's literally like, why don't we bring Russia into NATO as well? Marshall plan them. Instead of shock therapy, Marshall plan them. And then now they're an ally. Now they're an asset. And then now we even more powerful force. Permanent American dominance.
Pleased, but when doing stuff on the international stage, they had to obey the rules. The most powerful countries would get some special leadership privileges, but even they had to still obey the rules, which was a big change from the old days, where big powerful empires set the rules in their region and no one could tell them otherwise. And guess what? In the aftermath of World War II, we kind of did it. We set up this system and we all agreed to it. This system started with the United Nations, but soon grew into something much bigger, much more powerful.
The United Nations is just a centerpiece of a larger international system. And on its basis, we have the UN Charter in 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
The United States, being the most powerful country, took a natural leadership role in this system, ensuring that countries would abide by the new rules.
The United States, I respect its leadership as the most powerful state after the Second World War. It's most appropriate that it should take a lead in all sorts of international affairs. However, it should do that within the framework of this sovereign internationalism.
Okay, but this system kind of struggled to fully get off the ground because almost immediately the United States and Soviet Union became locked in this power struggle that is the Cold War.
One could almost make the assertion that, yeah, they had their eyes on the prize, and very quickly after World War II, they were like, well, the real enemy is right there. I think it's time to rebuild Europe in our own vision, and, you know, take out some of these pesky USSR sympathizers from leadership positions, even though they were quite literally the only popular forces, for understandable reasons, after World War II, considering that they were the anti-Nazi forces in the country. And lo and behold, who is the best anti-communist force in the country? Oh, that's right. The fucking Nazis and fascist sympathizers that weren't killed or imprisoned. And maybe that was the vision.
Sides broke a lot of the international rules in the name of trying to one-up each other. But that's why this moment in the 90s is so vital. It was such a precious moment because the Cold War was over. The world had a blueprint for a real rules-based global system based on charters and treaties and rules and laws. And it looked like we no longer would need big military alliances like NATO and the Warsaw Pact. But, and this is perhaps the most important point of this video, in order for the US to actually usher in this era of peace based on laws and rules,
it's kind of crazy that they got mad at him for this video exclusively because he talks about this from the perspective of like what he perceives as the USSR opinion or what he perceives as the Russia opinion, because there's still a shit ton in here, like attributing NATO expansion to simply Bill Clinton wanting to win the Polish vote, or people just having like a lot of fear, Cold War era resentments in Clinton's administration. And then even in this circumstance where he's talking about, like, you know, the rule-based international order, which is, in my opinion, designed not to create like a sense of law and order and create, you know, global prosperity, global trade, partnerships, in order to eventually have all security cooperation perish because there's no need for it. No, it was a way for America to become the hegemonic power. And we see that right now in the same week or month that Johnny Harris wrote this video and published it better than ever. Look at Israel. Look at America. But especially look at America's ally, Israel, and the way that it operates and the indifference that America has. And not even the indifference, as a matter of fact, the anger and resentment that Americans feel towards, like American politicians feel towards our international organs of justice that are supposed to uphold American hegemony. But in instances where it's like glaringly obvious, the hypocrisy and the violence is in full display, and these institutions that want to maintain some semblance of respect and credibility, all of a sudden have to openly contend with America's partnership with Israel and the actions that America's partner is engaging in. And America very openly is like, no, you don't do that. These are organs of justice that work for us. They're not supposed to work against us. International rule-based order means we make the rules and you follow the orders. So it's interesting. So there is still a lot of like liberal idealism, I think, in his analysis.
Looked like we no longer would need big military alliances like NATO and the Warsaw Pact. But, and this is perhaps the most important point of this video, in order for the US to actually usher in this era of peace based on laws and rules, it would have to abide by the rules. Even though it was the most powerful country, it would actually have to obey the laws, just like everyone else.
Don't you think it's more nuanced than this? It's not that every U.S. action was in favor of an equal world order, but it's also not like every U.S. action was aimed at total domination either. No, I think most U.S. actions, most government actions are aimed at total domination. Why wouldn't it be? Yeah, no, I think you can say that that's unnuanced and that's fine, but I think most of it is directly at the behest of profits for key sectors, key corporations, key corporate interests. But it's pure self-interest. I think that's assigning a Cold Warrior attitude to a pre-Cold War world. We're talking post-Cold War. I think that in the immediate aftermath of the Cold War, American powers saw that there was an opportunity to dominate. They were not harmed in the same exact way. Because the real politic analysis of the existence of NATO was projecting U.S. power, not fighting communism. That's why they wanted Russia to bend the knee or keep being their enemy, right? I guess my perspective on it is that there were two superpowers that were aligned during World War II, and they were tasked with picking apart the spoils as the victors of World War II. And in that process, I think America not being hindered in the same way that Russia did. Now, America never got the same penalties that Russia did. They weren't directly invaded. They didn't have tens of millions of people killed. And they also had collectivization occur over 400 years of chattel slavery, industrialization. They were in a dramatically different position in their evolution, in their productive forces, as opposed to the USSR. So all of that created a fantastic opportunity for America to dominate the other party during World War II that was ideologically directly opposed to America, who even in the FDR era was at most moving towards social democracy, but never fully subscribing to any sort of serious anti-capitalist movement. They were always very resentful towards that sort of thing, and ultimately they took advantage of that opportunity. They rebuilt Western Europe in their own vision. They utilized that rebuilding process and NATO as a way to secure not only secure military contracts, not only secure a permanent partnership, But also, it was a very bloody affair to begin with. Like, just like I mentioned, they directly put, even in Western Germany, for example, they directly put Nazis, Nazi generals in positions of power to lead NATO. They directly propped up fascist movements in Italy. They engage in acts of terror in an effort to cause instability and then allow these fascist movements to come back into positions of power. The idea that every country was, especially even in Western Europe, every country was like super on board with NATO in its inception is completely wrong. As a matter of fact, France comes to mind immediately in its history, where a lot of the European allies saw NATO as putting crosshairs on them unnecessarily. They looked at the USSR and they were like, but they're right there. They were incredibly important in the liberation of Europe. Why the fuck would we want to see them as enemies? I'm sure, I mean, there were liberal capitalists in these countries as well. They certainly also saw USSR as a threat to their profits, to their current existing hierarchy that they wanted to maintain. But ultimately, most of the public was not as diametrically opposed to the USSR as people are now. So we basically forced a lot of countries' hands into joining NATO.
Invading countries without the permission of the group, no giving special privileges to countries you like, no intervening in other countries' affairs to make them look more like you. Like any other legal system, no one could be above the law or it undermines the legitimacy for everyone.
After the end of the Cold War, we needed to establish a pan-continental European system. This should definitely not have been anti-American, but it should have been post-American. America then could go on to focus on its own development, its own infrastructure, its own people.
But when you're the global superpower, unambiguously more powerful than every other country, it's really hard to give up a portion of that power to play by the rules like everybody else. So, as we've seen, the US didn't surrender to this new system. They didn't let Russia co-design it with them. Instead, they kept a lot of their troops on the European continent and around the world. And
Polish guy here, gotta say, nobody forced to join NATO. I'm not talking about Eastern Europe. I'm talking about Western Europe.
Expanded their military alliance. And it's not like the US just gave up on an international rules.
We're talking about during the Cold War, the inception of NATO, the origins of NATO, and why it originally existed.
Based order. They continued to promote an international system, but instead of a true rules-based other country, it's really hard to give up a portion of that power to play by the rules like everybody else. So, as we've seen, the US didn't surrender to this new system. They didn't let Russia co-design it with them. Instead, they kept a lot of their troops on the European continent and around the world and expanded their military alliance. And it's not like the US just gave up.
Not to be weird, but the system that's being proposed sounds like it would further entrench capital just with less overt violence. Yes. No, absolutely. No, that is the argument. The counter argument here isn't that like NATO should not have existed in its inception, and that the counter argument here is that the USSR was truly an evil empire that must be fought back against every step of the way. But having said that, once the USSR was destroyed, they should have brought Russia into the sphere of American influence by doing a similar by doing a similar like Marshall Plan.
on an international rules-based order. They continued to promote an international system, but instead of a true rules-based international order, the United States started to enforce an order where everyone else had to follow the rules, except for them. They would become the global enforcer of the rules. They were above the law that they helped create. And we felt justified in doing this because we had the most powerful military that was everywhere, all the time, all at once, enforcing the rules and ensuring stability in the global economy. And, many Americans thought, we kind of have the best governmental system. And there's nothing wrong with breaking some of the rules to spread that system around the world.
Wait, what? This cooks. I mean, I don't know why he's... I mean, this is like... This is cooking, and I have my disagreements, but I don't know why he deleted this.
After all, if all the countries adopt this system, there'll be more peace in the world.
This is the view that we have the answers to history. Our societies are obviously demonstrably best. This messianic vision that we need to shape the world, educate the world, and if the world doesn't like it, we bash them over the head and use force.
Yeah, JD Panjani came out. JD Panjani said permanent first world genocide. What the fuck? People called him a Russian asset. Sometimes you make content so good you have to delete it. Yeah, what the fuck?
Make them see the light.
Okay, I'm being a little bit cheeky about the United States' dominance over the global order and the hypocrisy built into that. But the fact is, the US being the global leader has led to an era of unprecedented peace and stability. The US protects the global economy.
For who? Bro, this is why I get so mad at people who always say nothing ever happens. Yeah, bitch, to you. You live in Naperville. Like, yeah, of course nothing ever happens to you, dumbass. Okay? Motherfuckers will always be like, nothing ever happens. Nothing will ever happen. Yeah, nothing happens to you. We are sheltered from the violence of our actions. Okay? Like, I get it. I know. It's like saying that there is an unprecedented era. This led to an unprecedented era devoid of conflict is so crazy because all you're doing in this time frame is, I guess, sheltering those in the heart of empire from the direct violence and instability that you are causing in an effort to set up a permanent unequal exchange process with the global south. There's always things happening. There's always things happening. Things never cease to happen. Okay? Things are always happening. It's just not happening to you. That's what that means.
Economy, it ensures our financial system, it mediates peace deals and diplomacy, it responds to natural disasters, it sends peacekeeping forces, and does indeed enforce many of the rules of our global system. But my point here is that in doing so, it has also imbued itself with a status of being above those rules, able to break the rules.
Yeah, even Fukuyama was like, things are happening, my bad. Like, he literally wrote an article being like, my life's work was wrong. Things are happening at an alarming rate all the time. Okay? I was wrong as fuck.
Rules when it sees fit.
This has led to double standards, and it's led to states like Russia, China, Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia. The list is quite long, who say no. We don't want this.
I mean, you know this feeling, right? It's like when the cop or the rich guy breaks the rules and they think they're above the law. It's the most infuriating thing. It violates our most basic sense of justice. And that's kind of what's happened around the world.
I'm the last to be an anti-American, but I am anti-American when it becomes this aggressive, irresponsible, lawless statement.
Real peace only comes when there is a system that everyone abides by. And if you don't do that, you end up with a system that produces a couple countries that are above the law and then a bunch of other countries that are angry because they see this as unfair. And they start to work to undermine the entire system, to change it, which is exactly what happens next. So,
Oh my
as predicted, NATO expands. And as predicted, Russia feels punished, isolated, and left out. Which, as predicted back in the 90s, this humiliation and isolation gives rise to politicians who rise to power by criticizing the West and promising to restore Russia's greatness in light of the great humiliation from the West. Vladimir Putin came to power right after NATO started to enlarge, and at the beginning, he said he wanted to join NATO. But with time, as the US left Russia out of this new security system in Europe, the Russian people started to become more and more angry at the West. And Putin started to play to that anger. Or, in the words of Crystal Ball George Kennan back in the 90s, the expansion of NATO inflamed the nationalistic, anti-Western, and militaristic tendencies in Russian opinion. You can see this. Putin becomes more and more of a nationalistic zealot, rallying the pride of Russian greatness, calling for the restoration of Russian.
Yeah, I'm pro-Russia because they're fighting against woke. That's why. This is when will he start talking about how Russia is fighting against the woke? That's the most important aspect of this for me. I mean, I don't think that this is incorrect. You don't have to agree with Russia to recognize. You don't have to agree with Russia or its actions, specifically in Ukraine or in general, in its own internal affairs, to understand why politicians outside of the orbit of American influence, outside of the sphere of American influence, would see it as beneficial to consistently ham up anti-American statements, anti-Western statements. You know, I will watch his apologies after this.
Behavior, denouncing the West for trying to weaken his great empire. Meanwhile, over here in the West, we feel totally validated for our decision to expand NATO.
But by joining NATO and by expanding NATO, you create precisely the enemy that the point of joining NATO was designed to avert. So it became a self-fulfilling prophecy.
See? We told you so. We're so glad we listened to the expansionists, because look at Russia. They are just unhinged. And what's the solution? Continue expanding NATO. So in 2008, NATO promises Ukraine and Georgia would eventually become members. And this, to me, is where the window of peace closes. This is weird. I was just in Georgia, the country, talking to young people who want to join the West, want to join the EU and NATO, because Russia is so aggressive. And what's so ironic is that their plight is absolutely real. Modern Russia is a horrible place to be in the shadow of. And yet what is also true is that NATO expansion helped create that version of Russia. And this is what's so horrible about this kind of conflict. You start to get into a spiral of hostility where both sides feel justified in their position. They feel so justified that they act aggressively.
I think it's really interesting. I think this is a really interesting take. I mean, he's not agreeing with Russia or its actions. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I don't know why it's completely inappropriate to even say that, like, people that we have designed as our enemies still have like a logical through line in why they operate the ways that they do. This is the first base radical centrist two sides take. Yeah. It's kind of funny because I would go so far as to say he would probably write this video maybe 5 to 10 years later, judging by his track record on like former American interventions and the way he talks about former American interventions. This is a video for like 5 years, 10 years. Like you can't, if you're Johnny Harris, you can't write the video right now as like Russia is still doing Russia shit. You know what I mean? If he wrote this video 5 to 10 years later, all the liberals would be like, damn, that's a banger, dude. You really are fantastic in your analysis. Like, but he wrote it too soon. That's the problem. Because it's not, I don't think this is like pro-Russia the way that people are saying this is pro-Russia. I agree with it, but he pretends Putin didn't design the nationalist politics. No, I think he recognizes that. I think he recognizes that. He's just simply saying that. I guess it's his liberal assessment across the board. Just like I don't think Bill Clinton personally brought Poland into NATO because he wanted to win the Polish voting bloc. And I also personally don't think that Vladimir Putin was like, oh, I guess I'm going to be anti-West now because the West has fucked me over. Like, no, countries have interest in maintaining their sovereignty. They have material interests. I'm sure that Vladimir Putin being our guy originally meant that, yeah, he probably recognized that he could either be in the sphere of Western influence, which would have given him and his cronies a lot more opportunity to dominate Russian existence in the exact way that they do now, but without any sort of Western pushback whatsoever. Okay, and they could have been a wonderful, loyal servant of American empire. But that doesn't mean that he's not like inherently nationalistic or inherently self-interested. Reading the comments, it was really telling because a lot of the comments were just how Russia is inherently aggressive and that's the nature of the nation, just a total lack of real analysis and no analysis is allowed, so they get mad at anything that sounds like justification. Yeah, but that is common with our analysis on any sort of American enemy. Any country or non-state actor that is created as a villain in American society in an effort to justify American military action creates that exact same resentment towards those who go, wait a minute, I want to see like a different perspective here. Like, why is Russia behaving this way? That's it. I mean, think about it. Think about how much people fucking go crazy over my analysis. Not even justification, but my analysis over how like these non-state actors that are consistently resisting against American imperialism, both throughout history and certainly currently against Israel, like how they are viewed and how people view my commentary on the matter. The reason why they view it as like the reason why they view what I do to be inherently hostile is because like they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that these people have like their own personal autonomy. It's much better if you consider them to be ontologically evil and you can do anything and everything you want to destroy them because you must destroy them because they threaten American hegemony.
Aggressively towards the other side. And those actions then communicate to the other side that they are justified in their hostile feelings and they're justified in acting aggressive towards you. And back and forth, both sides continue down the spiral towards greater and greater conflict until people eventually start to die.
Russia overnight launched its long-anticipated attack on Ukraine. NATO is set to put a force...
Like, this still doesn't take agency away from Russia. I think I have a very similar perspective to this as well. Russia has its own industry, its own defense manufacturing. Russia has its own energy interests. Russia has its own interest in land grabs. It can be multifaceted. It can be pushing back against NATO incursion that threatens its border and its territorial sovereignty, but it also simultaneously isn't bad to just steal some fucking land. You know what I mean? Steal some nice Ukrainian land in the process. And no matter how violent you are in the process, it's still justifiable in the eyes of the Russians. It's not, though. It's still an unjustifiable act. But it's important to understand why. It's still important to understand why they think it's justifiable, because they're not operating on like comic book villain principles. They're not like, yes, I would like to be violent and bad for the pure purpose of being violent and bad.
Of 300,000 on high alert.
The U.S. and its G7 allies are moving forward with a fifth.
Russia was an evil imperialist nation longer than the U.S. ever existed before it became one too. Yeah, I mean, it was an empire. So they've had a lot longer process in maintaining forcible control over these lands. So, you know, Russian people are evil though. Anti-LGBT wife beaters. Okay, come on, dude. The wives that are being beaten are still Russian in that situation. The LGBT people that are being brutalized are still Russian in that equation. This is something that people don't understand, where it's like, we just think of them like as an evil monolith. It's the same principle behind like, oh, well, Hamas is throwing gay people off roofs. First of all, they're not doing that. That's ISIS. But secondly, even if they were doing that, who the fuck do you think they're throwing out the roofs? They're gay Palestinians. Like, it's not a monolith.
$50 billion loan package to help Ukraine fight Russia.
The point of NATO today is to deal with the outcome of its own existence.
So, is Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine justified? No, absolutely not. As I was reporting and writing on this, I was thinking of the people in Ukraine. I talk to some of them every once in a while. And if I were one of them, I would feel angry and sensitive to any version of this kind of thinking, anything that would give a shred of justification for the horrific war that Vladimir Putin has decided to enact to rip this country apart. So let me be crystal clear. Vladimir Putin started a war of choice and sold it to his people through lies and grand delusion.
I mean, we do that too, by the way. I mean, that's why I always used to say, like, I criticize Putin for doing America shit. And whenever I used to bring this up, people get so mad at me because there's still this like underlying America kind of good attitude that a lot of people have. When I compare what Vladimir Putin was doing to America, I was saying it's the most evil thing you can do, which is so funny when people just like literally thought I was justifying their actions. It's like, no, I don't justify America's actions either. That's it. Lying and being like, oh yeah, we're denazifying Ukraine. Okay, dude, sure. Like claiming that there is an ancient claim to the lands that you are overtaking in Ukraine. It's like, you know, it's America shit.
Rhetoric, and has gone on to bomb civilians and rip apart a country that was pursuing its own right within its region. It is a travesty and a moral failing, and it should be condemned. And yet that full-throated condemnation should not make us blind to the backstory that explains how we got here.
There's a difference between explaining a war and justifying it. What I'm doing is explaining the position and trying to get as much accuracy in the technical detail.
Just a note on the psychology of all of this. I find myself in this situation a lot. I explore borders and the history of borders a lot in my work, especially when I go to the actual place where a line on a map causes tension and conflict. I always feel a sense of two kinds of blame. The first kind is the easy one. It's who's to immediately blame for the conflict at the time. It's usually some leader who decided to invade, some regime that has decided to occupy. And yet when you look into it, there's always a deeper blame to be levied. In most of the places I go, that blame is historical. It's to be applied to the great powers that drew those lines in the first place, that created those identities that are now fighting each other. In the case of a lot of borders I go to, it's the British. And it's become this kind of meme in the...
Okay, to be fair, it's almost always... What's the age-old saying? It's like, if you want to blame a country, if you want to blame one country for everything, you can blame England first, like the British first, and then America second. Fuck it, you could blame America on the English too. It's always the British.
Comments whenever I go to a former British colony that this conflict looks like a civil war between two groups, but really it's the British that's to blame, even if the blame today is easier to be put on some greedy warlord. That's a weird thing to parse through, but I get that same feeling in this case. This history doesn't justify Putin's invasion, but it does force us to ponder how we could have taken another path, a path that would have prevented us.
Most common holiday in the world is Independence Day from the British. Oh my God, that's true.
From ending up in this outcome. And to me, what this story clearly tells us is that in the future, when we're thinking about peace, we have to remember that peace will never come unless the big, powerful country puts down its sword and agrees to play by the rules that everyone else has to play by. No system of order and rule.
Yeah, I mean, listen, after my Oxford and Cambridge Union speech, I know why they did it, okay? You can't stay on that fucking island, dude. Sun setting at 3 p.m., rainy all the goddamn time. I get it. I fucking get it, dude. I understand the epigenetic need for the British to leave that godforsaken island and go to a tropical destination where they got spices and shit for at least a little bit. Okay, for at least a little bit of a period of time.
Rules and laws can work unless everyone is subject to those laws. And if we're going to eradicate the curse of war, which is so natural to humans, it's only going to be by something totally strange and irrational, like the most powerful country deciding to give up some of its power and commit to a system of enlightened conflict through war.
But that's great. So, I mean, it's very Libby, but like ultimately the counter to this is no, if America does that, then the power vacuum that is created will allow the big, bad, scary USSR to dominate the world. And that will be far too terrifying because those guys are, they're scary. And that was the justification during the Cold War. And now the current justification in the, second Cold War is if America is no longer the global hegemonic power, it will be China. And we don't know what those guys are up to. I don't understand their language, okay? They're always up to some tricks. That's the attitude that people have. So that is what I think causes a lot of people in the Western world to, even when they exhaust the logic of it all, the logic of American hegemony, this is the final conclusion that they arrive at. And not only is this an Orientalist perspective, but also on top of that, there's an air of uncertainty that human beings are naturally terrified of. And that sense of uncertainty and that sense of fear that they don't want to know what it would look like if America wasn't the dominant power is the reason why so many people end up saying, America does a lot of wrong, but at the end of the day, they're trying their best. And I think the alternative is far too scary.
Words and institutions and laws and justice. A system that doesn't rely on who has the biggest military, who has the biggest alliance, who can make the most weapons the fastest. I believe that humanity will eventually get there. But for now, it looks like we're back on the spiral of conflict that usually only goes one direction. But my hope is that we can look back and learn from our mistakes.
I actually have a great belief that the United States periodically...
Yeah, I get why people are a bit mad at this video, bro. Come on. He's saying that like America fucked up by not dominating Russia in the same way that it did Western Europe in the aftermath of the Cold War and brought Russia into the Western sphere of influence, which is ironic because like it's still very much like pro-American, pro-capitalist domination around the globe. But ultimately it would still, it would lead to like less violent outcomes is what the argument is. It's not necessarily critically examining the Cold War at all. It's just taking for granted that America is still on the right side of history, but they fucked up by not bringing Russia into America's sphere of influence.
It does have the capacity to renew itself, an amazing capacity to provide that leadership that we want to see from the United States, which is enlightened leadership for peace and development of the sort talked about by Eisenhower and Kennedy. We want a better West to emerge out of this.
Okay, so here's his apology.
Hey everyone, I am taking down the video that I published earlier this week on NATO and Russia. I want to redo it. I got some things wrong and I want to do it right. I am so...
Oh my God, he's going to come out even stronger. He's going to be like, God damn America. God damn America, the scourge of empire. He read Lenin, dude. He's going to come in hot. He's going to be like, imperialism is the final stage of capitalism. It necessitates empire. You have to have it. You have to constantly find new markets to dominate, to extract natural resources from the global south through violent means. That's why he's like, I took down the video because God damn it, I'm a Marxist-Leninist.
Grateful for the wave of feedback that I got from this. The comment section can be a brutal place sometimes, and this was hard for me at first. but ultimately I love this.
This is just like when he said that comparing Lebanon to the West Bank was out of pocket. Yeah, I know. That was so funny because he literally made the right comparison. And everyone in his comment section was like, what are you talking about? Of course, comparing like settlers and their desires in settling in southern Lebanon is identical to the West Bank. And they're not like some random extremists. They are random extremists at the end of the day. But how do you think the West Bank was expanded into? How do you think the West Bank was settled in? It's always random settlers that just kind of dip their toes in the water and then get state protection. That's how it works. So he made the correct take on that, and then he had to delete it and apologize for it. And I think this is like not even an aggressive stance at all. I don't even disagree with this video. It's kind of shocking that I guess the only part of it, I'm thinking like what people could be mad at. And I guess it's the Eastern Europeans being like, no, we wanted to be a part of NATO, which is sure valid. Okay. I guess that's the only thing. It's like, oh, you're taking our, you're taking our autonomy out of the equation. I assume that's probably it, right? But this is not about Eastern European countries. This is more so about Russia's own attitude. Estonia's rating his comment section. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a country that has fucking broadband and better ISPs overall, 55% women. Okay, it's a paradise, and they fucking vote by internet. That's what happens. They got too much time online.
I love that I can put something out there and that I can hear from you, a group of people who come back with good faith debunks, critiques, and feedback for me to make me better at what I do, to wake me up to blind spots I might have in my perspective. I deeply appreciate it.
It's kind of crazy because that's the first time he actually critically examined a blind spot, in my opinion, where he didn't like, he approached the subject matter from the perspective of the enemies. Like literally, that's one of the first instances where I've seen Johnny Harris do that. And I think it's a healthy practice, even if you don't agree with him. I don't fucking agree with Russia's actions in Ukraine, but I think it's still important to understand where they are coming from. Okay? Straight up.
That.
And like the other side of it, like, I don't agree with Israel at all, but I still understand. And there's an endless amount of pro-Israeli opinions that you can encounter even if you don't want to on a regular basis, especially in mainstream institutions and in legacy publishers. But it's still important to understand where the fuck they're coming from. You know what I mean? I think it's a very important aspect of conflict resolution is understanding the motivations rather than just casting aside everyone as like ontologically evil and worthy of death and destruction. So I don't know. I spend a great deal of time trying to understand America's interests as well. Like where they're coming from. Living in the United States of America, it's a lot easier. Yeah, just remember the last time he deleted a video when he said Gaza was not a genocide because it would diminish the term. That was another video. You're right. That's another video that he deleted.
And I believe that is the core of good journalism, being earnest about...
Isn't the Russian motive for invasion the false pretense that there's a genocide against Russia by Ukraine? No, that's one of the many different motives. And it's denazification, it's NATO incursion. Those are some of the reasons, but I think the reality is it's none of those reasons, okay? Those are simply justifications that a state applies in the same way that America was like, we have to go and invade Iraq because they did 9/11. They didn't do 9/11. We're just fucking lying, okay? It's just pretext. You need pretext. You can't just be like, we're going to invade this country. You have to lie to your population and tell them exactly why. You have to get them geared up. You have to get them ready to go. Okay? That's it.
Seeking truth and knowing when you need to shift your perspective. So in this video, I'm just going to quickly get you up to speed on what I've learned, what I think I got wrong here, and also try to explain the intent behind publishing this video in the first place, because I kind of want your help on how to think about how to do a format like this. So First, what I got wrong here. It was clear to me.
Except there are actual Nazis in Ukraine. Brother, we live in the United States of America, okay? Do you know what the Atomwaffen is? We got hella Nazis in our fucking military too. And so does the Russian military. That is a saying that like a country has Nazis in their ranks and then using that as a justification to invade them is so stupid. Yeah, it was a fantastic move by Vladimir Putin. Really, really excellent job. What did he do in the process? Hundreds of thousands of people are casualties, okay, either permanently wounded or fucking dead on both sides, destroyed everything, destroyed basically everything up to the entirety of Eastern Ukraine, mined it into oblivion, okay? And in order to make this incursion, he lost a shit ton of support, global destabilization. Overall, NATO is stronger than ever before, okay? It was a gift wrap. It was basically a gift basket, a fruit basket to every NATO general. Look at fucking Syria. Like, and on top of that, at the end of the day, now that Ukraine is picked apart for scraps by Western capitalists, like, the next guy is not going to be Zelensky. The next guy that comes into power is going to be one of the Nazis, okay? Because when you invade a country, you literally make the most right-wing, the most reactionary, the most violent forces the heroes. You make them emancipatory heroes, okay? Every country that has been invaded has inevitably become more nationalist as a consequence of that. And it's understandable that they feel that way. Of course. It's so stupid. There will be no next guy. You're fantasizing if you think that there's, either you think Zelensky's going to live forever or you think Russia is going to completely take over Ukraine, which is an insane statement. Like, what are they going to do with the fucking North Koreans? Like, how are they going to take over the entirety of the Ukraine? Anyway,
from a lot of these comments, mostly from Eastern Europeans, that I omitted the valuable perspective from these Eastern European countries that were a huge part of this story. This piece should have more thoroughly included those perspectives. I focused a lot on the geopolitics of the United States and Russia in the 90s when NATO was expanding. And in doing so, I think I left out a very valuable perspective. I see that very clearly now. I also didn't show a sensitivity to what it means to live next to modern Russia, an expansionist, hostile state that is currently fighting a war of choice with its neighbor. Not to mention the generational trauma that comes with the decades of atrocities under Soviet rule. I have no good excuse for leaving this stuff out other than a simple lack of sensitivity and understanding around those specific topics. That's something I genuinely want to change, and I am genuinely sorry for treating such sensitive topics without the care that I think they deserve.
What?
This feedback was also heard by our sponsor. They have their own experience with Russia and NATO, and they didn't want to be associated with this.
Oh my God, they pulled his sponsorship down? Yo, NATO Andes are crazy, dude. They fucking rang up the manager. They made a boss call. Unless he means the CIA. That's crazy.
Now, I should be clear. Sponsors have no editorial influence on what we cover or how we cover it. But them responding to your pushback is just another way that your voice is heard in all of this. So now let me explain why I made a video like this in the first place. I originally imagined this as the first of two videos.
It depends on how long this war drags on for. Ukrainian front lines are collapsing right now. Ukraine has a manpower shortage, but the Russian economy is not looking good. Either Russian economy collapses or Ukraine manpower collapses. A race to see which happens first. I mean, yeah. And I think manpower is more important. That's it.
Videos in a debate series where I take one piece of history and I treat it through two totally different perspectives. The first being NATO expansion as a missed opportunity for peace in the 90s, and the second being NATO expansion as the key for peace in the 90s for Eastern European states and for the world. This is a debate that academics and international relations scholars have. And when I was in grad school studying peace and conflict resolution, I had these kinds of debates, and I found them very valuable for learning. Even when I was engaging with stuff I didn't agree with, I found it useful. This is a type of conversation that we don't really have in news media today. It threatens to push us further into our ideological bunkers till eventually we can't even see the humanity of the people we disagree with. I want this channel and New Press as a whole to be a place where we can have the...
Didn't he get literally sponsored by the World Economic Forum to talk about like new capitalism, stakeholder capitalism, not shareholder capitalism? Like, bro, I think your sponsors do feel like they do sometimes have a little bit of editorial control. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, come on. Maybe a little bit. A little bit.
These kinds of debates where we can talk about these kinds of narratives, and to do so independent of any corporate or ideological influence. So in addition to leaving out some of these valuable perspectives of Eastern European countries, I think I also did a poor job of communicating my intent and setting up this kind of debate format more clearly. So I still want to publish this video, but I just want to do it right. So my response to this is...
Bro, if you did a video like this, but for China, I think they would make the boss call. They would try to kill him, I think.
More, please. Like, even though this is uncomfortable for me, ultimately this is what I love about doing journalism on YouTube, where I get to directly publish to you, and then you get to give feedback to me, which makes my journalism better. So thank you to all of those who took time to give me feedback on this video and to point out where I missed the mark. Leave comments here in the description.
I still, to this day, think his worst video was the Joe Rogan Glaze sesh. To this day. I have my disagreements with his approach to American foreign policy. I've had a lot of disagreements with, key information that he omits, I think, from his commentary. And there is not a worse video than his Joe Rogan Glaze video. Like, that was the worst one. At least he admitted he was wrong. He didn't have to admit he was wrong in this video. I don't think he did anything that was wrong. I saw the knowing better criticisms. Here it is. Okay. Which, what happened? I guess he like blocked and unblocked me or something. I thought I used to follow him and he used to follow me back. Wow, finally getting around to the Johnny Harris video. This is shredded propaganda. NATO didn't invade these countries or force them to join. They practically begged to join, Baltic states especially. That's not the point of the video. Isn't this the kind of crap you kids have been consuming? No, he might have blocked and unblocked, so I don't follow him anymore and he doesn't follow me. This is what Johnny Harris thinks those Baltic states should have done. They should have made the perhaps less self-serving decision and just sing kumbaya to their historically aggressive former enemy. What an insane take. Yeah. Yeah, Russia had so much territorial and imperial irredentist ambitions in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR. They'd have nothing. Oh, you can remove followers? Anyway, his primary interviews are Russian stooge who writes biased books about Ukraine. He also thinks Trump didn't collude with Russia in 2016. 2021 book Deception argues investigations of the Russiagate allegations Donald Trump concluded with Russia to win were politically biased and based on unverified documents. He said the investigations polarized the U.S. and politicized the intelligence community, which greatly damaged the country and soured U.S.-Russia relations. Okay. Open democracy, pro-Russian bias, and lack of expertise on Ukraine. Described him as a pro-Putin scholar. Dude, people are so crazy. They're just like, they get so mad. I don't know, man. The coup video was pretty awful. Which one? Seeing Russian propaganda aimed towards American women has me feeling like we're screwed. Oh, the coup video, the CIA coups. Yeah. That one was bad. Harris keeps doing the exact same thing Tim Pool does. Scream the crazy part, whisper the sane part. First of all, Tim Pool does not ever whisper the sane part. That's insane. The U.S. dominated and never followed global rules, which has led to unprecedented peace and stability. Guess which one people will remember at the end of the video? What are you meaning? What are you saying? Why did you fucking rip this format of the actual... What? He didn't yell one part and then say the other part quietly. He just said it with the same... What? At this point, it's not even a criticism. You're just like writing one in all caps and then the other with no caps. Again, what an absolutely insane take. They wanted to join Russia because NATO because Russia is aggressive, but Russia is aggressive because they want to join NATO. Honestly, sounds like Georgia should join NATO. And this is the line that everyone is pointing to that says to saying he's being fair. He condemns Putin's invasion of Ukraine. After 20 minutes of justifying why Putin invaded Ukraine, though he prefers to call it explaining, I think Johnny Harris is not pro-Russia invading Ukraine. Brave take. Okay? I know. I think it's wild. I think people should be more... I think people should be more embarrassed to have such anti-intellectual ways of thinking, especially YouTube commentators who value their critical thinking skills and hail it as like one of their biggest biggest strong suits. Like, it's just crazy. It's so weird. Critical support to Johnny Harris. I might not agree on much, but I think it's not a bad... I don't think it's a bad thing to try to understand where your enemies are coming from. And anyone that says that that is wrong and incorrect, and that you must assume that your enemies are ontologically evil, there's no logic to their ways of thinking, do not want to solve these problems. Okay? They do not want to solve these problems. It is anti-intellectual ways of thinking that I see far too many liberals comfortable with, especially in the past couple of years. It is very, very interesting to see because liberals consistently hail themselves as champions of critical thought. And they're not like those stupid ass right-wingers. They're not like those dumbass Republicans. Those Republicans, oh, they're stupid. They don't read. They're dumb. But then I see this reactionary thinking from them all the time, especially as it pertains to American foreign policy that is uniparty. And that's how you arrive at liberals saying shit like, oh, you don't love it, leave. You're an America hater. The moment that someone criticizes me by saying you're an America hater, I'm like, holy shit, dude, do you hear yourself? Do you fucking hear yourself? What do you mean you're an America hater? How can you think that as a liberal, you care about social justice, you care about you care about human rights and dignity, and then hit that fucking Steven Crowder line so quickly? It came to you like that? It came to you that easily? Oh, you must hate America. If you don't like it, leave. Jesus Christ. It's very frustrating to see those who are supposed to be the first line of defense against growing fascism in this country and globally, seeing that first line of defense basically turned into reactionary weirdos. It's crazy. It's sad. It's a scary state of affairs. But anyway, on that note, I got a lot of stuff lined up for this week, chat. And I got to end the broadcast here. We did 8 hours. Okay. It was a fantastic day where we covered so much. As you guys know, Erdogan is on top. He is the table. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Stavi Baby's here, so I'm going to try to do a collab with him. I'm trying to set up that Ta-Nehisi Coates interview as well. I don't know when the Oxford video will come out. Hopefully soon. but we'll figure it out. Love you all. Peace.
To the topic just begun. There he is again, Asad is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Asad is streaming. Asad is streaming, reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sad in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.